FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. It's Hell Week. It's Colts Week.
Hell Week.
Hell Week, baby. That's right. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm excited. I realized yesterday it was Monday, and I felt like I was starting to learn about the upcoming opponent earlier than I usually do, and then I remembered, oh yeah,
Thursday.
It's Texans on Thursday. We're ready to move on.
Big time.
Usually Mondays and Tuesdays we're kind of still thinking about old stuff.
Yeah.
Now we got Daniel Jones, his goofy ass face, but then a bunch of randos that he spreads the ball around to.
Does a nice job of it, too. They're pretty
Doolin
good.
Doolin and Ogletree.
Those are the randos, but they got some good, they got this Tyler Warren guy's a bit of an issue.
Oh, yeah, no. They have the name brand stuff. They have the name brand guys, too. But the Doolins and the Ogletrees and whatnot are the ones where that's what makes the everybody else, the name brand guys, that much more threatening.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, they had Adonai Mitchell before they made the Sauce Gardner trade. The Texan fans might have been the one fan base like, I don't know, man, this Adonai Mitchell, I'd have made a move for him because in his first game as a rookie, he was beating guys. Just Anthony Richardson was throwing the ball into the third row. Mitchell had a lot of potential, and he probably still does, but,
The biggest thing about the Colts, like I thought that was the most impressive maybe indicator of just how good they've been as an offense this year was at the beginning of the Chiefs game last week. Jim Nantz noted as the Colts were punting, because they committed like 3 offensive penalties on a drive, that it was only the 19th time they had punted all season long.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
I remember there was that stretch where the punter. There was like a 2-game stretch where the punter didn't even get off the bench. Like they were a machine earlier this year. An absolute machine.
And I think they still are a machine in a lot of ways, except when Daniel Jones screws them over.
Yeah.
And the play action, the deception, all of that stuff, they just execute it really well. It's credit to Shane Steichen, the coach/coordinator. I think he just gets the absolute most out of all of those guys. So you'll hear DeMeco talk multiple times. We have already, but multiple times this week about the importance of discipline in the defense because they just the Colts show you a lot and then take you the opposite direction.
The Texans have improved big time year over year in that department, right? Yeah. The play action. I mean, they're really good against play action this year. And it was, since the Rams game, they were not. And I was nervous about it then, and then since then they've been one of the best teams in the league against play action. The video you put up of Kalen Bullock's interception was hilarious over the weekend. The first the first interception where Josh Allen ran a play fake and none of the linebackers even moved off of their spot. Like
not a budge.
No.
They didn't even, and they left guys uncovered underneath because I think they just flat out knew where Josh Allen wanted to go with the ball on that. And I don't think you're necessarily going to get that against the Colts. The difference between the Colts and the Bills is that Shane Steichen is a better offensive coordinator than Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator for the Bills.
Agree.
And he makes life difficult for defenses because of his play calling and his execution. And that's why Daniel Jones all of a sudden looks like a very, very viable NFL quarterback instead of just some schmuck from Duke that should be going to medical school or something.
Drafted 6th overall.
Daniel Jones, right this moment, should be a bad doctor instead of a good quarterback.
That's right. Can
you imagine that guy coming in and giving you your cancer prognosis?
I say that all the time. The look on the doctor's face right before I go underneath the anesthesia is a big deal. If I looked up and saw Daniel Jones's goofy look on his face, I'd be like, oh, I'm not coming back from this. Tell the world my last words. Tell the world my story, and then I go under the anesthesia.
Your last thoughts would be, why did I choose the bubblegum scented anesthesia?
Yes, exactly. So here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday with an all-important update on our concussion guys.
Hey, so for us right now, CJ and Jalen are still in the concussion protocol. So whenever CJ is back ready to roll, he's been our starter. He will be our starter whenever he's back ready to go.
Okay, and we should make it clear. The question included something about CJ being the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
DeMeco feeling the need to volunteer that information.
And I think the question was as simple as, will CJ start this week? So it's kind of all-encompassing. It's, hey, is CJ still your starting quarterback, and is he going to start this week? Him being in the concussion protocol still, I think, might have been a shock to some people. I was curious about it myself, how they would handle it. For one, just Jalen Pitre and C.J. Stroud have to make it through a couple practices and not show symptoms, whereas C.J. at least hasn't even been a full participant in the practice yet. And the other part is, look, as a matter of policy, I think the Texans are going to withhold as much information as possible all the time. And people might say, well, okay, what advantage are you really gaining? The answer is nobody knows, but it doesn't take any energy to withhold information.
Right.
It's the easiest thing in the world. So as long as the Colts can have a little bit of doubt or hesitation or whatever, you never know. And so CJ will go through probably practice on I'm guessing it'll be Thursday before the earliest we would get like a 100% indication that he's cleared. I might be wrong on that. Nobody really knows.
Yeah. They're not practicing until Wednesday. That we know.
Yeah.
Like, this was one of those things yesterday, Seth, that if you don't follow the concussion protocol very closely, especially on the heels of seeing CJ on the sidelines looking very lucid and clear and dapping up teammates and with the earpiece and everything. And you saw the headline yesterday, you'd be like, he looked fine on Thursday. What's going on here? It's the protocol. There are very specific things. There are specific things that DeMeco Ryans can and can't say. Yeah. So I think I think there's still people that are learning this about the concussion protocols. That's why we're kind of over-communicating a little bit. Like, don't be alarmed. Aaron Wilson even had a report yesterday that it's expected that both guys should be playing this weekend. This is not something you should let ruin your off week. If you're on vacation this week, don't let this C.J. Stroud news yesterday ruin your week.
I thought when I think it might have been Christy Reekin who asked the opening question. Very simple and fair question. DeMeco looked almost like a little either frustrated or kind of like it gave an exasperated chuckle about the fact that he was receiving that question. I don't know. I think that is the question.
I wonder. This is what I wonder. And I'm totally putting myself in DeMeco's shoes. I wonder if he's specifically thinking this is a question that Christy or whoever asked it is asking for their own benefit. She's asking it for the benefit of the fans out there. So I wonder if he's like, come on, you guys know what the rules are in the concussion protocol.
Yeah,
come on.
Well, and I know, but the other one too is, I guess, to quell any fake debates on Twitter or not about whether or not Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud is going to be the starter.
Thing. Yes, you're right. Correct myself. That's exactly what it was. That there should be any debate. And I come in and I look at the text page from last night. And there wasn't an Area 45 show last night because we carried Monday Night Football. But there's still people chopping, like in the middle of the night, texting in about, well, Davis did this and Davis did that. And I'm going, what are we doing here? C.J. Stroud's the start. C.J. Stroud is a better player than Davis Mills.
I'm just kind of alarmed at how meager people's hopes or expectations have become, that somehow they think the last couple of games by Davis Mills were just a slam dunk affirmation that he should be the quarterback. Is that really what you want out of your starting quarterback?
No.
Like, it's not that C.J. was perfect, obviously. C.J. had his struggles beforehand, but there was nothing about Davis Mills' performance that at all looked something like something better than what CJ's capable of, or an emphatic difference. I genuinely don't understand where people are coming from with that. I don't get it.
I don't either.
You just had two very tepid offensive performances, one of them against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
And if CJ had been the quarterback in those two games, you wouldn't have been happy with that performance.
Yep.
So I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
A+ backup performance. Did great as a backup. You got the win. You made some plays. Didn't throw the game away. Didn't go lose the game for the Texans. I'm with you on that. All right, we're rejiggering the clock a little bit just this morning because Ross Tucker can't sit down with us at 7 o'clock today. He's going to do it at 6:30. So we'll have a nice long segment at 6:30. We're going to bump headlines up by a segment and do headlines. We'll dig into the Rockets' performance last night. If you're just waking up, since it was a Western time zone game, the Rockets did win last night. Spoiler alert. We'll tell you how they won. We'll dig more into the Texans, too. News there. Monday Night Football as well. We got a lot to get into in headlines. Ross Tucker joins us at 6:30 today. So make a note of that. But first, I want to get you guys feeling good again. Men's T Clinic.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines, and let's start with the Rockets. Last night, no Kevin Durant, no problem at all. 114 to 192. I got through about 3/4 of this game. Seth had to get to bed. These West Coast games, but the Rockets. When I went to bed, they were up by 9. I wake up, they win by 22. So it was a hell of a fourth quarter. The story in this game, aside from no Kevin Durant. Well, one story on one side and one on the other. Amen Thompson was sensational last night. He was really, really good. 10 of 16 from the field. He had 28 points, 8 assists, 10 rebounds. He was the Rockets' best player last night. Aaron Holiday off the bench was outstanding. He was, in the first half, he's what kept the Rockets, I won't say kept them afloat. He was their offensive catalyst in the first half, including the first quarter. He had three three-pointers in the first quarter, 27 minutes off the bench for Aaron Holiday. The other story in this one, Dillon Brooks, 29 points against his former team. Dillon Brooks took 22 shots. You could go a week with the Rockets, and there'd be times where Dillon Brooks wouldn't take 22 shots. There was a point in this game where he shot the ball every time down the floor late in the second quarter. So he had some for his former team. He looked good last night.
Dillon Brooks sent Steven Adams to the floor at one point.
Yeah.
Which looked like...
Adams Euro'd it, man.
It looked like a flop, and yet they had to go out and check on him while he was on the ground, and it was. I
thought it was a legit shove. I thought Steven Adams' reaction once he went to the ground was a little much.
The extended reaction too, and Udoka and Brooks had a funny moment where they kind of mean mugged each other, but it was all in good fun.
Yep. Oh yeah.
It's the kinds of things you can laugh about afterwards when you throttle a team.
Well, I would suggest that, like in that trade, the guy that Ime Udoka really hated to see go was Dillon Brooks, not Jalen Green. I know Jalen Green was, he's probably viewed as the better asset in that trade because he's young and he gets 25 points a night. But Dillon Brooks is basically Ime Udoka in a basketball uniform.
Dillon Brooks was brought in to establish a certain culture, and on his way out, he brought with him one of the guys who might not have necessarily responded to the culture. It's the extended project.
Yep. 114-92, the Rockets win last night. If you're wondering why we're doing headlines right now, Ross Tucker joins us at the bottom of the hour. A little earlier today, so we're kind of reworking things here in the 6 o'clock hour because we know you guys love Ross. And the Rockets back in action tomorrow night at Golden State. So for the second straight game, there will be no Kevin Durant. 2 straight games against 2 of his former teams. There will be no Durant. But that was encouraging last night. No Durant, and they took it to a team that has probably overachieved a little bit early in the season, but probably not a very good team, the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah. They
took it to him. So that was nice to see last night. Took care of business on the road. If you missed it, we talked about this in the open, but C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre still in the concussion protocol. I don't think it's anything to get alarmed about. Aaron Wilson reports that they should be back for the game on Sunday. They have to practice, and there has been no practice yet this week. So we'll keep an eye on practice this week to see if and when those two get out of concussion protocol. Aaron Wilson also had a report yesterday. The Texans, of course, cut Dameon Pierce last week. They waived him. He cleared waivers and got picked up by Kansas City Chiefs. So the Texans, of course, play the Chiefs a week from Sunday. He's on their practice squad. Aaron Wilson said this yesterday, Seth, on Twitter. Eagles GM Howie Roseman made a strong push for former Texans running back Dameon Pierce, including personal call over the weekend per source. So I guess he called Dameon Pierce. Previously made trade inquiry to Houston, but no deal got worked out. Today, Pierce travels to Kansas City to sign with the Chiefs, which, of course, is yesterday. I saw a lot of people going, oh, my God, you had a trade offer for Dameon Pierce and you didn't take it, and then you end up waiving him. What are you doing, Nick? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was one of those trades where it's Dameon and a 7th for a 6th. I don't think it was a
it wasn't like a huge ransom or anything that they were going to get him from. But it's a valid question because it's 3 weeks since the trade deadline.
Right.
And it's not a whole lot of time where you could have made your decision on whether to keep Dameon Pierce or not. I think it's valid criticism. You didn't give up a whole bunch, but I think the timing of it, if I had to look at it, I think before the trade deadline, that was before the Jacksonville game. At that point, Woody Marks had been getting about 10 carries a game for the previous 3 weeks pretty consistently. Since then, Woody Marks has gotten 14 carries, 18 carries, and 16 carries. I wonder if that was right about when they were still just trying to decide exactly what they had in the running backs room. And if they had to take an extra few weeks to decide that and what they felt about Woody Marks or maybe Nick Chubb, his body, wasn't recovering or what have you, I'm okay with that. There's also, you're getting down to the time of year where the actual roster decisions based on health of all of your players come into factor a lot more. So giving up probably what would have been worth less than a 7th-round pick to hold on to him for a few more weeks just to feel good about it. I get it.
You're probably giving up like 25 slots on late day 3 of the draft. Which,
I mean, that stuff adds up. It's not nothing. And Nick obviously cares a lot about those things. That's the spare change he uses for a lot of his transactions.
That was the confusion that I saw more than anything. It wasn't like hyper criticism of it. It was just confusion. Confusion's a good word. Like, okay, this, just like Nick operates in a strange way to people sometimes.
For me, their general overall attachment to Dameon Pierce has been odd, and I feel like there's a little bit of a halo effect with him where I don't know, I just felt like some of us were seeing things that perhaps they weren't. We go back to training camp 2 years ago. Dameon Pierce was on the ground in training camp a lot. In non-tackle practices. He wasn't the same guy. And you can talk about the scheme or what have you. There's been something off about him for the last couple of years, and I don't know what it is.
Monday Night Football last night, the San Francisco 49ers beat the Carolina Panthers 20-9. This was one of the uglier games on Monday Night Football of the season. Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions in the first half. Bryce Young had a horrible interception down at the goal line, the opposing goal line in the red zone. I tell you what, the Panthers are 6-6. If Dave Canales, I think Coach of the Year is probably going to go to somebody like Mike Vrabel, if I had to guess, Seth. Somebody, team that wasn't expected to be in the postseason, and they have the best record in the AFC right now. And Vrabel is a name brand. But, I don't watch a ton of Carolina Panther football, but I watched that game last night. Dave Canales having the Panthers at 6-6 with Bryce Young as his quarterback should have him in the conversation for Coach of the Year. That's not a good football team. That's a bad football team.
Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions in this game?
In the first half.
Goodness.
3 in the first, and it should have been 5. He looked terrible. He looked worse than
really.
He looked awful. Yeah, he looked awful. There's people speculating that he might be banged up, and that's why he's not able to drive the ball. But the interceptions he threw had nothing with being able to drive the ball. He was just making bad decisions. So the Niners win 20-9, but that was a bad game. Hey, real quick, Jordan Hudson supposedly is suing Pablo Torre.
Good.
Yeah, because of
more drama and all
several
of this.
things that he said that she takes exception to.
Yeah, good luck with that, Jordan Hudson. You're a public figure now. Very, very, not by accident either.
No.
You are a public figure, and it is super difficult to prove or to get somebody convicted of slander or found liable for slander.
She was already trying to defend herself on social media with screen grabs of texts between people at Carolina over some things that Pablo Torre had said, and people are like, just stop. Just stop. Belichick, come get your girlfriend. Just make her stop. So,
God.
Something to keep an eye on. I hope it happens.
Don't let it end like this, Belichick.
I hope it happens. Between Belichick and Brady, Brady with his fingerprints on this Raiders team.
I was thinking this, in the 20 years from now, people are not going to remember that Pete Carroll coached for the Oakland Raiders,
right?
Or the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
They're 100% going to remember that Belichick had this fiasco at UNC.
Oh yeah,
100%.
All right, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us normally at 7. Today at 6:30. We'll talk about the Texans and the Colts, the upcoming game. Also, Ross was on the call for Shedeur Sanders' NFL starting debut. We'll find out what that was like. We'll do that with Ross Tucker coming up next. But first, you landowners out there, you folks.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we shifted the clock around a little bit this morning. Normally, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays. Today, it's a 6:30 appearance, and insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Good morning, Ross. How was the Shedeur Sanders experience?
It was awesome. It was awesome. And I do, by the way, appreciate you guys being flexible with me today. I got to get over to my my daughter's parent-teacher conference.
Okay.
I don't, it's one of those things where my wife, I guess, just schedules it without asking me what my schedule is. So now, not only do I have to move you guys, I have to move my Even Money Betting podcast, which, by the way, we were perfect this week.
Wow.
Which I don't think has ever happened. I was 16 of 16. Steve was 8 of 8. And our combined best bets, that's when we agree, were 4 for 4. So if you're not listening or watching the Even Money Betting podcast, you're doing it wrong. But, yes, I appreciate the flexibility. Are you guys, when you were with your kids, were you big question askers at parent-teacher conferences, or did you just sit there like a dummy?
No, I'm just trying. It's a run-out-the-clock situation, Ross. I'm just trying to get out of there. Those parents, and I'm lucky. I'm lucky. My 3 kids, I didn't have there weren't a ton of issues. You know what I mean? My kids were pretty good kids. So I was just trying to get out. Unless the teacher was good looking, and then, you hang out for a little while longer.
Yeah, that's not creepy whatsoever. Yeah.
So, there's your honest answer.
My kid was always hypercritical. Like, would any little like mistake they may have made or something was always like, it was presented to me that my kid was the worst kid in the world, and I'd go into by my kid, and then I'd go into the parent-teacher conference, kind of expecting the worst, and the teacher would be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" No, just absolute delight.
That's a good job. Set low expectations going in. That's nice.
It's funny because it's like a psychology thing, where I know my daughters get pretty good grades, and I know they're pretty good girls. So they're going to be primarily positive, but I'm looking for any little sign of weakness. Any comment. It's like, you know what it is? You ever fill out a survey, okay? And there's like 5 questions, and you give a 10 for 4 of them. And then the one answer you give a 9.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize this till you talk to people that run surveys. That 9 is what they're looking for. That 9 is the red flag. That 9 is like, well, what happened? Why wasn't it a 10?
Oh, wow. Okay. Boy, I've because I don't go straight 10s on a lot of these things. I've caused a lot of commotion through the years with my 8s and 9s. Okay.
Oh, no, I found out recently my Uber driver said, "Man, what have you done?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "You have I guess my Uber rating is like a 4.86.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Which means several people have given me not a 5. My wife's theory is that it's because I'm a door slammer.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't even realize that, but
that's
I guess
awful.
How
are you even getting picked up?
Slammer. My theory is that there may have been a time or 10 where I brought a beverage with me into the Uber.
Yep.
Because I talked to an Uber driver and he said that is highly illegal.
Yes.
Nationally. And I was like, "Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know that. I'll pour it out." So that's more my theory.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. All right, Ross, we've got you for 10 minutes here, so let's get in a little chatter. Let's get this out of the way. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
So, how was the Shedeur? Did you get to do a production meeting with Shedeur Sanders? And if so, how was he?
Yes, did do a production meeting with him. I thought he was great.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he was great. He's a very interesting young man. I would say he's sort of happy-go-lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe almost like a little bit goofy. But I really appreciated it. It was a good conversation. It was very, very clear, which I appreciated, that he knew just how important this opportunity was. I had read an article, I think it was Diana Rossini maybe, who had said that he was carrying his iPad around with him everywhere. And even in the cafeteria when he was eating, he was on his iPad, studying, and that people were talking about it like he was, cramming for a big test or an exam. And I asked him about that, and he said, "I don't have a choice. This is my chance. This is my shot." So I think he was very well aware of the opportunity and making the most of it. I thought the most interesting thing that he said was, it felt so nice to get back to normal, to feeling normal. And I said, "What do you mean by that?" He's like, "Well, where all the pressure's on me, where everybody's looking to me to handle." He's like, "I like that." So imagine this. He had never before in his life been a backup quarterback, and he had never before in his life had a coach other than his dad. So his dad coached him all the way up through. From 6 years old, his dad just kind of kept moving up with him. And so it's been really unique for him. I mean, he started in 9th grade in high school football, quarterback, started as a freshman in college. So he liked what he's termed getting back to normal, which I thought was cool.
Russ, here in Houston, I can't figure out whether this is real or not, whether there's actual people that think Davis Mills should be the quarterback over C.J. Stroud, but there's certainly some people that are being very vocal about it. Have you seen anything from Davis Mills in the last few weeks that makes you feel like, okay, yeah, you know what, they should just keep rolling with Davis instead of C.J. Stroud when he comes back from the concussion protocol?
Well, two thoughts on that. One is coaches are usually pretty hesitant to mess with a good thing. And so now you have Davis Mills 3-0, and the Texans have won, 3 in a row with him. So coaches typically don't want to mess with what's working. I've noticed. I've actually benefited from that. 3 times, I think, I came in for a guy that was hurt, and then we were winning, so they just left me in even when that guy was healthy again. So I understand that mindset of coaches very much. The flip side of that is you're never going to get the ceiling with Davis Mills that you have with Stroud. I can't remember the 2 games. It was the Ravens game earlier, and then what was the game more recently where CJ lit it up?
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just don't think you're ever going to see that from Davis Mills. What it's done, though, is on some weird level, it's kind of put more pressure on CJ, and the organization, because he hasn't gotten that big contract yet. He hasn't been eligible for it until after this year. And so if things go poorly when CJ's back out there and they're not playing as well offensively, you kind of can't be like, oh, it's Caley the OC or it's the offensive line. Like that excuse that excuse rings hollow now if CJ comes back and doesn't play well, which on some level is unfortunate because when you miss as much time as he's just missed, it would be a little bit strange if there wasn't, some rust when he comes back. So, no, I don't think Davis Mills should start over CJ Stroud. I do think it puts the onus on Stroud to perform well. I mean, Davis Mills did what he's expected to do. I mean, there's a reason why they keep giving him these extensions and paying him. He is probably a low-end starter, high-end backup in the NFL. He's exactly what you hope to have as your number 2. And it's why Casario has done a good job. I think, hasn't he extended him like multiple times?
Twice. He's extended him twice,
to make sure he has him. Because he just gave him another one. So he's under contract through
next
26,
season.
right?
Yep, correct. Yep.
Super smart to, A, make sure you have him, and then B, he could be trade bait. I mean, everybody keeps talking about Mac Jones. Maybe some team wants Davis, I don't know, maybe Kevin O'Connell thinks Davis Mills should be the guy to compete with J.J. McCarthy in Vikings training camp next year, and maybe they trade for Davis Mills. You never know.
Ross, I'm going to play a little clip from the Ross Tucker football podcast, which I listen to every week. This is 10 seconds of your recap of the Texans game, and I need you to tell me what the hell was going on in the background after this.
Ultimately, the Texans get it done again, primarily because of their defense. So impressed. Their edge rushers, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter again, but Kalen Bullock ended up having 2 interceptions and forced a fumble, which was gigantic.
And it wasn't like that anywhere else in your podcast. How little do you think of the Texans that you did that in the back of an Uber during a rainstorm?
That is incredible. Okay, so the Texans and the Bills played Thursday night, as you guys know. My wife had a board meeting dinner that she really wanted me to attend Thursday night. So I went to it. Ironically, it was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and my former teammate Drew Bledsoe was there showing off all of his delicious wines. So that was very cool. So I had recorded the rest of the show, which was the Greg Cosell interview, any news and events. I had recorded all that stuff before, before the dinner. And then I knew that I needed to provide about a minute on the Texans-Bills game. Well, my wife wanted me to go to the dinner, but I had to get on the first flight to Las Vegas, so I didn't miss the practice for the Raiders Friday morning. So that was me. I got picked up at the Lancaster Marriott in a car service at 2:30 a.m.
Oof.
So that was me sometime probably between 3 and 4 a.m. Eastern time after I watched the rest of the Bills-Texans game, giving my thoughts, and then Jack inserting that into the rest of the show. Thank you, Seth.
Yes,
So the rest of the show had a normal cadence to it, and then
I thought it was, as it goes with me, usually it's my fault with anything technical.
Yeah.
But that's impressive. Thank you for caring enough about the Texans.
Phone. I did it on my phone. I did it on video because actually we,
Right, you do the YouTube,
YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. We do very well on the video side. So, what's weird? I have to check the YouTube comments because somebody probably, like the whole rest of the show, I'm in my beautiful home studio with the nice backdrop. And then for the minute of Texans against the Bills, I'm in the back of a Cadillac or something.
Yeah, man. It's like we're out
yeah.
partying with you and you're whispering in our ear about Kalen Bullock. It's very, very strange. Hey, Ross, we know you got to get out of here. 30 seconds. Your thoughts on the Colts-Texans matchup this weekend, which is a huge one. Huge for both teams, but especially the Texans to get within one game of the division leader.
It is massive, and I think also a massive opportunity for the Houston Texans because the Colts are not playing as well as they did earlier in the year. Earlier in the year, I thought they were the best team in football. I thought they were a machine. Over the last month or so, I'd say, they've kind of hit a funk, and in particular, their offensive tackles have struggled in pass protection.
Oh.
And as you guys know fully well, the Texans are the wrong team to play against if your tackles are struggling in pass pro. They're going to have to help those guys. So lots of chips, lots of keeping tight ends in. They got to get after Daniel Jones. The Texans' formula for success is forcing a couple turnovers.
Yeah. And Daniel Jones has been coughing it up a little bit more lately. So definite possibility there. He is our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Ross, go get that parent-teacher conference, man. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
I will. Later, boys.
All right, see ya. Ross Tucker joining us here on Payne and Pendergast.
I hesitated to throw that audio in there because I knew it would be a 4-minute-long explanation. But I listened to it like 3 times trying to figure out exactly where he was.
I hadn't had a chance to see it. I was just, as you were playing it, I'm going, okay, this definitely doesn't sound like a normal podcast.
Yeah.
So that got plunked down in the middle of everything else.
Well, because I went on, I was hoping that I was here, Greg Cassell. No offense to Ross, I wanted to hear Greg Cassell's opinion on it, but he didn't have Greg talk about the Texans game at all.
Yeah.
What Ross said there at the end was very interesting because when you talk about having to chip the defensive ends a lot, that's what teams typically do. The Bills did not. The Bills said, hey, we're just going to give Josh all the options in the world and room to run and everything else. So they didn't chip, in the first half especially, they didn't chip Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and they went off.
Yeah.
And the D-line in general did a really good job against them. It's most of the time you see teams do what I think the Colts will do, which is, all right, we got to commit some resources to block these guys up front. So I'm not predicting 8 sacks versus the Colts, but it creates a problem for quarterbacks that they don't see every week. The fact that the Texans, when they could rush 4 and have as much success as they did with hardly blitzing at all, it's just a nightmare for offensive coordinators to figure that out.
Well, and then especially if some of the other guys that aren't linemen are having to commit at least part of the play to, that's a huge benefit on the back end for these guys.
Right, we talk about Tyler Warren. If Tyler Warren's got to stay in and block for a little bit, that makes him a whole lot less lethal.
How worried are you about the Tyler Warren matchup in this game?
I think that generally the Texans defense does such a good job of keeping things in front of them that you don't. If Tyler Warren ends up getting a steady diet of receptions, the defense tends to make up for it elsewhere. And one thing the Colts have been really good at, staying on schedule, getting positive yardage on first and second down with Jonathan Taylor, making the third downs easier to convert. And they'll get some of that. They're gonna move the ball at times. It's when the Texans come up and get a sack or a tackle for a loss, and all of a sudden it's 2nd and 14, and Daniel Jones has to operate like a genuinely great quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that he is a genuinely great quarterback. I think the first half of the season was a whole lot of spring in the play action and a lot of deception against defenses that didn't have any film on Daniel Jones. And this is why you're starting to see Daniel Jones come back down to earth a little bit, especially if his offensive tackles are having a hard time pass protecting.
Next 4 weeks, the Texans set. The next 4 weeks, Tyler Warren, Travis Kelce, Trey McBride, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
That's a murderer's row of tight ends right there.
It is. On the flip side of it, where teams are starting to get film on the Colts offense, they don't have that much experience seeing Sauce Gardner out there. Mm-hmm. And with Charvarius Ward and Sauce Gardner at the cornerbacks, and with the addition of Sauce Gardner, they've been able to play a whole lot more man than they were earlier on. So that's where the tough part for CJ and Nick Caley is, all right, what is this Colts defense compared to what we saw in the first half of the season?
Yeah, this is probably the most matchup-rich game the Texans have played in terms of intriguing matchups. You know, like Nico Collins against Sauce Gardner, if that's how they choose to play it, that's really exciting. Shane Steichen versus DeMeco Ryans is a really intriguing coaching matchup. You know, Tyler Warren and how the Texans try to shut him. You know, is Azeez Al-Shaair going to have to cover Tyler Warren? Is this something that Jalen Pitre has to get involved in here? That's intriguing to me. Jonathan Taylor against this Texans run defense.
That's where Jalen Pitre coming back and them being able to, play more of everything that they're comfortable doing, I think can really help out a lot and make a big difference. So that's I feel good about this matchup. The Texans are underdogs for an understandable reason. They're on the road, tough place to play indeed. But as 3-point underdogs, the odds makers are basically saying, hey, these two teams are generally equal at this time. It's just the home field advantage for the Colts makes a difference.
It got up to 4.5 yesterday at a point. I followed.
I wonder if that was after
concussion protocol news.
Yeah, that it was announced that CJ's still in the concussion protocol.
It was. I don't know if the cause and effect. Because I could. You're right. I could see people. I could see dumbs as opposed to sharps going, oh, okay, I might have to. There's a chance C.J. Stroud might not play. Okay.
If C.J. doesn't play this week, by the way, because he still has to go through a practice or two and not show any symptoms afterwards, if he were to be in the concussion protocol this week, we got trouble in River City. Yeah, that's a big deal. He missed 3 games, mostly. Right now we're feeling like the flukishness of the Thursday night game is why he missed 3 games. It's relatively uncommon for quarterbacks to miss more than a couple games. He missed 3 games, but it was a little bit flukish. If he ends up missing 4 games in 4 actual weeks, then I start to worry about CJ long term just exactly what's going on. That's a Tua Tagovailoa type.
I was just going to say that exact thing. You're in Tua territory at that point. No question. You're in Tua territory. Just as an aside, we just untalked Ross Tucker. If you're someone who tunes in at 7 waiting for Ross Tucker, good thing you got the rewind feature. He joined us at 6:30 today. Shedeur Sanders really seemed to charm the pants off of Ross Tucker.
Oh, yeah. Like. Well, that's what they do to you. Somebody trying to, you come in thinking like, oh, this guy's going to be a jerk, and then all of a sudden he charms you. And you're like, oh, I feel special. That's how they, that's a classic textbook example of how to, get the upper hand with a woman, to just always keep her guessing.
It's funny. I've never looked at you. I'm not saying you think Shedeur is a jerk, but I've never looked at him like, oh, this guy's an a-hole or he's a jerk. He just seems completely lacking in self-awareness. That's my feeling. Like Shedeur seems like a good person.
You're not a ball boy. You've never been treated the way the Sanders family treats ball boys.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like his family might have gassed him up on that one because the younger brother was down there. Deion Jr. was down there. Their social media. Deion's non-football playing son was down there. I'm just saying in press conferences and whatnot. And his teammates seem to really take to him. My biggest thing with Shedeur is that he takes whatever it is he's accomplished and treats it like he just won the Super Bowl every time. Mm-hmm. That's my thing. During the draft process, he acted like Colorado getting to a bowl game like he'd won 2 national championships or something.
Right. Look at what I've accomplished.
And he was, and some of the talk since has felt like that too. It's like, like he talks about how unstoppable he is and how I'm not going to fail and I'm this and hey, look what I did as a rookie with just 1 week to prepare. And it's
it is.
You beat the worst team in football.
And that is a sentiment where everybody is so, I shouldn't say everybody, some people are so polarized on either side of it that there's nothing Shedeur can do that they're going to give him credit for on one side of it, or on the other side of it, he's going to complete 50% of his passes, but because one is a really impressive downfield shot, It's the greatest performance we've ever seen. No, there's nothing from that game where I can't watch that game and say one way or the other whether, that's proof positive.
Right.
He did some good things, did some bad things like a lot of rookies do when they come in their first game. So you just got to let it play out. I am glad that we at least are going to have a nice hefty sample size by the end of the season.
You would think, right? Like they should just play him the rest of the year and just see what they have.
Right.
Yeah. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We talked a little bit about the Colts matchup. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans in the next segment. The challenges the Colts present, and DeMeco Ryans talking about the Texans and the offensive line and what are we moving forward with here. We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, as we welcome you back in, 7 o'clock hour. If you are a regular listener, Tucker, and his appearances on our show, he came in early today because he had parent-teacher conferences today. So if you want to use the rewind feature, you can. If you want to just listen to it later, download the Payne and Pendergast podcast. Subscribe to it as well. We appreciate that. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday at his media availability on the challenges the upcoming opponent for the Texans, the Indianapolis Colts, present.
And for the Colts, you can see they've been a very explosive offense. Like, that's what's powered them this year. I think Daniel Jones is playing the most productive that he's played in his career. So Shane has done a good job of putting him in positions, putting guys around him to really make the plays he needs to make. So you have explosive receivers on the outside. The rookie tight end is doing a good job as well. And then, of course, running the football, Jonathan Taylor. And can't say enough good things about him as a running back. Just his balance, his power, explosiveness. Like, you have to be able to set the edge because he can take the explosive run 50-plus yards and take it to the house. He can hit cutback lanes, right, and make you pay. So it's going to take everything we have, defensively, first and foremost, stopping the run. But we know that's not the only emphasis with this offense. They do a good job of their play-action passing game, like really timing it up at the proper time, really catching a lot of defenses off guard, and they're creating a lot of explosives there as well. So you got to play true. So I'm telling our defense, you have to play true. You have to play with elite eye discipline, elite awareness to what your job is and being on it. Because if not, Shane has always done a good job, offensively of creating eye candy, as I call it, to mess with guys' eyes, to put their guys in position to make plays.
So the Colts, started off on an absolute tear over the first 8 weeks of the season. And I think it's important to point out because, we talked about this with Ross Tucker last segment a little bit. They seem to have come back down to earth a little bit. They've scored in the last 3 weeks. So in the early part of the season, they were scoring between 30 and 40 points with regularity.
Yep.
The last 3 weeks, they scored 20 points against the Steelers, 31 points against Atlanta, but that included overtime, so they're in the 20s during regulation.
Yep.
And then 20 points in their loss to Kansas City. One of those was set up by Leatu Letu interception right on the 4-yard line.
Yep.
So it was a 4-yard touchdown drive after that. They haven't been the same. I would be hesitant, though, to think, oh, yep, they're 100% back down to earth and they're not capable of anything more than 20 points in a game. They still have all those explosive elements. They still are really, really good at the play action. Remember last week? Did you watch the whole game last week, the Chiefs game, the Colts Chiefs game?
Yeah.
That one, Daniel Jones ran for a first down where he basically jogged because everybody bit so hard on the handoff, and then he just kept it. And it was like everybody on the defense was fooled. They're very capable of springing some big plays by fooling you on defense if you don't have good eye discipline. I just do think that teams are starting to realize, all right, well, if we can hem up Jonathan Taylor, we can and put it on Daniel Jones' shoulders or his arm, that they've got some limitations. Daniel Jones still does have some limitations as a quarterback.
The Chiefs did exactly that. Jonathan Taylor had 16 carries for 58 yards. One of those carries he had a long of 27 where he was able to break out. They didn't hold the edge. He was able to get outside. Boy, if you don't get hands on Jonathan Taylor within the first 2 yards, then it gets really scary, man. His acceleration is something else. But I say all that to say, on the other 15 carries, aside from that one long run, he averaged 2 yards a carry. He had 15 carries for 31 yards other than that big long one. So they never got out of first gear in the run game. That's head of the snake right there is Jonathan Taylor. And yet, I feel like in this game, Seth, Nico Collins is the best pass catcher among both teams in this game. Mm-hmm. And then I feel like the next at least 3 are Indianapolis Colts. Some order. Michael Pittman, I think Alec Pierce is a huge downfield threat for them, and he's had good games against the Texans. And then obviously Tyler Warren, if we're keeping it to just, if we're expanding it to tight ends, just call it pass catchers. So they've got Josh Downs is a productive player for them. He's a good player. Yeah. So they've got some no-namers, like you pointed out before, that'll make a play. Ashton Doolin made a 49-yard catch and run in that game against Kansas City. So between the scheme and the talent level, it's going to be a challenge for the Texans defense.
The first 8 games, the Colts averaged 33 points a game on offense. Mm-hmm. The last 3 games, they've averaged 23 points per game, including at least the one that was set up by that interception.
Yeah.
Which, that happens, whatever. But it wasn't. They've been bottled up. And that's just so we know what they're capable of. We know what their potential is. We know they went into last week having punted 19 times all season long. They were just, and that part of it, their ability to keep sustained drives and everything, whether or not they're punching it into the end zone, that's still there. So there's no part of me that thinks, oh, yep, Colts are falling back down to earth. I think that this very easily could have just been a lull in their season or in their schedule. They are facing the Colts are facing the number one scoring defense in the NFL, though.
Yeah.
Too.
And CJ, we expect CJ Stroud to be back for this game. He's played there twice. He's had 2 of his best games as a pro in that building. The Week 18 game to get into the playoffs back in 2023, and then the season opener last year. Of course, Joe Mixon, it helped that Joe Mixon ran for 160 yards in that game.
Nico Collins just routinely goes for deep shots against the Colts in Indianapolis.
Yes.
I wonder if were the Texans the team that finally made Pat McAfee quit the Colts? And did he ever get his tickets back there?
His seats. He has one of those field level boxes, I think.
But he had relinquished it, remember? He just quit the Colts.
Yeah,
Is he back on the bandwagon? I'm guessing he is.
I would guess it was because it was week 1. Does McAfee seem like someone who would quit after week 1 of the season last year?
It was what do you mean?
Well, the Texans the Texans played the Colts in week 1 there.
Yeah, that's right. No, I thought it was like 2 years ago when he quit the Colts.
Oh,
okay.
I
didn't know if he's back on the train or not.
Oh, I'm guessing he's very much back on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would guess he is. He'd be smart to be, I would think. DeMeco Ryans, let's skip down to the offense here, Ben. He was asked yesterday, will it be the same? This will be a novel concept, the same group of offensive linemen getting trotted out there 2 weeks in a row. We haven't seen injuries have had a big thing to do with that. Will it be the same offensive line this week that you had last week?
We'll continue to roll with our offensive line. For me, it's always been about trying to get our best 5 guys out there. I think Titus has done a great job of just unselfishly moving, where he's played right tackle, right guard, left guard, whatever we've asked him. He's done it. It shows that he's a smart player to be able to handle as much as we put on his plate. So he's done that, and he's played good for us.
The offensive line, he was asked in the press conference yesterday if they're going to roll with this configuration, and he didn't answer that question. So he didn't answer it directly. And I'll be surprised if they don't go with this unless somebody's injured or something. Unless Jarrett Patterson had a secret injury, they chose to put Titus Howard out there at left guard over Jarrett Patterson. I think they're very pleased with the way Trent Brown is playing at right tackle. Ed Ingram had another good game. Really, and Ariante Ursary he's going to be the left tackle moving forward. I mean, he is grown by leaps and bounds. I think he'll be better 5 weeks from now than he is right now. He just continues to take step after step after step. So they'll roll with this, and hopefully just they can form some cohesion and everything along the way. There's going to be blips. But they can get some things done with this. They just need to get better at the second level and staying attached to blocks and all of those things. I think the running backs are not 100% always seeing the play the way they should, and they're leaving some yards on the table. But it's night and day compared to how it felt the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah, no DeForest Buckner in this game. That's a big deal. That is a big deal, man.
What a shame.
If you were handpicking Colts to not play in this game, DeForest Buckner would be probably go Jonathan Taylor, DeForest Buckner. DeForest Buckner's not going to play in this game. But I believe a neck injury is what he has. He's on he's on IR right now. One more from DeMeco Ryans. I liked hearing this because through his time as the Texans head coach, it feels like DeMeco has been maybe comparatively overly critical of the defense when that's been the side of the ball that's generally played very well, and that he's kind of soft-played it on the offense, particularly the offensive line. There's really no getting around the fact that the Texans' second-half offense against the Buffalo Bills was dismal. It was terrible. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the second-half offense against Buffalo.
Doesn't necessarily correlate. We still got to do a better job moving the ball in the second half. I don't think our second-half offense was good enough. And, so we have to continue to strive, continue to get better at executing the plays, calling it better. We got to do a much better job, coaches, players, everybody. We got to be able to move the ball way more than we did in the second half. We're going to finish games the right way.
Yeah, dude, we were way too close, Seth, to having another one of those games where this is only the third time since the merger that a team with 8 sacks, a third down conversion allowed of less than whatever, and some other stat defensively, lost the game. And we had 4 games like that last year where they had 5 picks against the last team to have 5 picks and X amount of sacks to lose a game was in 1942 when the Madison Marauders lost to the Chicago Bears. Honestly, one play away. I mean, they had 4th and 6 deep in your territory. If Josh Allen's able to connect on a touchdown there, then we're looking at another one of these teams that have had 8 sacks in a game and lost, that one of those low percentage things.
I think that DeMeco this year, has been he's been appropriately critical of the offensive line.
Yes.
Well, at the same time, the team will at various times say, no, the O-line's open whatsoever. I think DeMeco this entire year, even when people sometimes after games, people say, hey, DeMeco, isn't the offensive line awesome? And DeMeco will be like, they've done some good things, or they made some improvements. I mean, DeMeco's giving them the kind of praise right now that I always feel weird about giving, which is they've eliminated a lot of the negative plays that they had last year. And that's a low bar to try to get over, but it is important. The tackles for a loss and some of the stuffs in the run game, the sacks, that has all improved. And part of that is the style of offense they're running. It makes it easier to avoid those negative plays. Some of it is on improved play by the offensive line, but it's just not where you want it to be. Yep. They're not the offensive line has made improvements, but it's not like I look at it and say, oh yeah, boy, they are just a rolling ball of butcher's knives and nobody can stop them. They're not there yet.
Yeah, I think DeMeco has seemed less patient this year. He's still an incredibly patient person,
Yeah.
And impatient by DeMeco standards is still way more patient than the average human being. But he has been more critical, appropriately so, of the offensive side of the ball. I think he's been more honest about the offensive side of the ball. And I think part of that is a function of, hey, man, it's year 3. I think DeMeco is at times this season definitely felt the honeymoon is over vibe from a lot of people. Look, it's gotten contentious at times in press conferences with DeMeco and people in the media. And people are less patient on the outside. He himself said after last season, we got to take it to new heights this year. Yeah. Losing in the divisional round's not good anymore. Well, damn, you don't even get an opportunity to lose in the divisional round when you're 3-5 to start the season, if that's the way the season is going to go. So I would guess that there's part of it that I'm not saying he's on the hot seat or even that his seat is even remotely warm, but DeMeco's a competitive dude, and he's probably feeling like, all right, we need to get this thing going. It's year 3. We went 10-7, 10-7. We did some good things. We won the division. We won a playoff game. But at 6-5, you're still not even close to where you need to be to feel like you can get to an AFC title game. So, yeah, we got to be better in the second half. Yeah, we need more than just a bunch of 3-and-outs. We need more than 35 yards of offense in the second half. And I don't know that he would have even gone there in the last 2 years to say what he said just now, what we just played right there.
Leitu, remember who they were very high on when they drafted a few years ago?
We got the best defensive player in 15.
He's played very well this year, but they've got Kwity Paye on the other side, and they don't have that 1-2 punch dynamic that the Texans do.
No.
At both defense positions, but he plays on both sides of the ball. So Ariante Ursary and Trent Brown versus Leitu is one of the matchups to watch this week.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess one thing that Davis did that helped the offensive line out, and I think helped Davis Mills himself out a lot, was he was getting rid of the ball really quickly. CJ was getting rid of the ball a lot faster this year, and that was one of the reasons that sacks and pressure hasn't been as much of an issue, is that there hasn't been time to get sacked. There were a couple of snaps in that game where Ariante Ursary had some rough snaps, but he doesn't give up a pressure because the ball was gone.
Yeah.
If it would have been anything else, then it could have been a really nasty hit on the quarterback. That's why I give Nick Caley more credit than a lot of people want to give him, just partly because I think his hands are tied by trying to manage this offensive line, who have shown improvement, but they're not an offensive line that you feel good about just leaving out there in 5-man protection versus a good defensive line. They're just not there yet.
I'm excited to see if we get the version of CJ that we saw against San Francisco in the early part of the Denver game. I'm excited to plunk that CJ down into this offense. I think it feels like the offense is starting to figure a few things out, and we'll see. I saw somebody earlier say, I think it was Ocho, said, how do we think Jaden Higgins and Dalton Schultz feel? And I'm paraphrasing Ocho. I apologize. The text was an hour ago. But I think it's a valid question, I suppose. That how do we think Dalton Schultz and Jaden Higgins deep down feel about CJ coming back? Because they were getting targeted more over the last 3 games with Davis Mills than they were getting targeted with CJ.
Yeah.
Do they feel a certain kind of way? And Davis Mills was also finding a way to target Nico Collins double digits in each of the games, too.
Well, I think this is where it's tough because there were a lot of things that were starting to click offensively that, if you put it on a graph, you could have seen that same trend starting when C.J. Stroud was still in there. He was spreading the ball around. He was getting the ball to the rookies more. He had started targeting Nico Collins more heavily in the week before and then in the first couple series of the Denver game. So those things – I think CJ was starting to trust Jaden Higgins more as well, and that's where Davis Mills coming in. And is it him doing things differently, or is it just a continuation of the trend we were already seeing? We just flat out don't know until we get CJ out there and see it. That's the difficult part of the scenario.
Real quick text message, just hopping in. No Ross Tucker today. Ross joined us at 6:30 on the show.
And that's just by way of. Dalton had been targeted 10 times in the Seattle game.
Yeah.
And then he was targeted much in the San Francisco game. And then these last that Denver game, it was a combination job between him and Dalton. But it's not as stark a difference. Again, it was those couple games before CJ went out. things were starting to click, and I hope that, yes, that continues on. We had a texter earlier, I thought make a pretty astute observation, or had a good thought. And I know I can't ask you to go find it right now.
Well, and it's one of those texts you have to read.
It was basically that, CJ, that Davis Mills was maybe executing the offense more the way it was supposed to be executed, just not doing it with a whole lot of accuracy or anything.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
you want me to read it?
Yeah.
The difference between CJ and Davis Mills is this. When CJ is playing, it looks like Nick Caley is running a bad offense. When Davis is playing, it looks like he's executing the Nick Caley offense poorly.
Yes. And I think that rings true, I think. It's with CJ, it still felt like there was a little bit of a hero ball element to it, which is going to be scattershot. With Davis, he's coming in and he's doing the best he can to execute the offense, and he can't consistently make some of those throws. That's if just the overall vibe could be when he's back, that it's more like he's running that offense and he's making those throws that Davis wasn't making.
Yeah.
And Davis made some great throws. It's the throws he misses that hurt you more than anything. It's him being 50% completion percentage after that last game. He doesn't have that same ceiling that CJ does.
It's still wild to me that people don't. There's people out there that don't see that or don't get that, or like CJ's going to be the quarterback for this team.
I think Davis did an awesome job as a backup quarterback coming in.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything that made me feel like, oh wow, you're not just going to go out and find that anywhere else.
Right.
Like he made some great third down conversions. He made some great throws. Every quarterback in the league can make those throws. It's like the old Tom Brady theory of it's not as much about the things you do as the mistakes you don't make.
Right.
Or the easy throws that you don't miss. And that's where Davis is just still lacking in some regards.
I hate the conversation because it takes what Davis accomplished as a backup quarterback the last 3 weeks and somehow puts it under a hypercritical microscope. And look, there were times Davis did move the offense. You know, there was a reason why Buffalo was able to hang around in that game. They didn't move the ball in the second half. He's your backup quarterback.
Yeah.
He went 3-0. Like that's the threshold for what I'm expecting out of Davis Mills is different than what I'm expecting out of CJ Stroud.
So again, to go back to that theme of, okay, was it that Davis Mills ran the offense differently, or was it that things were starting to click before CJ got injured, and then this is a continuation of that? Jaden Higgins in the San Francisco game, he was targeted 8 times. You know, when Davis Mills was in, he was targeted 7 times, 9 times. Like, it's not this stuff. It was midway through the season when the rookies and everything else, the entire offense as a whole, theoretically could just be starting to gel, and guys are comfortable where they're supposed to be. And that's what we had seen, but it was 2-3 games where that's what it looked like. And then CJ got concussed. The Denver game looked very much like he was executing the Nick Caley offense well.
Yeah. If you're of the belief that Dalton Schultz and Jaden Higgins have an issue with CJ Stroud coming back based on the number of targets they might see, you're just looking at the season totals that are being dragged down by the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, especially with Higgins. And the lack of playing time. Schultz is at least out on the field most of the time. Higgins and Noel relatively barely got on the field, as opposed to looking at the trend, which is Jaden Higgins has made himself a big part of the offense going back to the San Francisco game.
Yeah, and you go back to early in the season when you have rookies out there. I mean, there were times where clearly just people weren't in the right spots. The spacing of the receivers was all screwed up. There were just things that were disjointed and not operating properly. And as a quarterback, there's only so many times when you're looking for a guy and he's not exactly where he's supposed to be, where it gets really hard to trust those guys. Yeah. And I think Higgins especially is now more of a veteran. As DeMeco said during the bye week, okay, I don't consider these guys rookies anymore. They're just executing their roles in the proper manner as opposed to early in the season.
Yeah, we should update people, too, because we have people texting in about, hey, why are you guys talking about CJ? Isn't he still in protocol, or did I hear that wrong? He's still in protocol, as is Jalen Pitre. They need to practice at least once, if not twice, before they can get back on the field. And there's been no practice yet this week.
Yeah, and in my exhaustive reading of the concussion protocol, Sean, it's not a certain number of practices as far as I have read. It's more that they just have to establish and they go through a full contact practice without having sims. You can simulate it. Like, you can do a simulated practice, but there would be no reason to do that because it's not like CJ or Jalen are going to be missing out on anything.
Yeah.
So they're likely just going to go through a practice on Wednesday, and then it's up to the independent neurological consultant to decide whether they've demonstrated that they should be out of the protocol.
Yep. Yeah, they're not getting cleared today either. Team's off today. So, yeah, they got to – there needs to be a practice before they get cleared. So, for what it's worth, the reports are that both should play this weekend. But we'll see. Concussions are a tricky thing. How do we feel about CJ if he comes back and loses this next game?
Okay, so there's the thing. Are we really doing this? We're saying QB wins? Like, I don't know. If he loses at 43 to 42, right, I'll feel good about CJ. Right. Look, the Texans were +3 in turnovers this last game. They sacked the opposing quarterback 8 times. You won the game while scoring 23 points. Am I crediting Davis Mills with a brilliant performance in that game? Of course I'm not. So I don't give a damn whether the Texans win or lose. How does CJ look in the game?
Yeah,
that's the only thing that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm going to briefly give the texter a small benefit of the doubt in that I know that I have been leaning on Davis going 3-0 as a big part of the criteria for why I was cool with Davis in those 3 games.
So he didn't turn the ball over.
Right.
That was a big part of it. And he got lucky as hell in not turning the ball over in that Jacksonville game.
Yeah.
Like he was throwing a lot of risky footballs in his first relief appearance and in that first game, and then he dialed it back and was a lot more careful with the ball these last couple of weeks.
Well, and it felt like in the second half of that Buffalo game that Caley wasn't going to let him lose the game. I mean, the play calling seemed to get more conservative. I don't know if the intent was, hey, we're just going to grind clock. Our defense is on a heater right now. That would be a strange strategy against a good quarterback like Josh Allen, even a good quarterback having a bad game like Josh Allen. But it felt like it got way more conservative in the second half of that game. This was fun yesterday with DeMeco. He was asked about Will Anderson Jr. and trading up to get Will Anderson Jr. What did you see in Will Anderson when you traded up for him?
For us, when we started out, when my first year here, started out the draft process, there was, you knew we got CJ, which he was a really talented quarterback, did a lot of great things at Ohio State, but then you flip it over on the defensive side, knowing that we needed, a foundational piece on that defensive side. And you look at Will Anderson and just his track record in college, everybody you talk to at Alabama, everything they had to say about Will, the type of leader he was. You didn't even have to talk about the player. You can see how relentless he was on tape, how he finished. But just to hear the leader that he was, how he held other guys accountable, how, he was the guy. Everybody talked about Alabama, he was the guy. And I remember I wasn't even thinking about Will at this time, but I remember when Will was a rookie at Alabama, my older brother, he called me and was like, hey, man, whenever you get a chance, this guy from Alabama, you need to get him on your team. It's like, all right, I'll check him out. And then who knows, like full circle moment, like come when I had a chance to actually be in a position to draft him, like, yeah, my brother was right. He was spot on. I needed to get number 31, and I'm happy he's here with us.
Yeah.
The big thing about Will Anderson was the stuff that, we don't have access to by and large is everything that people at Alabama was saying about him. Now, like, you see some of it, but you don't get the full story. Mm-hmm. You get the sound bites and you get whatever. But people just gushed and gushed and gushed about Will Anderson. And there's a lot of guys that have fit Will Anderson's draft prospect profile in the past that just flat out don't work out, or they end up being a little bit disappointing. And it's because he was very raw and unpolished as a pass rusher, but he had all of these explosive traits. He ran around all over the place. A lot of Georgia prospects actually end up having those same traits. Yeah. And some of them just flat out don't work out because they don't get that polish. So that's the part of it that you were taking a little bit of a flyer on was he going to develop into a polished pass rusher? And it's been fun to watch because he's just kind of step by step, methodically improved a lot of those things that you get into year 3 of his NFL season, and he's operating like a polished pass rusher. He's doing all those things that some guys just flat out never work at or just don't have the aptitude for it. He's improved definitively from his rookie year. He's just a different type of football player.
It's interesting the impact of primetime games, especially primetime games that involve marquee teams. I think Buffalo is a marquee team in the NFL right now. Going into that game against the Texans, they had the shortest odds of any AFC team to win the Super Bowl this year. They were third behind the Rams and the Eagles. So they were at the even though they're not even at the top of their division right now, they were 8-1 to win the Super Bowl. And the impact of the marquee primetime games, because all of a sudden, Seth, on Friday and over the weekend, there's all sorts of content on how Will Anderson has entered tier of pass rusher that includes, Myles Garrett. I don't think they're saying he's better than Myles Garrett, but he's worked his way into that conversation, the Micah Parsons conversation, the if he were healthy, Nick Bosa, T.J. Watt. We know who all the names are. Brian Burns. That Will Anderson. I mean, Robert Mays on The Athletic did a long video about how Will Anderson might be the most disruptive player in the NFL on defense because it's not only the pass rushing where he's a double-digit sack guy now, but he's so good in the run game as well. Like, he's excellent on that side of it. It's just funny to see, like, all these things that we've kind of been seeing all year, and now, the national people, they all knew Will Anderson was good, but now that game against Buffalo, man.
Well, part of it is that he's been so consistent in his sack production, so the thing that gets the most attention is, when somebody has a monstrous day in sack totals or production, especially in a primetime game, that gets a whole lot of attention. But he's just been he hadn't had more than a sack in a game until this last game.
Yeah.
He was just doing it so consistently. He's the 4th leading pass rusher in the league right now, and he did it without a huge number of splash games or what have you. So that's been incredibly impressive because you usually don't see that. Guys that are in the top 5 in sack generally have at least 2 or 3 games where they, especially versus bad teams, rack up 3 or 4 sacks.
Yeah.
And he's just been churning out production the entire year.
He's been great, man. He shows up every week. Guys, great show as always. Ross Tucker used both of you like a mistress who has a teacher-parent conference 2 days before Thanksgiving, just saying y'all are the second woman for him. It was his wife, the first woman, who scheduled this parent-teacher conference right in the middle of when he would have been joining us normally.
Well, that's in line with what he's saying. He treated us like a mistress.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, his wife is – we see that his wife is more important than us,
I guess.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I guess that's where we land in the pecking order.
Thanks a lot, Ross.
I didn't realize he was a beta male.
Yeah.
He was just taking instructions from his old lady.
That was does Brandy schedule those things in your house? Is that the
no,
back in the day?
I don't know. We never have to deal with that again.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm going to be a horrible grandparent, so I'm not, I will be taking on none of the responsibilities for my I'm going to be an iPad grandparent. Like, here you go.
Don't do it at restaurants. That depresses me when I see kids on their iPads at restaurants.
It depresses you that you're not being annoyed by children that are running around and everything?
No, I hate two. Two things can be true. I can hate kids running around in a restaurant. I can hate them. Have a conversation, I
did. I was at the airport the other day, and I was impressed because it's all these families that have like 5 kids. It's always impressed. I'm always impressed by how usually they're pretty well run, like those 5 kids are like little adults when it comes to traveling.
Yes.
Because they've had to by necessity. The parents have had to bust their asses to get these kids to operate like a Cub Scout troop or something. But they were all 5 kids were sitting down with coloring books. Old school coloring books.
Old school. Yeah. No, the airport isn't okay. If it were an iPad, I would have been cool with that at the airport too.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you're sitting at a table at a restaurant. That's social time there, I think.
Yeah. I don't judge anybody for anything when it comes to how they keep their kids' mouths shut. We've done it the hard way. We've done it the easy way.
Yeah.
I do what you got to do, man.
I'm going to tell you.
Yes. Medical professionals would tell you to just keep the screen time to a minimum.
Yeah. and that's what I am. I'm a de facto
You're a
medical
judgmental
professional.
parent.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a medical professional.
You like to pretend as if iPads were available when your children were growing up that you wouldn't have used them. You like to pretend that, don't you?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, clearly I do. No, I would have gotten used. At times, they for sure would have gotten used. I'll tell you that, like along those lines of like the theory on like the more, at least with the family you saw, the 5 kids, dude. Cecil Shorts. We all know Cecil's got 7 kids.
Yeah.
The one time Amy and I went to his house, the one time I remember at least, was right after Cecil's triplets were born. Mm-hmm. And Cecil, for those who don't know, Cecil Shorts, former Texan and excellent game day MC for the Houston Texans, has 7 kids. At the time, Cecil IV is the oldest, and he was maybe 9 or 10 years old. And so then he had like 10, 7, 4, 2, and then he and his wife decided, let's have one more, and they have identical triplet girls.
Yeah.
So they go from 4 to 7 with 3 infants. So Amy and I brought over, when the babies came home, we went to Cecil's house, and we signed up for the whole meal train, and we said, hey, we'll bring dinner over for you and the kids. So we went to Chick-fil-A and got like a vat of nuggets and, big, like, huge things of macaroni and cheese. And we went there at like probably 4 in the afternoon, like right after all the kids had gotten home from school. Holy smokes, this place was well run. This was more well run than businesses that I've worked for. These kids were sitting down doing their homework. When they had a question, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Like they were, even the infants were well behaved. They were just, sitting there doing their thing. So I say all this, kudos to the Shorts family. That
Good
was
job, Cecil Shorts.
Well-run house. Yes.
And Mrs. Shorts.
Man, that's 7 kids. Oof.
That's what I mean. Maybe Brandy and maybe we'll adopt 6 kids. Just for the experiment.
Just try it out. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to do it without telling her. It's going to be your Christmas
Keep the
surprise.
receipt. Keep the receipt.
Imagine if she came out.
There's these boxes that are moving underneath the tree.
In the morning. Hey, I adopted 6 children.
Merry Christmas.
And all of a sudden, I'm a single dad of 6 children.
Yeah, exactly. Brandy's in Jamaica.
We were, one of Brandy's friends I'd never realized this about her. She's an older woman, and I guess when her marriage broke up like late, they'd been married for a long time, but the husband had gotten like just super into himself all of a sudden when the kids got older. And he was just like into bodybuilding to an extreme degree, just obsessed with it and everything. And I guess one day she came home and the marriage was strained. And she came home and there was a karate outfit laying on the floor that he had just bought. And she was like, that's it. I'm done. Like,
that was it.
Because she could just see where it was going.
Yeah.
Like it was already. He was obsessed with his bodybuilding. He wasn't paying any attention to the kids or anything. They were all in college. He was completely emotionally checked out. She sees the karate uniform and she, nope. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, how are the 2 of them doing in their lives now? Like,
she's doing great.
Yep. That's how it works out. How's he doing?
She doesn't have to babysit a child who's obsessed with bodybuilding and karate.
Yeah, how's Meathead Miyagi doing?
I don't know. I don't know him at all. Okay. I don't know him. Right. I've only known this woman since
she's doing good
after she was divorced. Yeah,
she's doing good. Okay, good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a.
It is one of those things. It's one year. You see some. It's sad. You see so many of these marriages that break up after the kids are grown and out of the house, and all of a sudden the husband and wife realize, like, oh, we don't even really know each other.
Wasted a lot of time, man.
Yeah, you gotta get ahead of that and remind like every now and then, be like, hey, what's up, bro? Yeah. Well, like, hey, what's going on in your life?
What did Lovey said it? I believe Lovey Smith put it best. Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Thank you, Lovey. Yeah. So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Pettycast, top of the hour. It is a massive Pettycast. We got to make sure we get out on time in this segment. Big week for starting QB news, including help on the way, possibly for the Texans and several other teams. And I'm not talking about C.J. Stroud. I will explain coming next.
Hey, fast breaks, buzzer beaters.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, Thanksgiving week. So we're going to do a lot of our Friday stuff tomorrow because some of it is Seth Payne specific, and you're out on Friday this week. So tomorrow we're going to do the Circle of Swarm, and we are going to do, and plus the listenership on Friday is going to be probably way less than it is tomorrow. So Circle of Swarm will be tomorrow, and Take a Mania will be tomorrow as well. So
this is my first vacation day since like February.
You deserve it, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Nice 4 days.
I'm taking it against my will. I had some conflicts. So.
Okay.
So we're doing all the Friday stuff tomorrow?
We're doing I feel like the Circle of Swarm is a Payne and Pendergast production. You know, like that's
I can call in. Can I call in and do on Friday?
On Friday?
Circle of Swarm?
I'm doing a lot of stuff today, so I was really hoping to have a couple canned segments in the books for tomorrow.
Well, we can do one. Maybe I'll call in Friday just for a Circle of Swarm auxiliary or something like that.
Or just take the day off like you planned on doing, you know?
I'm not going to be comfortable doing that.
I know you won't. There's a reason you haven't taken vacation all year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A few texts that we'll get to. But first, big week for starting QB news. First, we got the news yesterday. Shedeur Sanders is going to get his second start this week, even though Dillon Gabriel has cleared the concussion protocol. The Cleveland Browns, and I think this is a good move, are going to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. Okay. Now, new thing with Shedeur out there amongst the media, the Shedeur supporting media out there, is that he didn't get a game ball after the game on Sunday. This was Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp on the nightcap yesterday, livid at Kevin Stefanski for not giving Shedeur a game ball right after he gave the only game ball to Myles Garrett, who might be the best player in football.
3 sacks, which gives him 18 on the season through 11 games, which breaks his own Browns record. Myles Garrett. Come on, man.
So hold on. A guy making his first start, a guy that you didn't really want to start, a guy that you didn't even want in your organization.
Right.
And that's all he get. Great job.
Well,
he don't get no game ball?
Nah, he don't get no game ball, Unc. That wasn't his pick. That's not what they want. They don't want him to succeed. You know that. And no disrespect. The owner told you to himself. Even the head coach's guy is Dillon Gabriel. We all understand that.
All right, okay.
Didn't get a game ball. By the way, after his first win, Dillon Gabriel didn't get a game ball either. He didn't even get mentioned.
I don't know. Like this again, we're entering the zone with Stefanski, where somehow people are taking what the standard operating procedure is in the NFL, acting like Stefanski is the worst human being possible for not doing what every other coach does. Like Shedeur Sanders, when he was the third string quarterback, not getting any reps with the ones. Yeah, that's how the vast majority of teams operate. Somehow with Stefanski, it's criminal that he's just doing what everybody else does.
Yeah.
Not giving a game ball to a guy who completed 55% of his passes for 209 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception in a win. For like, okay, cool, great. Like it's his first start in his first win. I don't know that it's standard operating procedure that you always give a game ball to that guy.
Incredible.
Not to mention, these guys both damn well know. This is the bogus part of it. They both damn well know that coaches, a lot of the time, don't really give out all of the game balls until after they review film.
Yeah.
And the locker room one is nice, but then you get some extra after that, after you review film. Maybe there's an offensive lineman that had an incredible game, but it doesn't show up immediately.
Okay.
Yeah. They know that.
Oh, I didn't. That's interesting. I had never heard that before. That there's game balls that pop in on a Tuesday, huh?
Well, the other thing that Shannon does that annoys me sometimes is he takes something he supposes and states it as an absolute fact. Yeah. You know, like we know that Stefanski doesn't do this or doesn't do that. He did the same thing when people were speculating that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
Before they drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He had like a 5-minute rant about how stupid the Texans were that they weren't going to draft a quarterback.
Yep.
Like, wait a second, you don't know that they're not going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
And indeed, they drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, this Shedeur, I don't know what Shadour's career holds. I don't know. If I had to guess, he's not going to be the starting long-term quarterback for the Browns just because there's 15 good quarterbacks on the face of the earth. Yeah, they'll draft a guy. It's just the odds are. This isn't specific to Shadour. Like the odds on a fifth-round rookie working, and people are going to say she shouldn't have gone in the fifth round. The odds of rookies, period, working out as the future franchise quarterback, heavy against it. So I don't think he's going to work out. But when people do this, they don't make it easier for Shadour moving forward.
This is when people get irrational about a quarterback that they like. It's never going to be anybody's fault. It's never going to be the quarterback's fault in anything, which I get. But the person that does actually draft the guy who's underdrafted ends up getting the biggest brunt of it all.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it here in Houston with people who were convinced that Gary Kubiak hated Case Keenum.
Right.
And meanwhile, Kubiak gave Keenum his chance to be in the NFL.
Yeah.
By virtue of him bringing Keenum into the organization, all of a sudden he became a target for Keenum lovers who are convinced that Kubiak hated Keenum. What are we even doing here?
Yep.
Okay, what about the 31 other teams that didn't sign Case Keenum?
Right.
And it's absurd.
Yep. So that's a bit of starting quarterback news. Shadour Sanders is going to start this weekend against the 49ers. Meanwhile, Seth, it looks like Joe Burrow is going to be back for the Thursday night Thanksgiving game against the Baltimore Ravens. The Cincinnati Bengals are 3-8 now. They're out of the race. But they get Joe Burrow back. They're going to get Jamar Chase back, who served his one-game suspension for spitting. We got to get to his apology later and run it through
the other side topic of this is the groin shot yesterday
from last night.
Jennings, will he get suspended for that?
Well, Jennings was the one who took the groin shot.
That's right.
Yeah.
He accepted the groin shot
begrudgingly. Joe Burrow is going to be starting for the Bengals, it looks like, on Thursday night. If you're a team that's in the wild card hunt right now, or in the hunt in the AFC North like the Steelers are, and the Ravens, Joe Burrow over these next 3 weeks can be your best friend. They played the Ravens twice, sandwiched around a game against the Bills. So, Burrow, who when he was healthy last year if he was on a better team, would have been the MVP of the league last year. Joe Burrow put up sick numbers last year. He comes back for a 3-game. He's coming back for the rest of the year, hopefully. But these next 3 games, 2 against the Ravens, 1 against the Bills, he can be our best friend, Seth.
This would be more intriguing if there were any sense at all that Zach Taylor was coaching for his job.
Yeah.
But the Bengals, as we know, just hold on to head coaches forever and ever and ever. The Bengals had a nice 2-year stretch where they were a real team, a scary team, and that's pretty much it. And yet, I don't know. Maybe in Cincinnati they're talking about it, but I feel it's just I don't know. What are the Bengals? What are they? I don't want to fall into that trap of what are they even playing for anyway? Obviously, the guys on the field want to play good football.
Well, I feel like Burrow himself probably feels like it's me against Lamar, it's me against Josh Allen, those kind of things in these games. Maybe. I'm with you. I know they're 3-8. I'm hoping that the NFL rule applies where when the ball kicks off, you forget what your record is, especially division games, too.
Yeah.
You got these 2 games against the Ravens. I'm guessing there's an appropriate amount of hatred between the Bengals.
No, they can they're still at the point where they could make a magical run, and if with the right, if a couple teams collapse, they make the wild card or something.
Maybe, yeah. This is probably it. 3-8. But although, maybe a collapse inside the division. Maybe the AFC North turns into 6-5 is leading the division right now. You take care of your business, beat the Ravens a couple times. Maybe 8-9 does win the division. Who knows?
What a collapse defensively. 2 years ago in 2023, they'd given up 384 points all season long. As of right now, with 6 games remaining, they've allowed 360 points.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Holy cow. Wow.
2021, they had allowed 376 points.
Yeah.
Again, as of right now, they've allowed 360 points.
All right. Are you ready to get petty?
Oh, God, yes.
You're always ready to get petty.
Yes.
Send in your text, your petty text, 713-572-4610. Pettycast coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, nothing petty about this. The exact
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Inside exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Pettycast time. Let's do this. Tuesday Pettycast for a Thanksgiving week. A Thanksgiving week edition of pettiness, by God. So let's get right to it. Some of this goes back a few days, but it's good stuff. There was a whole big thing last week with Drake May and Cam Newton. Turned into a Stephen A. Smith. Hell, even Portnoy gets involved in this whole thing.
Yeah.
But at some point, Cam Newton called the New England Patriots fool's gold. You know, and that they haven't played a real tough schedule. They played one of the weakest schedules. Hell, Monday Night Football next week. Last night, I'm watching Monday Night Football, Seth. Next week's game, the Giants and the Patriots. I'm like, do the Patriots play any good team? They played the Bengals with Joe Flacco this past week, and they were lucky to get by the Bengals with Joe Flacco.
Finally, the Patriots are catching a break.
Yeah, exactly. So Drake May gave his thoughts on Cam Newton calling the New England Patriots fool's gold. This was an appearance on WEEI.
Drake, your coach, Vrabel, dismissed this question, but I felt like I'd give you the opportunity because, you're familiar with this guy, and he played for the Patriots. Newton said the Patriots are fool's gold. That was his words, not mine. Do you hear those things? Do you react those things? Any comment on that?
Oh, no, I don't even know what show he's on. I think they get paid to make remarks and make certain comments. So, just worried about what people in our organization think and worried about what we think and my teammates think. And, everybody's going to have different opinions. So we should go out there on Sunday and worry about ourselves.
Okay, I have a pretty innocuous answer there, right?
And honestly, it's not even I think, as you're about to hear, some people perceive that as a huge slight.
Right.
I didn't even look at it as that much of a knock on Cam Newton. It's just that, okay, I don't really pay that close attention to it. Just whatever, people be talking.
Well, and Cam Newton just became a regular on First Take, which is the show that he's on, like weeks ago, not years ago, like weeks ago. So Stephen A. Smith basically said, Drake May, you're a liar if you don't know that Cam Newton is on First Take.
He's also a liar. He's also a liar. First of all, let me tell you, it's not to brag. Listen, Pardon the Interruption is the #1 show on ESPN spanning 20-plus decades. First Take is the #1 morning show, 13 years and counting. April will be 14 years. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that Cam Newton ain't on the show. You're lying.
No. None of the things you just cited would be evidence that a 23-year-old is lying about not knowing who's on First Take. Or honestly, given the way that most young men consume media these days, it's not planted down on a couch watching First Take in the morning or in the afternoon, whenever. I'm 50, and I didn't know that Cam Newton was on First Take.
Right.
I see little snippets on social media here or there. I know that he appears on it sometimes. Yeah. I don't know what Skip Bayless is up to right now. I don't follow this stuff. Right. And I'm 50.
Yeah.
I'm 50.
Yeah.
And come on. This is where Stephen A. Smith. It feels to me like if it was Rick Riley bragging about being the lead columnist at Sports Illustrated, the #1 print publication.
Yes.
Who doesn't know that Rick Riley is the #1 columnist in a print publication in 2016 or whenever it was last relevant?
Dude, the lack of perspective from Stephen A. Smith on this is mind-blowing to me.
He's incredibly successful in our world of old media. Yeah. Like ESPN, even though it's a new network relatively, it's old media. And the youngs don't give a single damn Stephen A. Smith.
Right.
Especially when it comes to football with you, Stephen A. Smith. I think the NBA guys listen. Nobody gives a Nobody respects your football opinion.
No. And there's probably, I don't know what they get, probably a couple million viewers, like on the ratings, something like that. I mean, that's probably several 100,000 to a couple million viewers.
And it's still, I don't mean to take anything away from,
No. My point is, there's 400 million people in the country. It's this tiny sliver that watch you.
It's so good for you that you're the #1 show on ESPN.
Yeah, make a lot of money, man.
It's the young athletes just don't know.
Now, Dave Portnoy is not taking this sitting down. Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool, noted Boston chowed.
Which, and especially, by the way, in that rant that Stephen A. Smith had, he's going on and on about, like, basically trying to just talk about the avenue that athletes have into journalism and everything. And then he criticizes the person's journalistic integrity who asked the question because he didn't frame it properly. And meanwhile, he's flat out calling a guy a liar.
Right.
He's in the middle of a rant about journalistic integrity. He's calling a young athlete a liar.
Right. Well, Dave Portnoy, who is a noted Patriots fan, founder of Barstool Sports, he, while wearing a Patriots hat, mind you, in this video, is demanding an apology from Stephen A. Smith for slandering Drake May.
I had absolutely no idea Cam Newton was on it. I didn't even know Cam Newton worked for ESPN. I thought he did his own gig. So to call Drake May a man of honor, a man of integrity, to call him a liar, to say his family are liars. He's from a family of liars. To say Michael May is a liar. That's what he did. When you question a man's integrity and say he's a liar because he doesn't know Cam Newton is on first day, I think if you polled 100% of like sports fans, what does Cam Newton do in media? 60 to 70% are not going to know. And you call the MVP of the league a liar? Well, you owe us. Me, Drake May, the Crafts, all Patriot fans, and apology. Just because we're back, just because the Patriots are the toast of the town, here comes the naysayers. Well, not on my watch. They're back, I'm back, and you will not call Drake May, a man of honor, courage, religion, a liar on national TV. Cam Newton, really? Everybody knows Cam Newton's on that show? No f***ing chance. No You owe us an apology.
Oh, us. So now he by the end of it, he owed everybody an apology.
Did you hear, was there a part where Stephen A. Smith actually went after Drake May's family?
No!
I love this world we live in.
I do too. I think Portnoy was, you can tell there's a tongue-in-cheek. Yeah.
Obviously, he was having some fun with it.
Yep.
It's messed up, man. Calling somebody a liar should be a big deal.
Yeah.
I think that's just flat out. It's a big deal to call somebody. It's one thing to say somebody is lying about something. It's another to just brand somebody a liar.
Yep.
It's messed up, Stephen A. Smith.
All right,
and I'm sure you're losing sleep over it.
Oh, yeah.
With your, I'm sure you're having a real crisis of conscience.
Laying on a pile of money, yeah. All right, I think you know this, Seth, from you and I texting about this. My favorite beef that's become a thing in the last year or two with all the podcasts and everything.
Yeah.
Old basketball players versus, I guess in this case, less old. I won't say young. Draymond is a vet in the league right now, but Kenyon Martin is a retired player. Old basketball versus new basketball beef is a lot of fun to me.
Yeah. Kenyon Martin's 47 years old.
Yep.
So he's getting up there.
Yeah. So he was on a podcast. And I guess at some point he said he's not a big Draymond Green fan.
Yeah.
At some point he said, I can name 200 players better than Draymond Green in the history of the league. A lot of people are saying Draymond's a some people are, Warrior fans for sure, saying Draymond's a Hall of Famer. There are others who think he's just a beneficiary of circumstance, that he wound up on a team with 3 or 4 of the greatest players of all time at various points. Kenyon Martin said, okay, I'm gonna narrow this down. I won't go 200 players, but I'm going to list 50 power forwards better than Draymond Green.
200 people better at basketball than Draymond Green. I'm talking about basketball, skill set of basketball. I can name 200 people that I think are better at basketball than you. That's people. I dumbed it down to power forwards. All right? I dumbed it down to just power forwards. Let's go down this. So watch this. So we got Giannis, Anthony Davis, Dirk, Charles Barkley, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Dennis Rodman, Karl Malone, Chris Webber, Amari Stoudemire, Chris Bosh, Rasheed Wallace, Pau Gasol, Elton Brand, Antoine Jameson, Zach Randolph.
Okay, pause there. Good pause. He's going to keep going on and on and on. We're starting to get to Antoine Jameson.
I was, Antoine James, I didn't know. That was the first one where I thought, like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I'd have a hard time arguing against any of the names you already mentioned.
He got like 15 names in. He's generally
generally outside the top 10 of power forward rankings.
Yeah.
all time,
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Is he still talking, Ben?
Wayne O'Neal, Sean Kemp, Derek Coleman, Clifford Robertson, Danny Manning, Larry Johnson, Vin Baker, LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin.
He's still on the positive. Now he's thumbing through pages. He's still on some all-star. I mean, Vin
Blake
Baker.
Griffin hurts.
Blake
Griffin's going to hurt Draymond Green.
Yeah.
That's really going to that's going to sting.
A lot of
because they're such different players.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of empty calories with Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
Is he what? Okay. Did he get through the rest of his pages here, Ben?
Love, Sharif Abdul-Rahim, Al Jefferson, Drew Gooden, Josh Smith, Tim Thomas, Antoine Walker, Lamar Odom, Jason Williams, Horace Grant, Otis Thorpe, Paul Millsap, Jawan Howard, David Lee, Joe Smith, Al Harrington, Rashard Lewis, Brian.
All right, pause it.
Wait,
Pause
did we get a Kevin McHale?
Oh, I think we do. Hang on. Well, let's see. Let's say there's a big finish coming up.
It's got to be
Tom Chambers, Kevin McHale,
There we
go. And for and giggles, you ain't better than Popeye Jones, Bo Outlaw, Reggie X.
Okay, well, now he's just rubbing it in.
Just
I would have been insulted if Kevin McHale didn't make the list, partly just because, like, the championships and everything, or the people will make the argument for, well, aside from his individual play, he was such a critical part of all those championships and everything.
Greatest low post scorer I've ever watched, man, was Kevin McHale. So he got him in there. And Tom Chambers, he got in there, too. And then I like for bleeps and giggles, Bo Outlaw, Popeye Jones. Popeye Jones. All right, so there's your old player basketball.
That was good and petty. I thought when I first saw it, it must have been like the little clip I saw before I watched it. I thought he was doing it just off his dome.
Yeah.
Which would have been really impressive.
That would have been super impressive.
But he obviously had a list in
pulled
front
out
of
the
him.
notebook at the end. You can hear the pages shuffling, yeah. Here's Klay Thompson. You want some more basketball, Petty? Here's Klay Thompson, Petty at Ja Morant after a game between Dallas and Memphis.
Which got very chippy.
Very chippy. It was a chippy game, and here was Klay Thompson. Not a big Ja Morant fan.
And then with Ja, he's a funny guy. He has a lot to say all the time, especially for a guy who rarely takes accountability. But you know what? That's for another day.
What did Ja have to say on this occasion?
Nothing of intelligent depth. It was really just his just running his mouth, and he's been running his mouth for a long time, and it's funny to run your mouth when you're on the bench. It's kind of the story of his career so far, just leaving us wanting more. You know, we all want to see him out there and do his best, but he's just been letting a lot of other stuff get in the way of that. And we need that in the NBA. We need our best players to be out there, and when you're a star, it comes with a great responsibility, and I hate to see that go to waste.
That was like kind of nice, like low key petty, right?
Almost
there.
getting passive aggressive, just paternalistic almost. Like it's a shame to see that go to waste.
Yes.
He's just having a miserable year. Klay Thompson is.
He may be washed.
He's not from a lofty pulpit right this moment that he's saying all that stuff from.
Nope, he may be washed.
What do you feel? Do you feel like Megan Thee Stallion has something to do with it? His girlfriend is Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah. I don't like to. I don't like to put it on the significant other. You know, it's. But
no,
it is.
Plus, the thing is, he's not a young. If you were 25 years old or something, then I might be more prone to blaming the girlfriend or something. He's 35, 36 years old at this point. He's had a few girlfriends in his life. I don't think all of a sudden at the age of 35 or 36, Megan Thee Stallion just disrupted his whole.
Well, he's injuries too that would start to show up at age 35 or 36 in terms of wear and tear. You know,
she might have injured him though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Possibly. Possibly. All right, a couple more here. Let's get these in. A little college football petty for you. Here was Lincoln Riley, a reporter asking Lincoln Riley, what did you think? I guess game day was at Oregon this past week, Seth. USC played at Oregon this past week. Oregon beat USC in that game, and I guess at Oregon there were signs people were holding up saying USC, extend Lincoln's contract. So Lincoln Riley was asked, about those signs at game day, and here's what he had to say.
That might be the dumbest question I've been asked as long as I've been a head coach, and I've been asked a lot of questions. You ought to feel a little embarrassed to ask that question. This is a professional thing. You ought to try it.
God, he's such a baby.
Ooh.
He's such a baby. I mean, I don't know what the answer's supposed to be to that, but like,
I wonder what the actual question was. Maybe he did frame the question in a really stupid way or something. You know, the fact of the matter is, look, it's a creative. You know what? Do you want to just? You want to get the same old bland vanilla questions all the time, or you can frame it in terms of, wow, boy. People really are taking a whole lot of shots at just what a wretched mess you've been and what a disappointment. And would you probably ask it this way? Do you sometimes wish that you could be approving or disapproving of various statues being made at Oklahoma for you right now? Instead, this is the respect you're shown.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
Yes, I like that.
Have they talked about commissioning a statue at USC yet or not? Is that in the works?
Right.
Is that Mr. Riley?
Oh, we need to
Mr. Riley?
Yeah, we need to get you in these press conferences. All right, last one. Brian Kelly is in the middle of a big legal situation right now with LSU, to the point where the news yesterday was Brian Kelly claiming that LSU's insistence that they hadn't yet fired him, because they want to fire him for cause,
right,
is keeping him from being able to interview for other coaching jobs right now.
Okay.
So he's ready to bring the big guns legally here on LSU. He wants all his money, and he wants to be able to go interview for other jobs. I didn't realize until I saw this clip that Brian Kelly's son, Kenzel Kelly, is on LSU's football team. He played at Grand Valley State for 4 years, and then was a graduate transfer to go play for his dad at LSU. It was senior day at LSU this past game that they played against Western Kentucky. It was senior day. So Kenzel Kelly is a senior, so they introduce him before the game. He comes running out with a flower for his mom. I don't know that Brian Kelly was there. But on the sidelines is what got a lot of attention, because he had a T-shirt on underneath his jersey that said, "Free BK." And he made a point to show it to the camera.
Well, this is pregame, his senior day here, and one of those seniors is Brian Kelly's son. This is Kenzel Kelly coming out pregame. Pay special attention to that T-shirt he's got underneath his jersey. Former Grand Valley State player.
Go Tigers! Long live BK! Free my boy! Free my boy BK! You know who?
You ever call your dad your boy?
No, never did.
Yeah, that was obviously that was Kenzel's voice going, "Free my boy, BK, free my boy." Yeah.
Unpopular. Unique thing about him is he's unpopular with the team because his daddy was the coach, but also because his middle name is Kevin. So it's
is it
no,
really?
No. All of that is a joke. That's no. I don't know whether he's popular or unpopular with it.
Yeah,
I could see Brian Kelly being dumb enough to name his kid Kenzel Kevin Kelly.
Oh yeah.
Without realizing the ramifications of it all. Yeah.
And then taking a job at LSU.
Yeah.
So Kenzel, free my boy, BK, you little nerd.
I love that gif of him dancing with the recruits.
Oh, where he's doing the thing? He's scissor over his eye thing?
Yes. It's so creepy
it's
and
horrible.
Awesome. It's so bad.
It's horrible. Worse, is it?
But you know what, though? But again, that's where if you go with like any of the guys, like when older guys dance like that, the old college coaches, when they get in on the dances, like it's fun, it's charming. Like even if they're bad dancers, it's cool that they're just trying to keep up with it. Like Mac Brown at UNC, when he's dancing and everything, you're like, yeah, you go, Mac Brown.
Well, it's usually in the locker room after a win.
Yeah,
Kelly's doing it on some spinning podium, just him and the player.
Yeah,
just the two of them.
Doing like a Pulp Fiction remake or something.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm not sure whether he's John Travolta or Uma Thurman. Yeah, it's just that's the creepy vibe you get.
Yes. All right, that was your Pettycast. Text in your Petties. We'll read some of your texts in the next segment. DeMeco's Coaches Show dropped last night, and he dug in on the Indianapolis Colts. And what did he see from that Bills game that may have helped the Texans that they had not seen much yet this year? We will have that coming up next.
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
DeMeco's coach's show was last night. You can see the entire interview on YouTube. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer always do a great job with head coach DeMeco Ryans. Here he was yesterday on the Bills game. Looking back, what did the Bills show you that you hadn't seen much of this year?
It was a scheme that we don't see much. Like, most of the times we're getting a lot of chips. Like, there are a lot of, like, 7-man protection schemes. So they really put a lot on their quarterback's play to really, all right, guys are going to have one-on-one matchups, and they really were hoping that he could escape the pocket and get past guys. And he's such a big guy, such a tough tackle. So not only, were they able to get to him, but to get him down, that's a really tough tackle. And it was impressive the way those guys got him down. But everybody did what exactly they needed to do. Coach Rod did a really good job. He does a great job of coordinating the games and the stunts that we run. And I thought that the best game that we had of guys being really in sync, whether we were sending the end inside and wrapping our tackles outside. It was even on our last play of the game, the fourth down play, Sheldon Rankins is wrapping around outside. He's coming free to the quarterback, and it forced Josh to where he couldn't step through and finish his throw. He had to let it go sooner than he wanted to, and that's why Kalen got the pick.
Yeah, and that he credited their Coach Rod as Rod Wright, the defensive line coach. The thing that really caught Bills fans' attention, I noticed, because Houston Stressens posted this on his social media, and immediately a bunch of Bills fans said, yeah, the same thing you and I were talking about. Wow, Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, really thought that they were going to be the different team. They was just going to let their offensive tackles handle Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter one-on-one, and you saw what the results were. And I'll say from the player's perspective, and maybe Danielle or Will Anderson said something about this in one of their individual interviews, when you're a guy like that and an offense is saying, nope, we're not gonna chip you, and there were some chips, and more as the game went along, it becomes a vicious cycle in that, A, you're leaving those offensive tackles one-on-one versus the defensive ends, but B, the defensive ends get kind of PO'd at the disrespect you're showing by leaving them one-on-one. From a run stuffer's perspective, I'll tell you this: if you're a nose tackle and they're trying to run block with just the center, you get pissed. You're like, oh, that's what you think you're going to do, huh? All right, and then it's bulletin board material in game. Like when you see, oh, this is what you think of me. Yeah. All right, great. Here we go then. And that's what it felt like with the defensive line. Oh, okay. You're just gonna use these 5 offensive linemen to block us, huh? All right. How about we take the spleen away from your quarterback? That's funny, dude. That is funny, and I think it shows maybe a difference in the wiring of you guys, former and current players, which is like if I was in that position and they weren't chipping me, I'd be like, ooh, this is much easier. Oh, no. Take it easy a little bit. Thank you. Well, like in college, so I was a defensive end in college. Yep. I playing a wide 9 and everything. When I was obviously a lot more dominant in college than I was in the NFL. I can remember a couple times that happening, and I would be screaming at their sideline. About how disrespectful it was
NFL
that they were just leaving me one-on-one with this poor future Wall Street worker. Right. Yeah, you're gonna let this nerd try to block me, you piece of crap. Oh my God, that's also a little bit of psychological warfare too, because then you inject doubt into the minds of the players about their coach's acumen. Yeah. Oh, that's good. So you're yelling at the coaches, but you hope the guys hear it. So they want it. Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like that. You know that? Well, I used to like to do that with running backs, too. If the running back was having a tough day, I would always be sure I let the running back know that the O-line wasn't helping him out at all. I'm like, hey, man, I'm sorry, man. These guys are not doing the job. Yeah. Very Game of Thrones, dissension within the ranks. Yeah. Oh, now that is a next-level thinker right there. And sometimes it was genuine. Sometimes it was Fred Taylor or somebody especially who I kind of knew. I'm like, man, Fred, geez, these guys just are not helping you out. That's great. But it was true. Yeah. It was true, but I just wanted to be sure that he understood that I knew. Yeah. That he was an incredible running back, but he can't do it all on his own. Send him back to the huddle pissed. Yeah. Create dissension. I like it.
All right, speaking of running backs, this was DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show last night about what makes Colts running back Jonathan Taylor, the league leader in rushing, so good.
As I watch him, I'm just, okay, they're going to make this. Oh, no, he breaks. It's like guys are there. Guys are there to make plays, and he just finds a way to slip through a block and slip through a tackle and continue to just run past the defense. Like, he's extremely fast. He's physical. You talk about a contact balance when people are getting hit. When backs hit, some backs easily fall to the ground. Taylor just has his knack, and when he does get hit, he can stay up. Like his balance being on one leg even at a time. Like he just finds a way to continue to press forward and make plays. So I talk about swarm all the time and who we are defensively. Like you cannot assume that one guy has him tackled. Like everybody has to come to the party. You have to show up, and you have to finish him to the ground. If you didn't finish him to the ground, it's not good enough. He's still going. So that will be the key this week.
I think the one thing about the Texans in their swarm, where early in the season I was worried that they were still sometimes out-swarming themselves, and going back to the playoffs last year, the swarm mentality is great, but if all it means is that 6 guys are going to miss a tackle, wow, look at how we swarmed to the ball, and then we had 6 missed tackles instead of 3. It's got to be a combination of swarming but also form tackling, and I think they've done a much better job of that. There's still little blips, and there's going to be missed tackles, but by and large, guys are going for the fumble while also securing the form tackle. And last week versus the Bills, there were some great examples of some poor tackling, but the swarm was able to still make it a tackle for a loss. Versus Jonathan Taylor, he's kind of it's the way the rankings are anyway. Cook's the second rusher in the league. Other than that one long run, they did a good job of bottling him up. And frankly, the Texans got screwed with a couple of egregious holds.
Yeah, there was a bad hold on that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they did a good job of bottling him up. Now they get the bigger, better version of James Cook, which is Jonathan Taylor, who's the leading rusher in the league. It's everything they did last week. They just got to do it again and just do it that much better.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor, man. Like the one play he had against Kansas City, you could see it like in the first 2 seconds, like, oh, I almost cursed. Like they didn't get hands on him around the line of scrimmage. They're not setting the edge. This is going to be trouble right here. And he just hits that 5th gear, man, and he is really, really good. How important is it to strike first against the Colts?
Yeah, John Harris was asking this question, noting that they've gotten out to some big leads early on in the game. The Colts have gotten out to some early leads, and that kind of gets the ball rolling for what their offense has been able to do.
It's so important. I go back to your question, what's different for them? And I think that's what they've done this year. Like in the first half of games, that's what they've done. They've thrown those big haymakers, and they've jumped out to huge leads in games, right? And when they're not doing that, that's when the games have been close and come down to the fourth quarter. So that'll be huge. For us, we got to come out. We got to strike first. And we got to continue to strike because we know that's what they're trying to do, and that's what's worked for them throughout this year. They've thrown that haymaker, and that's what allowed them to be in the spot they're in with 8 wins.
That's where the Colts defense, early on especially, just had some really dominant numbers, and it felt like those old-school Peyton Manning Colts teams where the defense wasn't necessarily built for the playoffs, but because they always had so many big leads, they would rack up sacks and rack up all these dominating performances because they were facing a one-dimensional offense. And I think there's something to that with this team this year. I think the defense is good. I don't think they're quite as good as the statistics showed, especially early in the season. So keeping it close, I mean, this is another one of those old cliches that people say, you got to get off to a fast start. I'm like, all right, great. Yeah. How? How do you get off to the fast start? How do you prevent them? The Texans' defense is very capable of keeping the Colts' offense from getting off to a fast start. You just don't want to have any of these blips early on. What I'd really love to see is not giving up a special teams touchdown early on.
Yes.
I'd love to see. Can this be the rare instance when the Texans don't give up a special teams touchdown?
Yep.
Because over these last 3 weeks, it's been more often than not that they give up a special teams touchdown.
Punt return to the Jags and a kickoff return to the Bills last week. And, look, the Texans have played well in that building with DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. The 2 games they've played there, they've played good games. They've won both games there. Look, this was a team that couldn't win in Indianapolis for the first 15 years of their existence in the Texans. And they've actually had decent success there since they broke through in 2015. Yeah, you know what would be nice? Remember the Week 18 game, Seth, against the Colts 2 years ago? Nico Collins, first play of the game. That would be nice. That's a way to get off to a fast start. 75-yard bomb on the first play of the game. Take the crowd out of the game. That'd be good.
I don't know. This is a death by 1,000 cuts offense.
They need to scrap that just for one play.
We haven't heard that in a while. That was usually when we heard it, it was CJ saying it almost like as he was in a hostage video.
That's why.
This is a death by 1,000 cuts
yes,
offense.
See, that's
this
why.
is the offense we're rolling with, and yes.
That's why you haven't heard it, because you haven't done a press conference in a month. Yeah, I bet we hear it this week. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here, Thanksgiving week. All right, we've had a couple things that have happened in the NFL the last week that feel like they violate not just the NFL rules, but the guy code. We saw a saliva incident a week or so ago. We'll go through the apology for that. And then last night, the end of the game between the Panthers and the Niners, this feels like something that transcends all guy rules, including how this guy should be viewed even in his own locker room after this. We will have that for you coming up next. But first,
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so a couple things here. If you missed it, Monday Night Football last night, not a great game, 20-9. San Francisco beats the Carolina Panthers. That's the only Panthers game I've watched in full this year, Seth, and I'm watching this game, and I'm going, how did Bryce Young throw for 448 yards last week?
Yeah.
And B, how has this team won 6 games this year? It's
an impressive performance by like the defense and the team overall, and Canales. You have to give him credit for that. But yeah, Bryce Young has not been good. No. He's had a rough go of it. He had that game, and all of a sudden people were saying like, "Oh, things have clicked for Bryce Young," and I'm like, "Can you really just can you forget the first 9 weeks of the season? 10 weeks of the season?"
So the big story in this game, though, two big stories in this game. One, Brock Purdy looked like trash in victory. He threw 3 picks, probably should have thrown at least 2 more, all in the first half of the game. So the Niners are able to bring the ship into the shore. They win the game. They're 8-4 on the season now. But San Francisco wide receiver Juwan Jennings after the game went over and struck Carolina Panthers safety Trevon Merrick twice right after the conclusion of the game. And so at the time it was like, man, what's Juwan Jennings' problem? Why is he starting a fight after the game? And then the replay video surfaces showing that during the game, Merrick delivered a low blow to Jennings with a left-hand uppercut, like a closed fist to the groin, like bammo, straight right in the schnutz.
Yeah,
and that's what
no
Jennings,
accident about it. It was
0.
It was a groin shot.
Yep, 0. And Jennings said after the game, man, TV's going to tell you what happened. I was just responding to some childish behavior. That's all it was after the game. All right, so how is Trevon Merrick viewed after this by his teammates, Seth, that he's punching other guys?
I guess the question would be, all right, does he have an explanation for why he went full nut shot on it?
Did Jennings do something earlier?
Yeah,
in the game
what was there? Did he say something or anything? We haven't heard anything like that I can see as of yet. I don't know. A lot of weird.
Is full nut shot ever an acceptable retaliation?
Well, as a retaliation, no. I think in a scramble for a football, it used to be more acceptable. Might happen, theoretically.
Down there?
Yeah,
in a
it
crowd.
might be like, hey, I don't know, lots of fists were being thrown around all over the place. That one happened to land in a groin.
Yeah.
But not out in the open like that.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I mean, it's people didn't see it till a little bit later, but the Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, people were never happy about it when they got hit in the nuts in a scrum of football. I don't think a lot of it happens at all anymore, just because there's so many cameras everywhere. There used to be a lot more cheap shots that you could get away with.
Nut shot feels.
Now it's there's so many high definition cameras on everything that I doubt it happens nearly as much as it used to.
Nut shot feels pretty cowardly. Do you think Merrick gets punished for this? He'll get a fine for this, right?
I guess this is the question. So the spitting that Jamar Chase did, that got him suspended for a game?
Got him suspended for a game?
It was a full game, right?
Full game, man.
Is a groin shot equally as degrading as spitting on somebody?
Oh, this is a good one. This almost
I don't feel like it is.
This feels like a Pender poll, I think. Right?
I feel like it's certainly not acceptable, but it doesn't necessarily feel as degrading as spitting on somebody.
Yes.
It's more degrading to the person who delivers, the person who's actually throwing the groin shot. It's more of an indication of like, all right, dude, what are you doing? This is how you choose to fight.
Yep.
Versus the spitting on is just that's about as degrading as it gets.
Absolutely disrespectful, degrading the whole thing. And Jamar Chase,
I would say I think he should get fined. I think he should get suspended for a quarter for that.
Okay, all right, for the nut shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think spitting. I'm all for just the full game.
Can't do it.
The groin shot at the very least is a little bit more of like actual one-on-one combat.
Yeah.
But it's dirty.
Yes.
It's dirty. It's a dirty shot. Spitting on somebody is degrading and beyond the pale.
It doesn't inflict the same physical pain but the degradation you experience is way beyond any short-term pain you get from the nut shot. Like, you just spit on me, man.
Yeah.
You hurled bodily fluids at me right now.
When you punch somebody in the groin, at least you're treating them as a human. If you spit on them, you're treating them like they're subhuman.
You're treating them like the ground, basically. Like, that's where
you wouldn't, yeah. Can you imagine, like, spitting on an animal or something? No, that's too much.
Yes.
So, and you would never do that to a human.
Right. Whereas I go around punching animals in the nuts all the time. And
right.
nobody says
it's a discipline, is what it is.
Discipline. Oh, PETA is going to hate our show. So Ja'Marr Chase issued an apology. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a little lengthy for reading it on the radio. Here's what I found interesting, Seth. I'm going to read one paragraph from it here. I want to personally apologize. Now, let me back up. Ja'Marr Chase spit on Jalen Ramsey, for those who don't know, in the Steelers-Bengals game a couple of weeks ago. So those are the two individuals that were involved in this. And Jalen Ramsey, appropriately, went insane. I thought Mike Tomlin had a great answer when a couple days later he was asked about the spitting incident, and he said, if someone spits on one of my players, my advice to them, they asked, what would your advice be to Jalen Ramsey? When you get spit on like that. And Mike Tomlin said, do what comes naturally. I thought it was a great answer. And what came naturally for Jalen Ramsey was to start beating up Ja'Marr Chase. Mm-hmm. I'm going to read one paragraph out of this apology. And keep in mind, this is an apology of roughly 8 or 9 short paragraphs.
Yeah.
I would personally apologize to everyone within the Pittsburgh Steelers organization. I let my emotions in the moment get the better of me. I can only hope and trust. None of it represents who I am, not as a competitor, teammate, or person. That is the closest he got to apologizing to the person he spit on. Jalen Ramsey's name is not mentioned one time in this apology here.
Yeah, I read through this. Well, I scanned through this three times.
I read it. I literally read it 4 times to make sure I wasn't getting upset about something that actually happened.
Yeah, I think and that goes to speak back to, why exactly did Ja'Marr Chase feel like he had to spit on him? It probably goes deeper than just normal in-game stuff. And we know that Jalen Ramsey can get under people's skin.
Yes.
So he apologized to everybody in the Pittsburgh Steelers organization, which does include Jalen Ramsey. So it's like kind of a Venn diagram apology or something.
So let me contextualize this.
Yeah.
Chris Boswell, the kicker, got the same apology as Jalen Ramsey.
The same level of apology.
Who got the head scout for the Northeast region for the Pittsburgh Steelers got the same apology as Jalen Ramsey got from Ja'Marr Chase.
Well, plus remember he also apologized to his own teammates and the fans and he basically opened it up to human beings in general. I would like to apologize to society at large, but not specifically the person that, even though that person that I spit on is a member of society at large, I do not want to single him out. I need to apologize to everybody.
I'll be honest with you, Seth. I was a little upset about this, that Jalen Ramsey didn't get an apology in here, and I don't know why, because I'm not a huge Jalen Ramsey fan. But now that you frame it that way, that you and I got an apology out of this, I feel good about it.
I consider myself a fan of Ja'Marr Chase.
Yes,
it's fun to watch him play. When they're not playing the Texans, I like watching Ja'Marr Chase.
He's on 2 of my fantasy teams. I'm a huge fan of Ja'Marr Chase.
So do you accept his apology?
You know what? I think I do.
You do? Okay.
I think I do, yep.
But also with a little bit of like, hey, Ja'Marr, maybe also apologize to Jalen Ramsey.
A little bit.
Maybe by name. I know you already covered all the bases.
Yeah.
But maybe by name.
But even more than that, try not to get suspended next time, okay? Because I really could have used you last week in my fantasy matchups.
It's funny because other than that, he kind of goes off every item on the checklist of the steps for a good apology.
Yeah.
He didn't make excuses.
Nope.
He specifically said, what I did was wrong. The circumstances don't matter. So it's not like he tried to explain away or say why it was this or that. The passion for the game is no excuse. There's zero place in our sport or in life for that level of disrespect. And yet...
fell a little short.
And yet I feel no need to apologize to Jalen Ramsey himself for spitting on him.
A little short. Now, someone says this on the text page. The fact that you are comparing the two I'm assuming the spitting and the nut shot, is awfully pathetic.
That's
the fact that you, sir or ma'am, I
think I don't think he's calling us pathetic. I think he's saying like it's pathetic that we're in this circumstance.
That we even need to be discussing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the way I'll choose to interpret it.
Me too.
It couldn't possibly be that that's the most annoying person on earth.
Right. Right. That couldn't possibly be. There's no way.
That would be because that's the only other alternative. Okay, man, I can't believe we're in this state or whatever. Listen, sir. Or ma'am, you're listening to a sports radio show. If we're going to find show me something that can't be power ranked, okay?
Yeah.
You will get a power ranking, all right? You know? We'll go through various measures of disrespect and power rank them. I don't know what you're here for or why you're listening. If not, maybe you just stumbled onto us on your way over to smooth jazz, you little gutless punk.
Coming up next, power ranking of the power rankings. For real. That is actually what we're doing. We'll power rank the NFL. I'm actually very excited to see if this win over Buffalo is as convincing to the resident power rankers as it was to so many of the talking heads in the national media. So we'll find out. Power ranking of the power rankings for week 13 coming up next. Stay there.
Heads up, 10. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. Power ranking of the power rankings. Apparently, Boomer Esiason, Ben's going to get this for us at some point. Boomer has the Texans in his top 10. He's got him number 8 in the league right now.
Well, remember, Boomer had picked the Texans before the Thursday night game. Pretty confidently, I think.
Confidently and almost as accurately as you can get. He said 23-20 Texans. If the Bills make that extra point, 23-20 Texans.
Well, then if the Bills make that extra point, then it's going into overtime. Yeah, butterfly
They
effect
missed
and
the
everything.
field goal also, the Bills to tie it up, and the Texans win 23-20.
But there's, whatever. But, yeah, he was very confident in the Texans before the Thursday night game.
He was, man. He was.
I did when I tried to remove myself as much as possible. It's hard with the Texans, but I thought that line, that spread was way too heavily in favor of the Bills, especially given how Josh Allen has performed in that environment against that pass rush.
I did too, and I put my money behind it. And Texans +6 hit big. All right. Haven't looked yet to see what the spread is today. It started at 3.5 with the Colts Texans. Colts -3.5 went up to 4.5. We'll check it in a little bit, but for now, power rank the power rankings, and this is probably the one, other than the one to start the season. This is the one I've moved to since the season started, because that was the biggest, most high profile, most. I would say, Seth, the biggest win that didn't come with a but for the Texans. But it was Mac Jones. But no Lamar Jackson. But it's the Titans, that kind of thing. This is the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, man. This is the going into that game, this was the team that the odds makers thought had the best chance to come out of the AFC and represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. And you whooped them defensively. You whooped them. So what kind of impression did this make on the power rankers? Power rank the power rankings. We have 5 of them. ESPN, CBS, The Athletic, SI.com, and USA Today. We will put those in order now based on how we think they rank the Texans. Number 5, The Athletic and their pleasant font. Number 5 on the list this week because they still have the Texans in the bottom half of teams in the league. 17th. Up two, but 17th, and they have one big question for each team in this ranking. And the question for the Texans, and I think it's a good question, can the defense carry them? The Texans sacked Josh Allen 8 times and forced 3 turnovers as they continue to look like one of the NFL's best defenses. But, like the Broncos, is that unit good enough to carry a just okay offense? Is it right now good enough? I don't know the answer to that because I want to see what C.J. Stroud looks like post-concussion.
I think the answer to that is always really, in the regular season, 100% yes. But when it gets to the postseason, that's where things get tricky. And that no matter how many turnovers you rack up in the regular season or big splash plays or if you score on defense, it's hard to do that week after week in the postseason. At some point, you got to line up and actually score points, or just win a game without being positive in the turnover margin. So until C.J. Stroud comes back, I can't say that. Oh yeah, that defense is so good that they're going to carry the offense on to greatness.
Would you rather have an elite offense and an average defense, or an average offense and an elite defense?
Elite offense.
Yeah, me too. Defense. In today's NFL, I think it's. I'm just curious what your opinion.
Well, the whole thing about an elite offense is that it's more stable. Like it's more, you can just week by week you got a better expectation that it's going to produce or perform. Because it's back in the day, defense wins championship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe it was true more often than it is now. So that defense though, but we are where we are with the Texans, and it needs to be that it might have to be elite defense with an above-average offense.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be an incredible outpouring of points or anything, but you got to be able to keep up.
I think the rules too. You're an elite defense is more likely to be done in by the rule book than an elite offense is. The rules are just geared towards offense these days. All right, so number 5, The Athletic. They put the Texans 17th. I'm not going to tell you all to cancel your subscriptions to The Athletic. I still find it to be a very good outlet, a very good publication, website. But they fail this week in ranking the Texans. Number 4, CBSSports.com. Pete Prisco has them 16th, up 2 big notches from 18th last week. So at least in the upper half. And he says, quote, the defense is nasty. They got all over Josh Allen. They face a big one this week on the road against the Colts. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so thanks, Prisco, for putting us in the top half. I mean, I feel like, maybe this is too deep in the numbers. They do have a winning record.
They do.
And they have had one of the toughest schedules in the NFL. I feel like that's as simple as it needs to be. At the very least, you've got a winning record and you've had one of the toughest schedules in the NFL. I feel like that should put you in the top half of the league. Am I overly complicating that?
If there were a committee picking the playoffs, the Texans would get in over all the other 7 and 6 win teams, because this year the committee for the college football playoff is getting roundly criticized because they're overemphasizing the quality of the losses instead of the quality of the wins. Like if you lose to bad teams or you lose by a wide margin in a game, you're getting heavily penalized for that. That's why Notre Dame is ahead of all these other 2-loss teams, because they lost to Miami by 3 and they lost to the number 3 team in the country by 1.
Yeah.
So if we had a committee, maybe that's what we need to lobby for, Seth. We need to lobby for the College Football Playoff Committee to pick the NFL playoffs.
There's something to be said for this in male-female relationships. I think a lot of us as husbands could be ranked higher in the power rankings of husbands simply by not screwing up okay, you didn't get the perfect Valentine's Day gift.
Right.
But you got a gift.
Yeah.
You know? Like the quality of your losses can be a bad one. Oh, I forgot to pick you up in surgery. That's a pretty bad loss.
That's a bad loss.
That knocks you way down.
It's an FCS loss right there.
Yeah. Saying something inappropriate or something while also still picking up your wife from surgery. Like, okay, that's not as bad a loss as just completely forgetting to pick her up.
This you don't have to admit this or anything. That sounds like a very specific hypothetical example right there.
No, I never forgot to pick my wife up from surgery.
Just checking. Just wanted to know if we needed to feel really sorry for Brandy. That's all.
I don't know why that even popped into my head. I don't think there's anybody unless she's at surgery right now. Oh no! Is that why it popped into my head?
Not checking to see if your wife is undergoing surgery. Big loss. FCS loss. All right. So CBSSports.com has them 16th. All right. Number 3, power ranking of the power rankings. We got number 5, The Athletic. Number 4, CBS. Number 3, ESPN.com, which also has them 16th, up 3 big notches. But I'm putting ESPN above them because Prisco puts little to no effort in his little capsules here about each team. Whereas DJ Bieneme, I find to be a pleasure to read on ESPN.com. Now, this is interesting. The category on ESPN.com this week, they do a category for each team, has nothing to do with this year's team. It's a Thanksgiving category.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving game memory. And the Texans have only played on Thanksgiving a couple of times, both times against the Lions, 2012 and 2020. But in 2012, they benefited from a huge blunder by then Lions head coach Jim Schwartz, who's getting a lot of love for a head coaching job this time around because of the job he's doing in Cleveland with their defense.
Yeah.
He's a great defensive coordinator. But the blunder that he made, here's what it was. If you're a Texan fan, you remember. Schwartz threw a challenge flag in the third quarter when Houston running back Justin Forsett scored an 81-yard touchdown run after 2 Lions seemingly had tackled him. Replays showed Forsett's left knee and elbow did hit the turf, and an automatic review most likely would have reversed the result. But according to NFL rules, throwing the challenge flag on a scoring play negates the review. So as a result, the Texans, the touchdown stood for the Texans and cut the Lions' 10-point lead to 3, and the Texans would go on to win in overtime.
This is it remains one of the oddest and weirdest scenarios just because what a weird rule. It's a penalty to throw a challenge flag on a play where it's like you're not doing anything to stop the clock or anything. I guess it's a penalty because it just disrupts the flow of the game operation.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I could research it and find out. But what a weird rule.
Yeah.
And it still should have been overturned.
Yes.
It was so strange.
It's weird It's not. I would say it's not weird if there's yardage attached to it. It's weird that it negates what we all saw with our human eyes.
Right. Yeah, the penalty seems so much more severe. It's kind of like when you fumble through the end zone.
Yeah.
That you lose possession completely. The penalty doesn't seem to match the crime.
Yeah.
Now, I know our one texter gets upset when we try to rank things like this, so I'll step back.
Yeah.
I'll step back.
Okay, so if we're ranking, it would be weird. Number 3, weird rule throwing the flag. Number 2, nut shot. Number 1, spitting on somebody.
Yes.
Those are the biggest atrocities
right now for egregiously bad things in the NFL.
Atrocities to humans.
The other part, nice part of that memory was that 2-week stretch where Matt Schaub threw for like 1,000 yards.
It was incredible. Yeah, they beat Jacksonville that Sunday in overtime at home, and Matt Schaub literally threw for a team record 520 yards or something like that. Andre Johnson walked it off on a touchdown on like a bubble screen. Took it to the house, and then 4 days later, Matt Schaub had another huge. You go back and look at that season, and there's a lot of conjecture as to how that 4 days, 2 overtime games in 4 days, because they were not a good football team from then on the rest of the season.
It was like he threw his arm out somehow. Yeah. It was a weird year because a lot of the offensive performance was on the heels of like them taking advantage of the defense playing so well, putting them in good field position, everything. So it was there was a little bit of an illusion about that season.
Yep. All right, number 2, power ranking of the power rankings. SI.com. How about this? SI.com was number 5 last week, Connor Orr, because he had him all the way down at 21. Disrespect. Up 7 notches in the eyes of Connor Orr. He's one of these
comeback.
He is like one of the national. He's like Stephen A. Smith saying they can go to the Super Bowl after that Buffalo game.
Yeah.
He's up 7 notches to 14th. Here's what he says: the difference between a team whose head coach and GM are in lockstep defensively versus a team throwing darts. Here's Houston's 6th-round pick getting thrown into the furnace and playing like a seasoned vet. The defense is deeper and more capable than we realize. Okay, I don't know
you know
what
it's funny. You had said something earlier this week, and by that I mean yesterday, that about how, after a national game, people to be willing to jump on the bandwagon. I would disagree with that in a little bit in that I don't think locally there is that much of a bandwagon.
Yeah.
I think locally, look, people knew the defense was good already. So if you want to jump on the admiration of the defense bandwagon, that's very much there. I think most of our listeners, when it comes to the team overall, is still in a wait and see mode on the offense.
For sure.
All right, we've seen some improvements, but there's certainly not what you would look at as a top-notch offense. We want to see what happens when C.J. Stroud comes back. Which version of C.J. Stroud and which version of this offense do we see?
Okay, well, I'll see you on the bandwagon in a few weeks then, my friend, all right?
Are you on a Texans to the Super Bowl bandwagon right now?
Why not? Let's do it, man. Yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. No, I'm not. Not yet. All right, number 1, power ranking of the power rankings. And USA Today is going to maintain this position as long as they keep doing this. They've got the Texans 11th. Up 2 notches to 11, damn near top 10 at 6-5. And they say this: yet another impressive component of a top-ranked defense, 17 takeaways over the past 8 games. That's the stretch in which the Texans have gone 6-2 on the season.
I would give ourselves, as well as many other people, a pat on the back with this, because early in the season, the defense was playing very well, but they weren't taking the ball away a lot.
Nope.
And it just felt like one of those things that, all right, at some point it's going to open up and they're going to start capitalizing on some of these opportunities. Obviously, Kalen Bullock has been a big part of that.
Huge, man. Huge.
I mean, so much of it is, you look at that first interception, and yes, it was a tipped ball by Aziz, but Kalen Bullock being positioned properly and just having his natural ball hawkish tendencies, he's able to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Errant throw on the final interception, he's there to take advantage of that. We saw the potential for it last year, and there were just so many near interceptions last year. There was him flying in out of nowhere and jumping up and just narrowly missing out. This year, everything's coming to him a little bit slower. I think he's just seeing things very clearly. He's in the proper position, and he's able to take advantage of it.
He's got 9 interceptions in his career already. He's not even – he's a year and a half, a little over a year and a half in. 9 picks.
The cool thing with that is with cornerbacks, usually what you'll see is the really good cornerbacks will have a bunch of interceptions earlier in their career, and then they fall, they subside as teams just stop targeting those guys. Safety's a different story because you're largely not getting those interceptions necessarily when you're being specifically targeted. It's when you're in zone, or it's when you're in support, or when you're taking advantage of tip balls and everything. That's a trend that could continue on for years, is him just being a ball-hawking safety.
He might make the Pro Bowl this year, man. You caused 3 turnovers on a Thursday night game when you're already having a decent season, and we know he was coming into this year with some buzz, too. All those little power rankings and guys under 25 and things like that. People were taking notice of Kalen Bullock coming into this season.
He's got the all-important guys from other teams commenting about him in interviews.
Yeah, because
you got to keep an eye on that Kalen Bullock kid.
Totally, dude, because it's not just fan voting; it's player and coach voting too.
One thing I've noticed that I might follow his suit or follow his lead is DeMeco has given up on saying Bullock because it's just awkward to say.
Yeah,
I've heard him say Bullock the last couple times.
It's good enough for DeMeco. It's good enough for us, man.
Well, is it just me, or is it? It feels awkward to say Bullock.
Well, I've known probably 10 people in my lifetime who have that last name, and it's always been Bullock.
I will not respect Jim J. Bullock by mispronouncing the last name.
That's right.
Bullock. Yeah.
One more bonus power ranking here. And this, if we were to add this person to this list, would be number 1 with a bullet. Boomer Esiason.
This is Boomer Esiason with it on the C Sports Minute. The Rams can feast their eyes on the view from my Power Rankings penthouse. One story above the injury-challenged Patriots. Despite tough losses, the Eagles and Colts claim 3rd and 4th, followed by the Bears. Baltimore, Houston, Detroit, San Francisco, and Kansas City round out my top 10 this week. Chiefs Kingdom is giving thanks for sure, as their heroes are not going away. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We had a listener say they were 8th. No, they were 7th on that list. 7th on that list. Colts 4th.
You said 7th when you told me during the break. Somewhere along the way, you got just a little atrophy there.
I did? No, because okay, well, whatever. I read it on the air. Someone texted while we were on the air about it. So, all right. There you go. Power ranking of the power rankings. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming now on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner. Billy Bob Thornton is back. We started watching it yesterday. It's really good. Featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Stream this season of Landman now only on Paramount Plus. Up next, did the Texans dodge a bullet by not landing bullet?
Pronounced bullet.
Bullet. By not landing a candidate that we were very intrigued by for this tech coaching stuff. That's coming up next.
Our guy Lopez made a bold Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will get back to the topic at hand in a moment. Just a quick mention here that the fellas with In the Loop, Reggie and John, they are at NRG Stadium today for the Turkey Time with the Texans turkey giveaway. 10 a.m. until supplies run out. Get ready for Turkey Time with the Texans presented by Kroger. They're giving away 1,000 turkeys and sides. First come, first serve, so don't miss out. Go see the guys and get yourself some Thanksgiving food.
One of my favorite things this week is the multiple times we've heard DeMeco talking about Thanksgiving and how it's important for players to remember, like, hey, you got a job to do, just don't overindulge in everything.
Yeah.
And it's kind of.
How did you do with that back in the day?
I was fine with it because usually you have like a modified practice schedule on Thursday, and as my family and my in-laws all do their own thing. I never had like Thanksgiving at my place. That would have been no.
It's a lot of work.
I would not allow that.
Yeah,
no, it's just too much distraction. But it's like, hey, listen, you guys can afford to eat any quantity of food you want at any given time. And I would say this is for the vast majority of Americans too. It's interesting. Like back when back in the day, they used to have to kind of like really maybe like save up on the stores and everything for your Thanksgiving feast. Yeah, look, just 99% of us can afford to eat 20,000 calories any given day of the week we choose.
We could $5 value meal our way to it easily.
Yeah. So, but we find a way to overindulge on Thanksgiving.
We do.
And listen, guys. Yes, be thankful that you can afford to eat a boatload of food, but let's not pretend like this Thursday is any different than any other day of the year.
You should celebrate it by actually eating a boatload of food. That's what I say.
Not if you're a football player.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So they'll practice in the morning. DeMeco made that very clear. We are working on Thanksgiving Day. So we'll hear more from we'll hear more from DeMeco here in just a moment. Did the Texans dodge a bullet by not landing Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator? Here was Pete Carroll. Chip Kelly fired after the loss to the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator, now former offensive coordinator for the Raiders, and a guy who coached DeMeco Ryans in Philadelphia. His was a name that came up quite a bit when the Texans were looking for a new OC. Here's Pete Carroll explaining his decision.
I've been doing it this way for a lot of years, and it's a winning formula for if you play good defense and you kick the ball well. And so we're trying to get that, and we just have not captured it. And so this is what this move is about.
Is there a little bit of a differing opinion on that between you and Chip on?
Not so much so, but we gave him I gave Chip a lot of leeway because he's got an extraordinary background in history, and he had such a phenomenal season coming out of Ohio State last year that we wanted to, give him his due and all that. But as we continued to grow and come together, we just couldn't get there. So I wish him the very best, and I like him, and we got along great and all that, but we had to make a tough call.
Like I delegated to the wrong guy, basically. It didn't work out. How do you think it would have worked out here with Chip Kelly if he got hired here?
I don't think it would have been so hot.
You and I talked about him quite a bit.
Well, I mean, the one thing about Chip Kelly is that, at least historically, he's had good offensive lines. That's one of his strengths as a college coach, his ability to get the most out of offense. Because they were he's a spread to run type of guy.
Yes.
It's not an air raid offense or anything. And when he was in Philadelphia, it was their offensive line was very good when the offense was doing well. So for him to take a bunch of guys that really needed a lot of work, and some of whom might have been substandard. Like, I don't know, the two guards that you were rotating for the entire first half of the season who now don't touch the field.
Yeah.
Having a rookie left tackle, all of that. It certainly wouldn't be any better than it is right now.
Yeah, I do wonder if his voice would have been strong enough for them to attack the offseason differently. Would it have been these exact same guys if Chip Kelly were in the building?
That's true. Yeah. Who knows how it would have worked out? I mean, it's not like he hasn't accomplished anything in the NFL, so it's not the classic scenario of great college success comes to the NFL and can't do it. The tempo stuff isn't as much of a big deal as it used to be, partly because NFL teams are more up-tempo since Chip Kelly introduced the extreme version of it to the NFL over a decade ago. But also, like, he can slow the tempo down like he did at Ohio State. It's a good question. It's, given how it went with the Raiders, it's easy to say, well, no, it wouldn't have been any different. But I don't have a hard time thinking that it would definitively have been better immediately or anything.
Yeah, like I look at anybody who fails with the Raiders, and I'm like, there's a big element to, well, it's the Raiders. That is one of
what is he working with?
That's one of the least successful. It's starting from the top down, like owner on down. Yeah. That's one of the least successful franchises of the last 20 years. Now that said, I don't know that Chip Kelly gets another shot in the NFL. He got fired in Philly. That was a decade ago, but whatever. The 1 year in San Francisco is not a great look. And now, so you go to UCLA, you coach there for a bunch of years. You decide to leave UCLA to take the OC job with Ohio State. I think that was probably more to do with what head coaching in college football has turned into. Chip Kelly just wants to call his ball plays. He doesn't feel like glad-handing 18-year-olds and agents and things like that. He said as much when he took that Ohio State job. But I have a hard time believing someone's going to look at this Las Vegas thing and think, oh, yeah, now we got to get Chip Kelly here. And by the way, they were paying him $6 million a year to be the offensive coordinator in Vegas.
You know what, with Pete Carroll, where it's kind of sad now, it's going on 4 years now. I remember in 2021, I was going on a thing where I started watching Pete Carroll press conferences every week because I found him so interesting. But that was the year in 2021 when things kind of fell apart in Seattle. They went 7-10.
Yep.
But I remember him at one point talking about saying, I don't know. Somebody asked him about drawing on past experience. He's like, frankly, we haven't really been in this situation a lot in my career. And at the time, they were really bad. It was like a really lopsided record. And it's true. Like, going back in the NFL, he never finished worse. Since his first year in 1994, when he was 6-10 with the Jets, he never finished worse than 7-9. Really, and he still hasn't. I mean, that 7-10 season, 2021, was the worst, and then he went 9-8 and 9-8 the next 2 years.
Yeah,
he's been remarkably consistent at putting out competitive football teams. So this is an extreme outlier for a Pete Carroll football team. He's had plenty of mediocre seasons, but very rarely a bad season.
Yeah, he's like the Steelers. There's that whole thing. The Steelers haven't picked in the top 5 for like 5 decades or something.
In over 20 years of coaching, his worst record was in his rookie year with the Jets, 6-10.
Yeah.
And then he's had a smattering of 7-9 and 7-10 seasons, and those were the worst.
Yeah.
And now in 2025, he's at 2-9. He's had an astounding successful career. Obviously, he'd want more Super Bowl champions, but still.
Hall of Famer, I think. Pete Carroll. I think his stint in Seattle probably gets him in eventually when he retires, the age of 106. Is Pete Carroll.
And I guess that's where I wonder. What did he do wrong in hiring Chip Kelly versus what is just it's a matter of the talent he has on the team?
Yeah, well, it was interesting. Jonathan Alexander had a piece in the Chronicle back when the Texans were potentially looking at Chip Kelly. This is from January 31st. And Jonathan Alexander says, I talked to a couple of league sources who cautioned against Kelly. They had nothing bad to say about the person, but they pointed out his short stints in the NFL, which Jonathan cites, his head coaching stints with the 3 years with the Eagles, 1 year with the Niners. Those sources said based on that, nothing would give them confidence it could all of a sudden work if he became the OC in Houston. There was also the fact that not everything was great at Ohio State. After Ohio State's loss to Michigan in November, it looked like Kelly could be fired if the Buckeyes didn't win the national championship. Fortunately, Kelly was able to turn things around. And then he chose to leave and go to the NFL.
Yeah.
For $6 million, which is a good choice, I would say. He can go sit on a beach for a little while. He'll get hired again somewhere, I would guess.
Chip Kelly?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If he wants to work, he'll work, for sure.
I'm going to convince him to be the offensive coordinator.
Cornell.
At Cornell. Well, I don't want to say that. I like the new coaching staff there, so they need time to work it out. Yeah.
Asterisk.
He can be a senior offensive consultant.
There you go. Yeah, just help out a little bit. Senior.
I'm sure he'll be cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be cool with just sitting back and not having any influence or
as
anything.
long as it's a senior offensive consultant,
Yes.
not just an offensive
I would never make him a
consultant.
junior offensive consultant.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, final segment coming up. Hey, what exactly is Daniel Jones dealing with here? He's got a little owie. Daniel Jones does.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We're going to hear from Shane Steichen on that and Shane Steichen on the Texans defense. And we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop who are out at NRG Stadium today. We'll find out what the question of the day is, all that good stuff. We'll do that coming up next.
If there's one thing you don't want suffering a fibula injury, it's spoiler alert, everybody, it's a fibula. You don't want it to be your retirement plan.
through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on. I can tell you they are out at NRG Stadium today. Reggie checked in for the turkey time with the Texans turkey giveaway. So I would imagine some folks lining up to get their turkey and sides out there. Kroger giving away 1,000 turkeys and sides. First come, first serve. So say hi to the fellows. We'll talk to them here in about 10 minutes or so. Here was Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, asked about an injury that Daniel Jones is currently dealing with.
All I got for you is he's got a fibula, and that's it.
Well, is there any light you can shed on that? Because I got to be honest, when you say fibula, that's a bone, and it sounds bad. I'm not saying it is, but
yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but he's out there, he's playing, he's practicing, and he's good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a bone.
Yeah.
It's just floating around there. It's not your shin bone. That's the lesser of those two bones.
Oh, that's the tibia is the shin bone, and the fibula is just along for the ride. Is that what you're saying?
Just floating alongside the tibia, just getting a free ride. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can play through, as I understand it, at least. Look, you can play through all kinds of fibula injuries, and it sucks and it's painful, but it's not necessarily something that affects your motion and everything. It just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, within reason, obviously.
Would it make you more inclined
if it's sticking through the skin or something?
That
then
probably,
that's a whole different deal.
That sounds like it might hurt if it's sticking through the skin. Well, Steich is asked, does it affect your play calling at all?
Yeah, there's no limitations with them right now. So we go through our weekly game plan process, and we go from there.
Okay. So he's just as likely to throw an interception with or without this fibula thingy going on.
When I searched, can you play football with a broken, what do you think the first autofill was?
Leg.
Nose was, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Now, Google says, no, you should not play football with a broken fibula. You're so soft, Google.
Yeah, man.
It's crucial to allow the bone to heal to avoid further injury and ensure long-term health.
ChatGPT says rub some dirt on it. Yeah.
It says it's vital for ankle stability, I guess.
Okay. So this all tells me that the Texans defense needs to swarm the hell out of Daniel Jones's lower leg extremity.
Yes.
Swarm the shins and the fibulas and the ankles.
The ankle stability. Now, the ankle, as much as I was downplaying the importance of the fibula, ankle's kind of important. So if
yes, it is, doctor.
The one ankle bone. Yes, people have played football with a broken fibula, and this is where again Google gets so annoying, like it's your mom or something. Though it is dangerous.
Yeah.
You need to know that it's dangerous.
Wags its finger at you.
NFL players like Jones and Alex Mack have played in major games with a fibula fracture. We don't know that it's a fracture.
Okay.
But when I hear that there's a fibula injury or something, that it sounds like maybe he's got a hairline fracture or something. That's pure speculation by me.
Okay, now that we've made the distinction, though, for Terrell Owens, because one of the things on Terrell Owens' career bioplaque in Canton, I would imagine, is played in Super Bowl, whatever it was, the one in 2005, with a broken leg. If it's a fibula, do we kind of downplay it now? Like, oh, yeah, wake me up when it's a tibia or a femur, bro.
Well, what did Youngblood have? Youngblood had a broken...
I don't know. It's just the broken leg is all we heard. But if it's a fibula, that really casts Jack Youngblood in a different light. I got to rethink everything about Jack Youngblood.
I cannot stress enough what my annoying mother, Google, has told me, which is it is very dangerous, okay?
Yeah. Hey, you know what else is dangerous, Seth? Football. Yeah. Football is dangerous.
He played with a broken fibula. Yeah, Jack Youngblood, it was a broken fibula. Okay. He was fitted with a plastic brace and played every defensive snap.
He's at the Super Bowl a lot, isn't he, Jack Youngblood?
Yeah, he's awesome. I interviewed him a couple times. He's awesome.
Okay.
You can tell he is a badass and he's tough, but he's also a good-looking guy, and you could just envision him back in the Los Angeles in the 1970s. Mm-hmm. What life must have been like for Jack Blood. Yeah. Not to mention, his name is Youngblood.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. No, it's all well and good. It's all well and good. Prepare for your string of lovey-dovey interviews with him to end at this Super Bowl, because I'm calling him out on it being the wussy shin bone that he had.
You're going to get beat up by an 81-year-old.
Bring it on. I'll kick in the fibula, the old man.
You're gonna get your ass beat down by a much older man.
Let's go. No, you're right. He still looks like he can go. He looks good. Here's another one from Shane Steichen. This is the most fun part about hearing from the opposing coaches every week is all of them talking about how amazing the Texans' defense is.
Well, I know they got a really freaking good pass rush. Daniel Hunter and Will Anderson, as good as they get right now on the edge, and I think they're number one in total defense. They're number one in fewest points allowed. So it'll be a hell of a challenge for us. We're looking forward to that opportunity to, get back to work this week and go through our process and go through our preparation to get ready for Sunday. Being back home will be huge for us. Division games are huge. They're different. They hit harder, obviously, because it is huge. You want to win your division, but you got to do it, 1 week at a time, 1 day at a time to get that done and prepare the right way.
Can you handle the swarm, Daniel Jones, with your fibula injury? Or as Shane Steichen said, the fibula that you do possess. Mm-hmm. He's got a fibula, just like the rest of us.
Confirmed, too.
Except for those of you who lack fibulas.
I
don't mean to be insensitive to your fibula plight.
Yep.
But for the rest of us who have fibulas, we're no different than Daniel Jones.
Someone says, after watching the Colts and Chiefs, this is on the text page, I will now be disappointed if the Texans lose to either of those unimpressive teams.
Yes. Now, you got to remember, you're facing them on the road.
Yeah.
And when you say they're unimpressive, I think that you got to frame that a little bit. It's not like they're not good football teams. It's that they don't look like the peak, scariest version of the Kansas City Chiefs or the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Chiefs haven't looked like the peak version of themselves for a couple years now, and they've managed to whoop up on the Texans
and
at
they
times.
Still make Super Bowls.
Yeah. Now the Colts, it was only this brief, spell in the first part of the season where the offense looked damn near unstoppable. Over the last 3 weeks, they've averaged 23 points per game. Early in the season, the first half of the season, they were averaging 33 points per game.
Yeah. Dude,
Daniel Jones had 2 fibulas during that performance as well. Somehow now the existence of a fibula seems to be perhaps part of the problem.
Yeah, it's the Colts team. The best thing I can say about them early in the season, you and I don't get too much attention to other games while we're watching the Texans games, particularly the home games, because we're all up there chatting and eating and watching the game and whatnot. But the Colts, the scores of their games the first 8 weeks of the season cut through just us watching and the conversation up there. Like, damn, the Colts scored again. Like, they would just score and score and score, and it'd be like, okay, what's the score now? 24-0, 30-0, whatever it was. They were a machine to start the year, an absolute machine, and they're still good, but they've slowed down, and Daniel Jones has slowed down a little bit.
The most impressive thing they did was probably put up 29 points versus Denver in week 2. They did also rack up a whole lot. In the Rams, they lost to the Rams. They only scored 20 in that game.
They should have had 27, though, if Adonai Mitchell would have just held on to the damn football.
That's right. So they hypothetically scored 27 points. This will be a test, obviously. Like, they haven't faced a defense like the Texans' defense in a while, and they might be coming back down to earth a little bit. This would be a great changing of the guard in terms of the 2025 season if the Texans are coming off of an impressive performance versus the Bills, and then they really just slam the door shut on all of this promise that the Colts showed early in the season offensively.
Yeah, dude, you win this against the Colts, and now you're looking more at the Jags. I mean, you don't play the Jags again, but the Colts will have lost three out of their last 4 if the Texans beat them. They were 7-1 at one point. They're 8-3 now, and the Jags, who they play the Titans this week. I mean, the Jags have such an easy schedule down the stretch here. They play the Titans twice and the Jets as 3 of their games. They're going to have to. I mean, the Jags are going to have to wet the bed to not win 10 games.
Yeah,
which
they're perfectly capable of doing.
They almost did against the Cardinals.
Lawrence is atrocious.
Yes, he's so bad.
He's atrocious. He had a good performance a couple of weeks ago, and people are acting like, oh, he's probably going to make All-Pro this year. He will, yeah.
Who are the more annoying quarterback stands on Twitter or on social media? Shedeur or Or Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence, because they're just so far in denial. Shedeur still has his entire NFL career, however long or short it might be, ahead of him. Where Trevor Lawrence, people are still saying, I see Dan Orlovsky saying, man, you look at his good plays, and if he could just be more consistent, he's in his
5
fifth year.
years. Yeah.
When is this magical consistency going to show up?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this has been, Sean, it's been good for me so far, because we had the Bills victory on Thursday.
Yep.
And then, since people have asked, Portville girls won their 5th straight state championship.
Dude!
Yes.
Hey, Ben, can we acknowledge them? That would be, let's
acknowledge me!
Portville Panthers, right?
The Portville Panthers, in a very DeMeco Ryans swarm-like fashion.
Yeah.
They improved their defense and their receiving this year. Defensive receiving, so it's a defensive thing.
Yep.
But then they also, unlike the Texans so far, they have this lightning-fast offense that other teams just they don't know how to handle it. They can't even get in position to block.
Spikes.
Yes. Very swarmy, this girls' team, this Portville girls' team. Without all the physical violence.
Right.
But only because the rules don't allow it. If they were allowed to hit the opponent,
they would be good?
They would be vicious, yes.
Oh.
They would become a bunch of Kamari Lassiters out there, Sean.
Full contact volleyball. I'm here for that. Let's go.
Very disciplined, though, too. I love those girls. They just they make me feel better about that generation.
Oh, that's what we need to keep the good vibes going for you then through Thanksgiving weekend, man.
Yeah, so I need a good Thanksgiving, and then if the Texans could just do their job and beat the Colts, then this will be the best November I've had in years.
That
Sean.
will be beautiful. And then it'll end that day, November 30th, and it's on to December. We got to make December just as good. Yes, Let's go. All right, the fellas on In the Loop are joining us now. They're live out at NRG Stadium. We got the Turkey Time with the Texans turkey giveaway. Fellas, how we doing?
Sure do.
Yeah.
Terrific. Is it fair to hinge your well-being emotionally upon the backs of teenagers? Is that
Sure
fair?
it is. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
And Seth, I'm glad you brought that up. I did one search and I couldn't find anything. I was curious how old Portville did this weekend, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. They did very well. And yes, Reginald, it's very fair. I told them as much before the game. I said, don't let me down, all right? I got a lot of emotions hinging upon the outcome of this tournament.
Yeah.
And then I glared at them.
Yeah.
It's perfectly,
and that's what did it.
It's perfectly fine as long as you know they're going to win. Yeah.
There you go. That's fair. Good point. I like that.
They're like a dynasty, right, Seth? I mean,
they've won 10 total state championships, 5 straight. Going
Dang.
back to, I don't think and I think that one might have been because of COVID. There was no.
Yeah. Oh my God, these other schools should just disband their volleyball programs.
They're North Shore.
I'm always fascinated by dynasties of that nature because, obviously, unlike maybe professional sports, that common thread. It's hard to have it over once you get past 4 years, right?
Well,
what keeps that dominance going is always intriguing to me.
And honestly, they've done it with 3 different head coaches too, and that's why I always get to. I'm under strict instructions from my wife not to give her credit as a coach, but I just did, and because she's an assistant coach with them. But it's like kids. There's kind of a culture of an expectation with those kids where there's a lot of leadership from the seniors. I think that you don't necessarily get from kids who haven't tasted that success and seen how hard it is. That there's just this consistent theme of the kids holding each other accountable.
That's
How about that?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool. So what's going on out there, fellas? Is there a line for the turkeys out there yet?
There is. There's already a line forming here on the southeast side of NRG Stadium. We are where you guys typically would be ahead of a game day, taking in the views. I'm playing Seth Payne in his spot. John Lopez is playing Sean Pendergast in his spot.
Yes.
I don't know that we'll live up to those expectations. However, we will do our best to provide a little bit of entertainment for the folks coming out with Turkey Time with the Texans. Kroger supporting it, and it is while supplies last. So get yourself out here. People are already starting to line up. You will come in Kirby and what's the crossroad there? Westbridge. Yeah, come in there and you'll be able to come up here. I believe that you will actually see Texans, real life Texans, helping distribute turkeys to make sure that people in Houston have a fantastic Thanksgiving.
I will say, don't be deterred because there's a line, but it's moving and it's not enormous.
It's just one lot kind of getting full. So if you want to get that turkey, come on down.
We've seen the line much longer than where it is right now. So if you are free and able, and if you need to get yourself a turkey and some fixings, come on down to NRG Stadium where the Texans are handing that stuff out.
And that's courtesy of Kroger, right? Presented by Kroger?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Right, Kroger. Shout out Kroger. Shout out Kroger Buffalo Speedway and their sushi counter. Excellent. Ying makes an excellent poke bowl on game day.
How about
for me.
Ying?
Yeah, she's the best.
Yeah.
Does anything happen if we say your name when we go to that particular Kroger location?
You'll probably get customized poke bowls, I would imagine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She customizes.
I always love a secret menu.
I'm
wherever I can go,
a big deal at Kroger, man. I'm a big deal at Kroger.
I feel like that's a place to be a big deal.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. So what's the question of the day, fellas?
Well,
We're
it's
still
tied
doing
in
one?
with. Yes, we are. It's a good one. In fact, I don't know if Figgy is there yet, but there's an audio component. Maybe we'll play that at 10:40.
Okay.
But DeMeco Ryans was asked by Mark Vandermeer on the coaches show yesterday about turkey time. He said, if you had to invite one person / legend from your arch rival school to Thanksgiving dinner, who would it be? And DeMeco had a great answer, which again we'll play at 10:40.
I hope he went with Charles Barkley. Because that's the best.
He did not. He was an option, but he did not.
That's the best. He's so charismatic.
No, there's a better answer.
Is there?
There's a better answer.
Man.
And DeMeco had it, but I thought long and hard about this, boys. long and hard about this.
Yeah. So you're so the first question is, who is the rival of your team or your school? And you would obviously be inviting a Longhorn, I would imagine. Right?
Correct. There's an easy one because I've gotten to know him and I've spent a lot of time with him, so I'm going to avoid it. But the easy one is Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
For me.
Oh yeah.
I even did some searching. I think I'm going to go with Owen Wilson. Wilson from
Wow.
He's a UT
Where did he
Longhorn. Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, Texas. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could also take this outside of the school range. Like I think that we could take this to whoever your rivals are, right? If you want to find some place in your heart to invite a Titan,
Peyton Manning,
or a Colt to your particular Thanksgiving, go ahead and do that too.
Yeah. I mean, Harvard's had a lot of really famous people graduate from. I think Ted Kaczynski would probably be the one I'd want to
have Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
All right. That is one way to go.
That would be an explosive dinner for sure. Yeah. I was going to save Michael Irvin for mine, but boy, this Ted Kaczynski thing's got me rattled a little bit. Yeah.
Michael Irvin. I feel like you're not eating until about 7 p.m. if Mike is there, though. Like, the prayer is going to be extra long.
Oh, but sitting and watching a game, like, because part of Thanksgiving...
With Ted Kaczynski?
Why did the TV just explode?
Wait, what happened?
But you know what's funny about your answer, Sean?
Yeah.
You chose a hurricane.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I view them, for when I was in school there, they were easily our rival.
Yeah.
And to a degree, they are this year, too, just because of the debate that's been ongoing about head-to-head and why are people ignoring that Miami beat Notre Dame. They're not ignoring it. They're just discounting it a little bit. That's all.
Exactly.
It's discounted. That's all. Yeah. So, yeah, mine would be Michael Irvin. I think it'd be fun to sit with Michael Irvin and watch football all day and eat turkey. That'd be badass.
You couldn't get a word in edgewise, which is saying something.
Fine.
You're also not taking a nap.
My voice. Yeah.
You're also not taking a nap that Thanksgiving, man. It's just going to be
I'm not a napper.
action-packed.
I'm not a napper.
Really?
No.
With all that tryptophan, you're not taking a nap?
No, dude. No. It's because we do it at my in-law house. I'm too afraid that if I fell asleep, they'd take magic markers out and draw a hand-drawn mustache on me or something like that. Yeah. All right, boys. Well, let's give away those turkeys, man.
Man.
And if you're heading out that way, say hi to the fellas for us. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. Seth, we are done. I will see you tomorrow for a Wednesday edition. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and 2 healthy fibulas to you.
Thank you. I'm good to go, man. My fibulas are great. My fibulae, whatever.
The fibula meat is the best meat on Thanksgiving.
It's true. The drumstick, man.
That's what Jeffrey Dahmer said. Another notable Harvard grad.
Oh,
Boy, they churn them out over there, don't they?
It's weird. Jeffrey doesn't want any of the food we're putting out. It's very strange. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula. Oh, by the way, if I could tell you, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, and this is a multi-locational crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, again, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they're out at NRG Stadium. Figgy Fig is back here running the ship. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. We are indeed. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man count for all the bodies. There's a head count. John Lopez, are you here?
I am here.
I'm Reginald Atatula. I'm present. Figgy Fig.
I'm
you in
here.
The building?
Yeah, I'm here.
There we go. Fantastic, fantastic. And you get involved with the program as we all ask you to. We appreciate you getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. And always thanks to the Mo Camera Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And there we go. There are cars rolling in front of us, John Lopez.
The gates are open.
Gates are open. As if it sounds like we are in a different location, we are. We are out at NRG Stadium where we are participating, providing some level of entertainment for Turkey Time with the Texans, John Lopez.
This is really cool, man, and it started at 10, going to go till noon or until they run out of turkeys.
1,000 turkeys, baby.
There is not 1,000 cars here.
I'm not a mathematician, and just looking at it, gauging it, I would say we're probably looking at like 50 to 70 cars, right? You think 300?
Yeah, well, if you look at if that whole lot is full, it's probably 250.
I don't think that lot is the people that are coming in.
Okay, well, then it's less than that.
I think that's
so
employees
you can get your
and
turkey.
such. Yeah, so there's definitely turkeys and fixins and stuff available here. Fig, you were here last year, and you were actually closer to the action. We are not close to where the turkeys are actually being dismantled, or dismantled is not the word to use there. Distributed is the word that I was looking for.
You're getting dismantled turkeys.
They're butchering the turkeys up over there.
Will Anderson's going to rip the leg off and give it to you.
It'll look like Josh Allen on Thursday
last year. And by the way, there
are
players handing out turkeys.
Absolutely.
And staff and owners. Cal and Hanover. Set the stage for what it looks like.
Well, I'm not there right now, so I'm not sure what it looked like this year. But last year, it was just everybody. We had a whole lane full of cars, and everybody just grabbing the turkey, grabbing a bag of groceries and all that stuff, and put them in the car. It was pretty cool. And remember, I told you about Demeanor Hunter. How he was just like, got to get these groceries together.
He was into it.
He was serious with it.
He's workman-like no matter what, right?
I was kind of scared to be around him a little bit, man.
Did he hit you with a spin move up there to get the turkey into the car?
Nah, he did not. He did not. He just went straight to the car. Just like, no, like, we got to it's all about business, man.
Get out of my way, little man.
There's no O-lineman blocking him from his ultimate goal. In this instance, it is not sacking a quarterback. It is getting groceries into the cars of the fine Patriots here. But, yeah, if you're coming out, you will drive right past the stage. Just give us a little wave. You can give us a honk, too, if you so choose. We would appreciate that. But more importantly, this Texans organization is always big on supporting the community, and we've seen that over the last years especially. And this is an event that they do in order to do that at this particular holiday season for Thanksgiving. So salute to the Texans for doing this. Salute to, players being made available. Hell, the players are working on Thanksgiving. Their football, they make sure to take off with this Tuesday during their typical charity time, and they're making sure to do this for the people of Houston, which is really cool.
It really is, and we can see the line is moving too. So get on over here and get your turkey and groceries. I'm glad Figgy mentioned that. The other sides and stuff are in that bag.
I love what's happening here in front of us. As again, I'm just continuing to give you play-by-play. I appreciate there's some folks with the hatchbacks.
They're already open.
Tailgates open. They're like, look, man, we're not wasting no time. We're moving through this.
We heard about Daniil Hunter.
Honestly, Davis or CJ, whoever's out there, if they're out there, they might just be able to throw the turkey into the back of the back of a moving car and let those people get going. But yeah, make sure that you come. I think I heard it. Did I heard a beep?
Yeah, we heard a beep.
We got people already saluting us out here. We appreciate that. All right, let's get going here on a Tuesday in the Loop because we are still gearing up for the opportunity of this Texas team to eat in a real way.
I see what you did there.
They got the Colts. They have the potential for a feast. I mean, there is a lot of possibility for good vibes and good feelings. I was playing around with the athletics playoff probability, and you have I think you're currently sitting at 53% chance of making the playoffs. It jumps a good degree if you get this win versus the Colts. And honestly,
it jumped a good degree last week.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. In fact, like I said, it was the big delta of probability of making the playoffs if you lost that game versus the Bills versus if you won it. Obviously, the Texans won it, so they're in a good spot. They can really give themselves an opportunity to have football games here, to have a football game here if they could start by getting this win. DeMeco Ryans, Obviously, he talked to the Assemble media yesterday, and one of the things he also will do on a Monday often is talk to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris in the Coaches Show. And one of the things that happened in the Coaches Show, Fig, I'm looking for cut 9 here, was DeMeco just kind of looking back a little bit. I think the mini bye served as an opportunity to look back, look forward at the same time. But looking back, one of the big things that we're looking at to see if the Texans can make the playoffs is we know the defense is there. What can the offense be? What kind of improvements have they made, and what do they need to make? And this was DeMeco Ryans when he was asked what improvements he has seen from the offense of late.
For the most part, we're not having the negative plays. And that's the one thing you have to mitigate the negative plays, right? We've done that. We've been gaining positive yards on first down. We've been able to win on some third down. So we're getting there. The red zone has gotten better. We've been able to get in the end zone the past couple weeks. So we're taking those steps as an offense to put us in position to win games, right? And they gave the team enough points against Buffalo to go win, and that's what it's going to take. Whatever we need, I'm always trying to get at least 21.
Yeah.
That gives us a chance, right? But they've done a good job, I say, overall in the red zone, just running the more, the scheme plays with the run, getting Woody on the outside more with some of our perimeter runs. Done a good job pulling our tackles, just a lot of variety in the run game. I like that about our offense, and I think it just keeps defenses on their toes, keeps them out of balance, out of sync. They don't know really what's coming. So the more and more we continue to thrive on what we're doing well, and the more we lean into what we're doing well, with our play action pass game, we got to run the ball well to open it up. So Nico and Higgins, they've been a great job as well. Higgins, he doesn't get talked about much, but I think as a rookie, he's come on in our offense. He's been the guy who's really lighting it up, making some big plays, explosive plays on early downs, and in the red zone, he's been the guy who's getting in for us. So we got to lean on him a little bit more as well.
All right, a few things there that were interesting to me.
A lot of things. How many of these things, because he listed a lot of things, I've taken note of some of them. How many of these things do you feel like you've seen, and how many of these things feel sustainable to you?
Okay, that's two different questions.
That's right.
That's two different questions.
That's right, John Lopez. My bad. Was that loud?
Here, then that's one of the things that I think stood to me. And maybe it's because we are Texans fans and we are battered and bruised, and we have the old Texans battered syndrome over the years of how long can this last? When's the other shoe going to drop? I think you're kind of fooling yourself if you don't think there has been improvement on offense. I know that sounds almost like a bold statement, as harsh as we were, and as harsh as it was to look at for 10 weeks, 8 weeks, 10, somewhere in there. But if you look at these last couple of games, they have shown improvement. He kind of itemized a few things there. Woody Marks, that's your running back. We saw how he converted on 3rd and 4th down in this last Buffalo game, and how that wouldn't have happened previously. Maybe with different running backs, but maybe certainly with the different offensive line. There's that. He mentioned Jaden Higgins, said people aren't talking about it enough. Hell, we are. We are.
Yeah.
And that's a big one right there. And getting the ball out quickly. That has been key. Would you agree, this offense, if you just had to say yes or no, has it improved? Absolutely, yes.
It has improved, and you know me, I got numbers behind it, because as soon as I heard that, I was like, I want to see how true that ultimately is, because it feels spiritually true, but sometimes the feelings can be deceptive. And I went and I looked at, especially when he was talking about being better on first down and getting positive yards, not getting negative yards. And you can look at that in various different ways. I separated this out weeks 1 through 9 and then weeks 10 through 12, which you might be able to see a clear line of demarcation there. 10 through 12 being Jags, Titans, and of course this Bills game, where early on you were 23rd in EPA, 11th. In those last 3 weeks. That's a huge jump. That's the biggest jump you're going to see.
Yeah.
Success rate is really the interesting thing for me when it comes to those two, because success rate, if you're having a successful play on first down, picking up 4 yards, on second down, getting yourself into short situations, so on and so forth, picking up 60% of what you're looking for to try and get your first down, and then obviously third down is if you're converting that first down there. That's a successful play.
Right.
You were 30th in the lead in success rate early on in the season. You were 19th in the last few. On first down. That's particularly
that's not lighting the world on fire, but that's 11
better.
spots.
That's a lot better. Even third downs, right? You go from EPA of 26th to 13th. Success rate, you go from 29th to 10th. Right? If you could find a way to be average in the league on first down, on third down, you are giving yourself an opportunity to continue drives. That's what we've seen with some of these long drives.
Yeah.
And then red zone is then when you have to be better. That's the one that feels a little bit where he's like, it's gotten better in the red zone, and yeah, because it was absolutely putrid.
Yeah.
I still think that there's room to grow, but I feel like all of these things that we're seeing are fairly sustainable.
Yeah.
The thing that I do wonder about is he's talking about, we got to run the game, run the ball. The play action has been good, and you need to run in order to establish it. That's where I start going,
Yeah.
Because, again, you were able to run the ball really well against the Buffalo Bills. That's a very unique circumstance.
Well, really well was like 90-something yards, 78, 90 yards, something like that. I forget the exact number, but that is really well. And that kind of leads to my other sort of takeaway from what he was talking about there. You do have to grade this offense on a curve because of the defense. Because the defense, not only gives you points oftentimes, but they shorten the field, and the offense doesn't have to score as much. By the way, thanks for listening, DeMeco. He said 21. You and I have both been saying just get to 24. Just get to 24. And he just said right there he's more confident. If we can get to 21 points, all we're asking for is 21 points. They feel pretty good about winning the game. So you kind of grade it on a curve. It actually looks better when you consider what their defense is.
But the thing about it is it looks better, but it's just barely enough right now.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, with the run game is the one thing within the things he talked about, right? Nico is going to be Nico. We know that. We know that they're going to get him the ball. Higgins, I talked about this. We've talked about this week. I really like what I saw from Higgins in that Thursday night game, and I like what I saw from the offense. I know that there's still room for development and growth. You got to get your foot down and tap that thing in, young fella. You got to understand that when you're free, just get to open space and catch the football as opposed to being rigidly attached to your route pre-snap. If that thing opens up, just get the ball and go score a touchdown. I feel like those are things that he can grow on, but they are trusting him with touches. They're trusting him with targets, and he ends up being the de facto place where they go to the football when Nico Collins is covered up. That's going to be something that's going to happen a good amount because teams know Nico Collins is a gosh darn menace, right? I think that those things are cool, but all that's fine and good, but you need to be able to, or they feel like they need to be able to run the football. And that scares me a little bit because they haven't run the football. Even in this instance of what we're talking about, they haven't run the football particularly well outside of that game where you get against the Bills and notoriously bad run defense. I do like that DeMeco acknowledged that, hey, when we got to Woody, we're getting him to the outside. Yeah. We're pulling tackles. I think that serves to understand that our strength isn't in the interior. Our strength is getting these big boys, especially someone like Ariante that's big and can move, getting them on the perimeter and letting somebody like Woody Marks work in space. I like that they're acknowledging that. I'm still a little disconcerted by the fact that they want to lean so heavily on the run, though.
Well, but one thing, that needs to be mentioned, of course, is, their offense has improved, obviously all due respect because he played terrific, all things considered. But they did it all with Davis Mills. C.J. Stroud is coming back. C.J. Stroud, although he's not like a big-time runner, is a bigger threat for defenses and does offer, some options or some concerns for defenses. So C.J. Stroud coming back, showing a few signs. You do need to run the ball better, as you mentioned. But I think there's, again, if you say yes or no, has this offense gotten better? Yeah, you kind of, couch it a little bit. But it has gotten better. It has gotten better.
Does that then mean we need to salute Nick Haley? Like, how far are you taking this here?
I mean, how can you not? If we're being fair, this is not an offense that is going to. We know this. We knew this in the preseason. They're not going to have 5 or 6 shot plays. They're going to stay true to what they've been saying all along. Run the ball, safe passes, get rid of it quickly. They're going to do that all year. Now, here's where the other C.J. Stroud factor comes in. C.J. Stroud has had a lot more success seeing those plays, calling them at the line of scrimmage. Famously, the 2nd and 27, that he converted to Nico or whatever it was.
Down the left side of the field, yes, sir.
And recognize and taking that shot. So I think, there's hope there.
I still think that there's, at times, and of course I'm bringing in the negative because you hit so much of the positive, not just because I'm a negative Nancy, which I might be. That might be something that you can accuse me of fairly. There's still some nonsensical route combinations that happen at times in this offense, and periodically there's still some poor protection schemes within it, but it's fewer and further between than it used to be. And at times there's still, weirdly coach technique. I was watching a quarterback school on YouTube, and they were breaking down Davis Mills' game versus the Bills. And one of the things that they were looking at, there's an instance where it's like they're 3-step drop, no hitch, like getting the ball out quickly on a corner route that Higgins it's going to need a little more development, right? And so I feel like there's still instances like that are little, but I think you could spin that to a positive where hopefully that's still growing and developing within this, where they're noticing those things and trying to get better at it. And I think that is encouraging. But yeah, there's still room to grow. And that either means that, Nick Caley is not, wringing out all the potential, or they have an opportunity in going to be one of the most important, in fact, the single most important stretch of football here, that they have an opportunity to get more out of this offense.
Just one more quick thing. This offense began to turn not just when personnel changed, but also from the day that DeMeco Ryan said we've got to change some things. Remember that?
Yeah.
So it's Nick Caley, but we got to give credit to a lot of those guys in that offensive room, whether it's Shaplinski or Gerard Johnson or whomever, DeMeco, emphasizing things. Because from that moment on, they have changed things, personnel and otherwise. And so maybe, you give Nick Caley the bulk of the credit, but this seems to be a collective effort offensively.
Yeah, and I'm very encouraged by the fact that they're able to do it against the Bills. But this Colts team is going to give you quite a challenge defensively. That front looks real nasty. I'm interested to see if they can match that. But salute to this offense and the way that they've improved. I understand that we often are going to ask the question on if they're going to deliver, but I think we should give them a little credit for, at least in the last few weeks, delivering to some degree, even with that acknowledgement that it came late against the Jags. It came just barely enough against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
The Bills game does do a little bit of deodorizing on some of that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going out here at NRG Stadium. Turkey time with the Texans. The cars are lining up in order to pick up their turkeys and groceries for Thanksgiving, courtesy of the Texans and Texans players that are putting them in the cars. But coming up next, Rockets had a game last night, and they did it without Kevin Durant. Before we got to that game, Lopez had an interesting question about Kevin Durant. Is it possible that he's beginning to slow down? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Credit to Miko's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills. 8 sacks. from injury lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're on location. Where, you might ask? NRG Stadium, where we are participating in the Turkey Time with the Texans.
They are showing
event.
up and showing out, just like Andre said.
That's right. Presented by Kroger. It's obviously Texans, some of the Texans that you know and love, helping distribute 1,000 turkeys and groceries to the people of Houston here at NRG Stadium. Just drive up. I believe it's on Kirby, and it's Westridge. Westridge is the entrance that you'll take. They'll take you around a little bit of a maze, and you will drive right past the stage here. Say hi, a little wave or a honk if you so choose. But then you'll have an opportunity to get a turkey and get some groceries from the Texans, presented by Kroger. This is a really cool event.
It really is every year.
Every year, awesome thing that's happening here. The Rockets played last night, and they played without one Kevin Durant, who's going to miss that game last night and also the next game with personal issues. Did you see the people that were like trying to push Ime on what the personal issues were?
Yes, that was silly.
I hadn't even considered that.
Yeah. Well, they're just going to assume. Okay, whatever.
I think. I think that person, that media member was coming from a perspective that maybe we came a little bit with like the Joe Mixon thing with the Texans.
Maybe.
But that feels different, right? That feels like a longer period where there's no real information, and we go, all right, well, we're just going to have to kind of fill in the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, something that is already described as, hey, he's dealing with a personal matter. He'll miss these 2 games, like very clear, concise, self-contained. I feel like we just let that be. We can let that rock, can't we?
Yeah, the natural inclination is when you hear personal matter, you think the worst. It's not necessarily the worst. It could be a great event in his life that he can't miss, so who knows? But
no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but either way, the Rockets did a good job handling business against a very physical Phoenix Suns team, which of course you can attribute almost squarely to one Dylan Brooks.
Why is that?
That game was physical as hell, boy. I tell you that, and we could break down more of it. But within that, I thought the Rockets did a good job moving the basketball. Like, there was a lot of swing happening, a lot more than I think I've seen for them to this point. But before we even got to this game, you asked a very pertinent question that I think is worth examining a little bit, and it has to do with your superstar that you acquired this offseason. Is Kevin Durant slowing down?
Yeah, and I want to make sure you realize where I'm coming from on this is two-pronged. And, obviously maybe he's slowing down, and I'm going to ask you the question with some numbers that seemed interesting to me. But also maybe that's why he's such a good fit with this squad, because of what he's doing. Specifically, you mentioned last night, Jabari Smith. He filled the role and did some very good things and seemed to be, certainly feeling the influence of a Kevin Durant, this year. But let me throw this out at you and see if we can kind of parse this out a little bit. Kevin Durant currently is averaging fewer points, which is still a lot. Let's be very clear about this. I think it's 24.6. He's averaging.
Is that good?
Yeah, averaging fewer points than he has, though, since his rookie year. And that's, 17 years ago, whatever it is. Expected field goal percentage is down. Shooting percentage is down. Three-point percentage is down.
And all of those, not just down year over year, down over a large stretch of his
like
career.
The last 3 or 4 years or whatever. So the fact that that's the case, again, we're talking about natural inclination, and natural inclination is, maybe Kevin Durant is slowing down a little bit, finally showing signs of so many years in the NBA and so many postseasons and all that. I think it's a possibility. Clearly, time is undefeated, as we all often hear, but I think it's also a possibility. Like, that's why he's a good fit here. He's very self-aware in terms of what he is as a basketball player, and he's very much a basketball junkie. And I think he's like, all right, where I am right now, this is what I need to do. The only kind of alarming, for lack of a better word, is the field goal percentage and three-point percentage. That's something you want him to always stay consistent with. The points average wouldn't bother me, or doesn't bother me, because of what he's doing with this squad,
I think that there is a level of, when you talk about his field goal percentage, I don't know how much of this is wiping away what you're throwing out here. I think that if you look at it, we talk about him being a mid-range killer. His shot diet has really shot up in that range of 10 to 16 feet, that kind of free throw line jumper type area. He's had more of that, like significantly more of his shots come from that range than in the last 6-7 years in his career. I think that changes because that's the most inefficient shot in basketball.
Right.
He's taking it and he takes it at a higher rate, and he makes it at a higher rate than anybody else. But that is still one of those things that I guess statistically it's going to kind of change the numbers there. But I think he is slowing down. I think that is something to acknowledge. I also think that the caveat behind that is not inherently a bad thing.
Right.
I think that he is slowing down. He is not stopping.
That's kind of where I'm going.
First and foremost. And I think that lines up kind of nicely with what you saw in the game last night. His presence was missed. You talked about Jabari Smith Jr. filling the gap. I actually don't think that he did that. I think Jabari Smith continued to play the role that he plays, knockdown three-point shooter. Like, he continued to ease pressure that way. But, like, hey, get the ball to this guy and let him go knock down a shot. Like, you did miss some of that as much as Alperen Sengun was going to do that. But outside of it, like, you still missed Kevin Durant in that. And so he has that role. But I think what you saw was you see these other guys and still have room to grow. And I think that as Kevin Durant, as his play diminishes, and of course that is with the asterisk, because diminishing to 24 points a game is still. I wish I could diminish to 24 points a game in the National Basketball Association. That'd be incredible. But I do think that, like, as he does that, it creates room for, as you talked about, Jabari Smith Jr. to try and grow into whatever he's growing into. Amen Thompson to continue to grow into what he's growing into. Even Sengun to continue to get some more of his growth. Reed Shepherd, you understand all the principles that we're talking about here. I think that actually is okay. I will watch this space, though, because one of the things that scares me in sports in general is that decline isn't always a given, right? How it goes. Some people decline very gradually. Sometimes it falls off a cliff. I don't think that is in the offing for Kevin Durant, because especially in basketball, if you can shoot the basketball, that's the last thing to go. So I think that he will still have that. But I will be watching that. And so it's worth acknowledging. I think the decline is there. I don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't think it's a bad thing either, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, just because of his influence and everything else. Speaking of caveats, do you expect the shooting percentages and the three-point percentage and the expected EPA and points per game to get better?
Look at you sounding like me. Put a lot. You hear all them stats and numbers and letters he put in there?
I didn't quote them. I just said them. Do you expect that to get better over the course of an 82-game season and beyond?
That's actually a good point.
Part.
That's actually a good point, because I think there's a possibility of it. Some of the statistical tick down that we could probably link that to, because what are they, 15 games into the season right now or something to that effect? This is a team that was figuring out how they play in the early portions of it. How much of that decline in statistical prowess for him as an individual was, hey, I am figuring out how to fit in with all these pieces of young guys that are also trying to figure out what they're doing here. We've seen a noted increase in this offense, right? I chuckled there, because it's almost absurd to say that. You went from an offense that was all get rebounds to an offense that literally is the best in the league. You know, like there was a huge jump, and they were doing some figuring out as they did that. So maybe that has something to do with some of those numbers ticking down. I think it's fair to expect a little decline in there. I think that also it is not necessarily a bad thing. A question comes in here on the text line, again, 713-572-4610, because I was talking about that game that they played last night, and I think we'll have more opportunity to talk about that, especially when we get to what's popping. Dylan Brooks, I think it was evident that some of the physicality, and this is still a pretty physical Houston team, but I think you could see the difference in, that's what it used to look like, right? Do you think the Rockets will miss Dylan Brooks' grit in the playoffs, the 281 ass?
I think it's possible. I mean, hell, he was putting Steven Adams on the floor last night.
Which is not an easy – Steven Adams looks like he's made out of – he looks like he's made out of marble.
And it's not well advised either to do it. But, yeah, maybe a little bit, but I'll certainly take what they have now over that.
Yeah, and I agree, because, again, I think Sean asked Seth earlier in their program today, and it was football related. Would you rather have an elite defense and an average offense, or an elite offense and average defense? I think similarly in the NBA, I think I'd rather have an elite offense and an average defense, and I think that you have above an average defense versus vice versa, which it felt like was what you were doing last year.
I agree.
So I'm with you there, but that physicality, I think that is inherent to what Ime wants, and I did miss it a little bit. I missed it a little bit, but of course
when you saw it,
seeing it last night against Phoenix. We'll talk more about that game when we get into what's popping here in the Loop. But we are out at NRG Stadium, turkey time with the Texans. We're seeing the cars roll through efficiently. Unfortunately, we can't see exactly where the players are to see exactly what's going on there, but you have an opportunity to if you come out and roll through. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. It's, as we mentioned, turkey time of year. And so Mark Vandermeer asked Coach DeMeco Ryans a fantastic question on the Coach's Show that we are just going to rip straight up. When it comes to Thanksgiving, if you had to invite someone from your rival school or team to Thanksgiving, who would you invite? 713-572-4610. I think you'll appreciate DeMeco Ryans' answer next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back, and however you like to get in.
today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Nah, Mr. Big Voice, man. We're not at the Mokaram studios. We're actually out at NRG Stadium, southeast corner, where we are overlooking the Turkey Time with the Texans. There we go. Get it right, Reginald. Presented by Kroger, where Texans giving out turkeys. I think 1,000 is the number that I saw. Turkeys and groceries so that a lot of families in Houston can have a fantastic Thanksgiving. The line is moving along. We're seeing folks. And it's nice out, too.
It's
folks
beautiful.
with the windows out, trunks open, ready to accept the bountiful gifts that the Texans are providing to the community. I see this on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text from the 631. When they were a kid, they said John Gotti used to give out truckloads of turkeys and groceries in all 5 boroughs in Long Island.
Hey, man, take care of the people here.
I don't like the association making the Texans like John Gotti. I feel like
I don't know if they did that.
I feel like that was that isn't quite the same. I feel like you can feel a lot better about these turkeys coming through.
Yeah, you can.
Right, like
these are clean turkeys.
They weren't
shipped with cartons of cigarettes in the back of a box truck.
I don't think there's any contraband involved. I don't think that there's any blood money or anything of the sort involved. It's good, family friendly. You can come through and then make sure just wave at us real quick if you drive out here and if you're on the queue of sorts. But speaking of Thanksgiving, turkey time, so on and so forth. DeMeco Ryans jumped on the Coach's Show with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. And you know Mark is always going to try and throw out a little bit of fun with it, and with it being Thanksgiving. He asked a very important question.
Yes,
DeMeco, if you had to invite somebody from your rival school, remember DeMeco went to Alabama, so this would be Auburn in this case, who would invite to Thanksgiving?
So you're an Alabama alum, so you have to invite one of the following Auburn alums to your Thanksgiving table, Coach.
I love this.
Okay, so you have the choice of one of these 4. Bo Jackson, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, Charles Barkley, Cam Newton. You have to pick one of those 4 Auburn alums to sit with your Bama family.
But if you pick Cam, you have to wear one of his hats.
Oh, man, that would be sweet. Well, man, that's a tough one. So many great guys. I'm going to roll with Bo Jackson. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to roll with Bo just because Bo, he can sit with my family because he knows my family. Yeah. We're from the same hometown. Okay. He's from Bessemer. We actually both got inducted into the Cotton Bowl Hall of Fame together earlier this year in May, and his family couldn't be there, so he said, "Hey, Miko, can I use your family?" And he said, "Family, can you stand up for me?"
That's great.
So Bo's a great guy, man. Bo's a great guy. He played football with my uncles in high school, so hometown guy, I'll go with him.
How about that? First of all, what do they put in the water in Bessemer?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Hey, you ain't got nothing to do besides play this football, man.
Hey, y'all want to hear something funny?
Yes.
So, you know how everybody in your family always has somebody, some type of celebrity that's like, oh, kin to this person.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson was that in my family. For some reason,
really?
I had an auntie that was like, oh, yeah, we related. And so I have no idea how or if it's true. But it was always like, oh, yeah, Bo Jackson, he part of our family. And I never understood how. I don't even know if it's true.
Well, you could have stood up at his Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah, don't even bother about finding out whether it's true or not.
It's true
Just
to
say
me.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah,
that's all.
I mean, I can't prove it, though.
Yeah.
Who needs to prove it, man?
It's true to me, for sure.
My uncle and my auntie said it. My great auntie said it. Yeah, no, they know.
And I mean, it's kind of fair, too, because I got family in Bessemer, too. So.
There you go. Without question.
I'm buying it. So, first of all, that's pretty sweet. He used DeMeco's family to stand up at the Hall of Fame induction. Secondly, I love this question. And it doesn't have to be, we're not going to give you a list. Your rival school with your family, especially on a Thanksgiving holiday when generally you're playing that school, whether it's Ole Miss and Mississippi State, A&M, Texas, K-State, Kansas already played, right?
Yes, Sunflower Showdown already happened.
But it's oftentimes Michigan, Ohio State, all that stuff. The easy one for me is Earl Campbell. I just love that guy, and I've gotten to know him, so it would be fun to have him there. And the ones I was thinking of, Not Michael Dell, of course, for obvious reasons, but probably.
Why are you hating on Michael Dell? Because
he's associated with it.
That was your fault.
Because he's associated.
If you're not familiar, John Lopez could have been a millionaire or maybe a billionaire. Only God knows. If he had made an investment in Dell
that
earlier.
I was told to do. Anyway, we're not talking about that, but. Owen Wilson, love that guy. He went to UT. I don't think he graduated, but he was there a long time. The other one that I was thinking about, because, music and movies and all that stuff we all love, David Geffen from DreamWorks and Geffen Records.
Huge.
Dude, can you imagine the stories that he would have?
Incredible.
From all the records and movies and the old, talking about Janis Joplin and all the way to the most current, Yeah, so I'd say David Geffen, even though you're wearing that orange and white, you can come to our Thanksgiving.
It's funny because I wanted to open this up, but it might make it easier, like your rival. What rival would you invite?
It could be a Yankee. It could be a Cowboy.
Could it be a Yankee? Well, I was like,
if it's your biggest rival.
If we're throwing in Reggie, I was about to say Reggie Jackson, but that's actually not where I want to go. If we're throwing in Ricky Henderson, obviously, if he was alive at this point, that's.
But I'm talking about your biggest rival. To be college, like your biggest rival might be the Yankees.
I mean, I think. I wonder if Mark Vandermeer would go with Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's an easy answer, right?
That would be
charismatic.
Yeah.
You could talk all sorts of football, especially as the football is on. That'd be like incredibly interesting and fun to have. I'm trying to find the Kansas alum that I would actually want to come. Because there's ones that I think are funny, like I'm gonna invite Perry Ellis to see how he played basketball for so damn long, right? Like things like that. But I don't know if there's actually
I don't have the list in front of me. Who are some of the more famous?
I mean, I just keep thinking about Mike Mangini and stuff.
Oh God, KU needs to up its game
to eat all. Well, I mean, no, I'm sure there are a lot of KU alums that I could go with. Oh, you know what? Here's the one, and I didn't even realize he went to Kansas. Give me Kevin Harlan.
Oh, really? Yeah.
We can talk football.
Yeah.
We can talk basketball. Now, I'm sure he is working on that day, but I feel like he's good with families. Kevin Harlan gives me the distinct feeling.
He could do play-by-play on the dinner.
Sure.
Yeah.
But Kevin Harlan.
With the dagger.
I feel like Kevin Harlan gives me the distinct feeling that he's real good with moms. You know that dude that's real good, that just talks real sweet and is borderline hitting on your moms, but not actually? Kevin Harlan's like that. Do you think I'm right here?
Yeah, I think you 100% right.
What about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so as far as college, I ain't go to Ohio State, but that's my squad. I would 100% have Tom Brady at my Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh,
just to kind of see what the hell he pick up and put on his plate. Because him and Nick Casario probably got a lot in common when it comes to foods.
I'll have the greens, please. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Just
and
a plate.
Salad.
Yeah, just he gonna walk by with just a plate full of salad.
Yeah.
And then as far as high school, so my rival high school was Glenville, which bred a lot of NFL players and Ohio State players. I would totally have Ted Ginn Jr. at my Thanksgiving.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
By the way, KU, Paul Rudd went there.
They got some people, man.
Scott Bakula, Nikki Glazer.
Why would you say Scott Bakula
She could do a roast.
What, you think that's what I want for Thanksgiving? In fact,
Reggie Atatula's here. Hey, Reggie.
Can I get a PSA off right quick? I know that not everybody's on social media, but if you are, a PSA that I like this time of year, don't post pictures of your food on the internet.
Sorry, it ain't going to work.
The internet is not full of good people. Yeah. They're just going to make fun of your food. Yeah. And it feels real bad if somebody's
the same, man.
Right. It's going to look real bad if you got someone clowning your grandma's food because you thought you was being cute. Don't do that. 832 Ron the show. Hughley went to Kansas. Yeah, but I don't trust him. He played too much. From the 281, y'all think Karl Malone eats alone every year? One can only hope. Mm-hmm. I can only hope that's how it goes for that man. I despise him. From the 409, Lopez should invite Amy Adams.
No, it's when you want there.
Is there anybody in the division
I could put her there and just mock her the whole time. Put her at the kids' table.
Oh yeah, you would go the other way. You just try and make her life hell.
Hey, I would love to see Hannah and Amy Adams at the same dinner table.
Oh my goodness,
baby.
You know what? I feel like that would be all of the dramas or maybe even sitcoms where you have a dysfunctional family and everybody's smiling but also throwing jabs back and forth.
Or you're just in different corners talking about each other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I would not say
see that.
I would not sit between them, but I would pay to see that.
I would absolutely pay to see that. Let's see. The Bears are definitely our biggest rivals, so I would want to have. Oh my gosh, I lost.
The fridge.
The fridge. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he would eat a lot.
Yeah, she's a big Packers fan.
Oh, okay, there you go. Shout out to Mary.
They said you could bring in a Talib. He went to KU.
Why? Like, if we play, if the turkey, what's the game? The turkey game, Turkey Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want no Aqib Talib in there.
Oh, that's right.
With all due respect to Aqib Talib, because I don't want no problems. They family be a little wild with it at times. You can Google that if you need to. At times, I like wearing chains. I would not like those snatched. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on the Aqib Talib.
Carly Ursay Gordon.
Oh yeah,
Carly
there's your answer.
Yeah. No, I would love her to come to the dinner.
Yeah, I like the way you inflected your voice there, man.
That's crazy. Matthew McConaughey.
I don't want to see that stupid old brown jacket that he wears. That's the stupidest thing ever. Oh, it was my lucky jacket. You lost 35-10 wearing that jacket to Georgia on the sideline.
Doesn't matter. It's only lucky when I feel. And for some reason, I will read this on there from B. Scott. Apparently, he said he kin to Drake, which that's not going to go the way that you think, my boy, because I'm going to ask you, what's up with your family?
Yeah.
That's your man's now. What's up with your man's, B. Scott?
Yeah.
You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're having a lot of fun because we're out at Turkey Town with the Texans at NRG Stadium. A lot of cars rolling through here, getting an opportunity to pick up a turkey and groceries courtesy Kroger and the Texans. It's a real cool opportunity, a real cool thing that the Texans do to support the community. If you are in need of a turkey and some groceries, come on down. Right here off of Curvy, turn on West Ridge, you'll get in here, get in line, and it's while supplies last. And they've been going for an hour. I imagine those supplies are starting to get through there. But all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including how'd you feel about the interception off that was Monday Night Football? We'll talk about that and more next.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content, video system. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here as we are out at Turkey Time with the Texans, NRG Stadium. The line continuing to move. It's a lot of people in this line, man.
It's looking good.
It's looking good. Moving through. Texans doing a good job getting those turkeys and groceries to the folks. And, again, appreciation to Kroger for putting it on for the folks. All right, as we go around the NFL, Monday Night Football, were you watching any of this, John Lopez?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was Niners-Panthers, and the Niners ultimately win 20-9. Boy, were there a lot of interceptions in this football game.
It was an ugly, ugly game. Brock Purdy, good Lord, what was going on with him? And just bad passes, too. It's one thing if there's a tip ball, but, just throwing it right at him. It was really ugly. But McCaffrey got his, so that was good.
Yeah.
A revenge game.
I mean, Brock Purdy, 3 interceptions in this football game. And it's like you look at the way that he has produced this year, because it's easy to forget. Like when Mac Jones was out, I was like, oh, man, when they get Brock Purdy back. When Brock Purdy was playing earlier on in the season, we were looking at this Niners team like, ugh.
Yeah.
this is not looking the way that you wanted to. And I felt that feeling again when they got out here. And maybe some of that is me still looking at the Panthers in a weird way of just being like, hey, what are the Panthers? Are they not good? That defense looked to be pretty imposing. They had, obviously, those 3 takeaways, had opportunities for a couple more with some balls getting out on the field or whatever. But ultimately, the thing that I took away from this was that, the Panthers, even though their record looked nice, there's still a ways to go, especially because they still need another quarterback.
I think they do, but also that you mentioned their defense. We got a chance to look at it in the inter-squad practices, and it was okay then even. Obviously, the Texans' offense was nothing to write home about even then, of course, but the defense, they're onto something. Ugly game. I was doing some flipping away from that for obvious reasons, but it was good to see McCaffrey get his.
I was disappointed on multiple levels. Like, I think there was still some intrigue within the football game itself because, again, you were looking at the Panthers like, are they really doing this? But one of the things that was intriguing, we talked about this yesterday. Oh, man, the Manning cast going to have Jerry Rice on.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Good Lord.
My brother's in Christ.
He is dry.
It was not what I was expecting. There was a point in time where he got asked a question by, I don't remember if it was Eli or Payton, but he's just sitting there fixing his bow tie in the camera instead of answering the question. I was like,
and what was the key to the game?
Oh, let me find this because I texted you guys. There was a couple of quotes from Jerry Rice, Jerry Lee Rice. I wanted to make sure that you got that. That made me go, all right, Jerry.
Yeah.
At one point, he's talking about. I don't even remember exactly how he got to this point, but a direct quote was, "You have to establish the run or the pass."
Okay.
And I was like, very novel. That is incredible insight, Jerry Rice. And then at another time, Jerry Rice said one of the things that I actually want to hit you with do you believe it or not? Are you buying or selling this prematurely here? He said that he just turned 63 and, quote, I'm probably in the best shape of my life.
I'm buying it because he and I are the same age, and me too, Jerry. Me too, baby.
All right. Figgy, if you're going to can you take this seriously? Are you buying that from Jerry Rice?
You can't be. It's Jerry Rice, man. So you mean to tell me at the age of 63, this was the best shape of your life?
No, he's lying.
Like over the age of 21 and your prime NFL years, 63 is the best shape of your life.
As a fellow 63-year-old, I don't care that he was a supreme athlete at one point. He has a hard time getting out of bed. Yeah, and then he gets going, and maybe he feels pretty good.
If he's in the best shape of his life, get back out there on the field then.
That's right.
The funny part was, like, the context was they asked him about running hills. Like, hey, when was the last time you ran a hill? And he was like, I haven't ran the hill in a long time, but I believe I could because I'm 63 and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I'm like, all right, man. If you say so. But yeah, that was a pretty much one that you could write off. Bryce Young had a couple of interceptions himself in this game. I think one of them, if memory serves, was less his fault. I think that Ted McMillan got held and that just didn't get called. Yeah. So he's throwing with anticipation, and his wide receiver gets held. That throws you off. Even with that being the case, man, this Bryce Young thing, man. I don't know if the bit is already way too overused. But shout out to Lovie Smith, man, because the idea of having Bryce Young as opposed to like a C.J. Stroud, that is a real rough consideration. There. All right. Within this game, one thing that was very notable, and I wonder how the NFL decides to handle it. Did you see what happened on the field with Juwan Jennings? Yeah. Where he after the game, he's dapping some people up, and then he just gets to a certain point where he's like, actually, it's fisticuff time. Yeah. And he starts punching people in the head and such. And he, in talking about it, and you could go back and find the video in this game, apparently he got racked in the manhood.
Big time. In fact, Kyle Shanahan, you have this figgy, I think, talked about it afterward.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
Channeling Mike Tomlin, do what comes naturally, and he did. He wasn't going to have any of that.
Is this an epidemic in the National Football League?
I don't know. It's so bizarre. The thing that always perplexes me, they're going to see it with all the especially on a big time game, island game like that. It's going to be seen. They're going to see it, whether you're spitting, whether you're hitting a guy down low or whatever it may be. They're going to find it, and they still do it.
I don't want to over sensationalize what we're doing here, because there is to be said with the fact that, I mean, you had, was it the Boz that would get in piles of trying to bend people's fingers and stuff like that? The things that happen at the bottom of piles. In fact, I need to ask Seth about this one time on air, and just like, what's the wildest thing that you saw happen in a pile somewhere? But like, yeah, the things that have happened in the National Football League, I'm not here to try and pretend like there haven't been some real nasty, dirty things happening in the league. But just like, this isn't even quite that. This is just disrespectful, beneath you, spitting on folks, hitting people in the manhood. Like, I figured that people were better than this, man. Why are we in this place? I try not to do too much moralizing. I try not to. I definitely am not the strong arm of the law when it comes to National Football League. I feel like Raj, man, if you gave one game penalty for the spits,
I think you will.
This definitely.
He did to Jamar.
This is definitely one of those.
Yeah.
Like, this is definitely one of those where it has to happen. Actually, speaking of Jamar, let's talk about that here in a second. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, mind you, is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming now on Paramount Plus. It's Landman from Taylor Sheridan, who's the co-creator of Yellowstone. It's got Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton in it. It also features Academy Award nominees Demeanor, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman, and the new season is streaming right now on Paramount Plus. You mentioned Jamar Chase, who got his one-game suspension. He did not play this past week. So the first time that he was back in front of the media, he decided that he wanted to offer an apology. The apology here is as follows in a segment that I like to call Reading. Quote, to my team, fans, the Bengals organization, the Steelers organization, and the NFL community, please know I am speaking from my heart when I say I take full responsibility for my actions during last Sunday's game. What I did was wrong. The circumstances don't matter. My passion for the game is no excuse. There is zero place in our sport or in life for that level of disrespect. I want to personally apologize to everyone within the Pittsburgh Steelers organization. I let my emotions in the moment get the better of me. I can only hope and trust that none of it represents who I am, not as a competitor, teammate, or person. I also want to apologize to my coaches, teammates, and organization for not meeting my own standards as a leader of the team, close quote. Anybody missing there?
Nobody's missing. Buy or sell. Speaking of which, since we're talking buy or sell, I'm going to sell the hell out of this with the caveat of I know he had to do it. I know someone else wrote it. I know,
You think someone else wrote that for him?
Hell yes. It was down to the last letter.
If someone else wrote it for him, wouldn't they say, I want to apologize to Jalen Ramsey, the dude I spit on?
Well, he didn't do that, but everything else he did. And I get it. You had to do it. But my gut feeling, talk to the wall, man. The first thing he said was, I didn't do that.
Yeah,
I didn't do it.
That's one of the big things undercutting all this is that
I didn't do it.
You had an opportunity to fess up or even like come up with a better excuse. He was like, nope, did not happen. I'm just gonna gaslight my way through this, and we'll make it. And of course, the videos did not happen, or the videos did not allow that to happen. Rather, that is rough. Can I tell you one of the things that personally annoys me with apologies of this ilk?
What's that?
The fact that on the backside people often come back and like, I want you to understand that this does not reflect me as a person. No, that's kind of exactly what it does. Your actions are going to reflect you as a person.
Yes, that's
right?
exactly what it does.
You can't just like Jedi mind trick this away to be like, actually, my actions don't reflect who I am. That's kind of exactly who reflects who you are. In fact, I would say your words are less about who you are than what you do, big dog. So I found that to be fascinating. That is the way that he decided to play that particular thing. He will be back, and they need it. I don't think that they have playoffs on the brain really, or maybe they do, but I don't think it's a possibility. But they can be spoilers. We talked about this. They got the Ravens a couple times. They have the Bills, and they will have Joe Burrow. He is looks like he will absolutely play in that game on Thursday night, the night game of the 3. I think that this slate for Thanksgiving looks like it might be one of the best that we're getting in a long time.
Oh, for sure. All day long, it's going to be plug in and watch.
In fact, let me make sure I pull this up so I get this right. But I'm pretty sure that the 3 games on Thanksgiving are incredible, right? Okay, that's week 12, not week 13. Let's look at the right week. You got Green Bay at Detroit to start off, which a division game. The Green Bay has a little bit of they got some dicey propositions there, but it should still be a good football game. And the Lions obviously trying to figure themselves out. So I think that's evenly matched with additions to the animosity of a division game. You got Chiefs-Cowboys, which of course is going to be of great interest here, trying to see what the Chiefs are doing there, what they look like. But then also, you said it, not me, that you are incredibly entertained by this Cowboys team right now. So boom there, and then you get Bengals-Ravens, which to cap things off with Joe Burrow coming back. That feels like that could be really fun.
Yep.
All right, other things around the NFL. Did you see that Nick Sirianni said that he is not considering any offensive coaching changes?
I did see that. I don't know what they could do at this point because Sirianni tried, it didn't work. Then he tried this new iteration. It's not working. I mean, what could they possibly do?
I don't know, but it seems like that dude Kevin Petullo, like. They have players. Our sister station up in Philly, WIP. They had players, a number of players on, I believe, the afternoon show yesterday, it might have been Monday actually. Or yesterday was Monday. Wow, see how my week is going. And they got dudes that are. I think my Lotta was out here without being asked, unsolicited, just trying to defend Kevin Petullo. Yeah. When the players know, hey, I got to say something.
Yeah, it's bad.
It is not good. Yeah. I saw Nick Foles saying that basically, hey, he's probably a nice guy, but ... I'm like, oh, that's never a good thing. It's tough out there for a team that is really has a great record. I still look at them and I go, that offense is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of we're getting some updates on the NFL awards race. Obviously, there's still 6 weeks left to go in the season. The major awards, it's pretty lopsided there, ain't it?
Did you get the Jimmy Shapiro email?
Oh, I got the Jimmy Shapiro email.
And I was looking at it like, this is, I don't know if boring is the word, but this is the most lopsided. Everything is pretty much decided. I mean, clearly, I guess something drastic could happen because something drastic happened to Josh Allen just last week. But, it's pretty much a lock. Who's going to be MVP? Matt Stafford. Who's going to be Defensive Player of the Year? Myles Garrett. Coach of the Year? Mike Vrabel. These are locks. Offensive Rookie, you mentioned Ted McMillan. That seems to be a lock. Defensive Rookie, Carson Schlesinger has heavy odds.
He's been so good.
Heavy odds to win it. And Christian McCaffrey comeback. The only one that is kind of up in the air is Offensive Player of the Year, and that's probably going to come down to Jonathan Taylor and Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, and that's actually really tough because I love what both of them have been doing this year. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor less so because of the impact that it has on the Texans. But, yeah, I think that you're probably right in that regard. You mentioned Matt Stafford, MVP. One of the things that I found interesting, Peter Schrager tweeted about how, in 2020, Aaron Rodgers threw 48 touchdowns and just 5 interceptions. He went further to say, I never thought we'd see a bigger gap in touchdowns to interceptions in a single season. Talking about Matt Stafford and the gap that he's created through 11 games, obviously, before this week. 30 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Man.
Do you feel like we might be overdoing some of the touchdown to interception ratio?
No, absolutely not. Keep in mind, this is a defensive year in the NFL. Defenses are dominating. Most quarterbacks are having bad years for what you expected.
Offense is down 30 yards all the way around.
And Matt Stafford is either throwing 30 and 2. I think it actually enhances his case.
The only thing I also wanted to add to that is I feel like Peter Schrager's forgetting the 41-4 that Lamar Jackson put up a couple of years ago.
Yeah. No, but this year in particular, like mentioned, the best quarterbacks in the league, Matt Stafford is miles better than them.
Dude, it feels like he's aging and getting better, right?
Yeah.
I do think it's worth noting that there's been a lot of around the league, what we see with CJ, like admiring Stafford's game is not unique. There's a lot of quarterbacks that really appreciate his game. You're getting to see it to a greater degree here as he continues going. So salute to Matt Stafford in the way that he's been able to go about things. But there you go. That's around the NFL here. On this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Actually, we're sitting here at NRG Stadium watching the Turkey Time with the Texans event going on, and it's presented by Kroger. As lots of folks rolling through here, picking up turkeys and groceries. And, man, do you see this tiny car right here? I'm like, where are they even going to put that turkey in there, in that car, as people are waving to us? But you see it right here? Yeah. I'm like, I feel like they could fit a 5-pound turkey and nothing larger. Like, you might as well just get a chicken. But shout out to them. The Texans will give them some groceries nonetheless, because of course that's what they're doing on the day. All right, coming up next, Cliff Averill wrote a very interesting piece about, because he was on that 0-16 Lions team. He also was on the Seahawks team that ultimately won a championship. Do the Texans, like when it comes to their culture, does what we know of the Texans match a championship culture? That's the question I have. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
One guy in particular. Moquero Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Moquero Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Actually, out at NRG Stadium for Turkey Time with the Texans, we're seeing folks roll through to pick up a turkey, some groceries, courtesy of Kroger, and, of course, the Texans. It's been really cool. A lot of folks honking, waving at us because we're out on the stage right here on the southeast corner. Folks driving right past us to be part of the event.
Don't try to cut.
No, don't do that. No. There's plenty enough, I imagine, for everyone. But they've been rolling people through, so I imagine they're getting through the supply. But it's while supplies last. They've been going since 10. But they're giving away 1,000 turkeys, if memory serves.
Got some listeners honking and waving.
Yeah, 100%. Please do. If you're driving through the line, you see us, honk at us, wave at us. Nothing makes our day more on this particular day. Now, from what we know about the Texans, do they have a championship culture? Is a question I have. I saw a very interesting piece. The Athletic has had a series called Peak, where they're kind of covering leadership, personal development, and performance through the lens of sports. And with that being the case, one of the installments was written by Cliff Averill. He played 10 seasons in the NFL for the Lions and the Seahawks, which means he played for that 0-16 Lions team, the entirely defeated football team, and he also played for the Seahawks when they won their championship on that incredible defense. And he wrote about the differences in culture there, a championship winning culture and a losing culture, an entirely losing culture. And some of the things that he talked about here, he wrote that when he was in Detroit, that he hated going to work, right? He said one time we were watching film in the defensive meeting room, a coach asked what we were doing on a particular play and said we should have made a different defensive call. One of the defensive backs shot back. That's what I called, look at my hand, I'm calling the play. The coach told him that he still lined up wrong, right? Like, there's instances like that. He got to a place where he started talking about the first thing he noticed in Seattle was the difference in culture. He said Detroit was very militant. We want players to wear their team issue sweats. We want players to tuck in their shirts. He said when I got to Seattle, it was a complete opposite. Pete Carroll wanted guys to be different. He wanted guys to be themselves. He didn't care about the small things like tucking in his shirt, played music, shooting hoops, relaxed and fun. We're on that particular spectrum, and there's more that I can maybe give you in Cliff Averill's words when it comes to a championship culture. Where on that spectrum between those two do you see the Texans, from what we can tell, from what we know?
I think it's leaning more toward Pete Carroll, but Pete Carroll is kind of the extreme in that direction. We've all talked to players that have played for Pete Carroll. I've gotten to know a few here and there, and his big mantra was you be you, do what you want, except here. When it gets to meeting time, when it gets to, you can wear whatever you want. When it gets to game time, practice time, perform. And if you don't perform, all of a sudden, that's the equalizer. I don't know if the Texans are that, laissez-faire in terms of, who you are and what you are. I think they let them to a large degree. But at some point, it comes down to you do have to have a little bit more, us discipline together, that kind of thing. And that's why I think it's kind of in between, but leaning maybe a little more toward Pete Carroll.
Yeah, he got to a point in his piece, he kind of landed it here, right, is that the difference with them was when you lost a few games, which, of course, in football and any sport, that is the real teller, right? Winning is the ultimate deodorant. I like to call it a panacea. It covers things up. It fixes everything up until it doesn't, right? When there's not winning, that's when the fissures begin to show up. He said in Detroit you could feel the tension when you were on a 2 or 3 game losing streak. Coaches changed how they talked to players. Yeah. They changed how they ran their meetings. It was like they were trying to find a recipe to get them out of the funk. It's natural for coaches to try and pivot, so on and so forth. He said, but in Seattle, where there was a stretch where they lost a few games in a row, and he was saying, I want to see how this all plays out, because he had already had the experience of Detroit. Waiting for changes, Coach Carroll never wavered.
Yeah.
Right? Came in Monday, still had music blaring, those on and so forth. He said, win, lose, or draw, we were going to get the same person, which was very comforting as a player. He said, it taught me that Coach believed in what he was coaching. You think it's just fluff, it's talk. Pete's whole concept, every day is championship football, as you were talking about. Yeah. How have you seen DeMeco carry it? Because I will say that he, at least in his words, at times it felt like the tenor underneath it was shifting to some degree, and maybe that's just the way that we read it because of the probing nature of questions in that. DeMeco's messaging has been the same all the way across.
I think in terms of messaging, if that's all you're going by, you're seeing, okay, he's like Pete Carroll. Nothing changes. I don't buy it, and I think there's evidence to that even DeMeco has said. I think he wants the messaging to the players is always, and it has been, when they were struggling this year, the whole one game at a time thing, et cetera, but not just that. Worry about this play, this moment, this game, et cetera. That said, he flat out told us we got to change some things.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it publicly. So imagine what he was talking about privately, in terms of how they're changing the way they do offense. And then there's this. They haven't stayed, the offensive line is kind of the window into that world. They've changed it a million times. This might be the first 2 weeks all year. I'd have to go back and look, where you're starting the same 5 guys in back-to-back weeks. So in terms of actions and some of the things that he said, he has been able to change. But I think the overall message, one play at a time, all this stuff, that stayed.
And there's going to need to be change, right? I think that with the offensive line, there needed to be change.
Yeah.
If you were just watching the production of what was happening, there needed to be change. But culturally, I think that they're starting to establish something. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see how far along they are. I think that I'm interested. Do you agree with this text that comes in on the text line from the 281? They have a championship mentality, but not a championship culture. Not yet. Do you agree with that?
I would maybe reverse that, to be honest.
Okay.
Because when I think culture, I don't necessarily, and we're talking about the day-to-day here and how they're treating players and talking to players and stuff, but I think the bigger culture is the players they even brought in, the draft, and the types of personalities and character. He was just talking Monday about Will Anderson and the story about this. Was it his brother?
DeMeco's brother told him, "Hey,
you got to draft this kid."
Yeah, there's this freshman at Bama, man. He's nice.
And then he found out what kind of person and the professionalism of what. See, I think the culture is established in terms of the types of people in the building. The mentality, that's a work in progress. The championship mentality, I can't tell you that they have that because that's something you have to prove.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. And you know what's funny? It feels like on the defense, it's definitely well established. Mm-hmm. It feels like the defense is the portion of the football team that is furthest along towards championship culture, championship mentality. Yeah. They don't give up, right? Especially in this Bills game, you saw that, right? Mm-hmm. They did the thing, which is, hey, this is a third or fourth and a mile. Yeah. And here you go, Derek Stingley diving inside, and you get a hook and lateral, mm-hmm. and here you go. That team has picked something up. They have an opportunity to now go and continue a drive they should have been off the field for. Mm-hmm. But they did not waver in their discipline and the way they handled it. Right?
That's their makeup.
That is their makeup. Yeah. Offensively is where we have the questions mm-hmm. of, are they getting themselves to that place? And interestingly enough, not to add fuel to a fire that is clearly burning on a low level, I feel like the dichotomy that Cliff Averill talks about in being steady and maybe being a more wavering at times is kind of typified in the quarterback controversy that people are trying to drum up. I think that this is part of why, is that Davis Mills is stoic. He kind of gives you that statuesque, I am here, I am unwavering in good and bad circumstances, at least because of his demeanor. Yeah. You compare that to CJ, who has been a little more temperamental. We've even noticed it just in, after losses when he's talking in front of a microphone versus, in certain circumstances where it feels like he has more energy. Yeah. Like, I think that is the thing that people, I can't speak for all the folks who have that feeling of, oh, Davis Mills should be the hot hand that you remain with. Mm-hmm. I imagine that's part of what they're pointing to. And I don't disagree that is something that rather CJ needs to find a way to level out somewhat.
No, I think that's where I was going. When you see the body language and such and facial expressions of CJ Stroud, I think that's where people turn a little bit. But I think they'll tell you in the building they have extreme confidence in CJ Stroud, but sometimes, they probably have told him, dude, just for your teammates. Yeah. Just for your teammates. Forget how you feel. You got to show something else. Yeah,
and that's the interesting part of the offense, that there is like the things that they need to figure out on the field, and they are doing better in figuring those out. We talked about that starting the show, what DeMeco was seeing in the progress of the offense. I do wonder if that's part of it, is like finding that cultural establishment on top of, the capabilities to actually run the offense. Are you also culturally there? I think that's one of the things that is typified in the Kansas City Chiefs. While we're watching them versus the Colts and we're like, man, this don't look like it is something overwhelming. I think the overwhelming part is that the culture that they have established is, we going to get this figured out. Pat's going to get us there in those moments. I think that might be the differentiation between what that Kansas City Chiefs offensive team has been able to do time and time again, and I think where the Texans offense is and where they want to be. Not to separate it out.
But that is where the defense is.
100%.
Yeah, that is where the defense is.
And that might be kind of one of the underlying feelings of, well, we know this defense is going to show up. They have all of the nasty, the grit, the swarm, all the cliches. They have that. Now it's like, hey, is the offense going to meet them? Because I feel like as you were looking at this team, you see them go 500, you see the path towards playoffs. I think that's going to be one of the things that undergirds a run if they are capable of doing it. Am I wrong in that?
You are not wrong in that.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Out at Turkey Time with the Texans. I was afraid that maybe they had just cut this thing off because this line had gotten real short.
They're getting down to the 1,000. They're counting how many they have left.
Yeah, so they're it seems like they're getting down to maybe the end of it possibly. So if you are nearby, maybe time to get in line for sure here as they're continuing to give out the turkeys. There you go, another listener waving over to the stage here. Please do that if you're in line. We appreciate that as well. All right, coming up next, let's get ready, or rather, let's go and talk about what's popping, including a couple of Houston basketball teams getting victories last night. We'll talk about that and more next.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23.
sponsored by AbbVie.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we're gonna call this subsection of What's Poppin' the basketball corner, the hoops corner, as the Rockets played last night, and they had an opportunity to see some familiar faces. One in particular up close in person, another one on the sideline. They played the Phoenix Suns. They were out in Phoenix, Arizona, and they got to see the couple of guys that they sent that way. Dylan Brooks up close and personal, man. That physicality that man brings, it is ever present. That game got incredibly physical. At one point, Amen Thompson ends up on the floor taking an elbow to the chin and bouncing his head off of the ground. And I'm not going to lie, I hollered in my apartment watching this game in that moment.
What?
This was a crazy, crazy physical basketball game.
And Steven Adams got hip checked to the floor as well by one Dylan Brooks. So, it was actually fun to watch. Just that whole dynamic. Of course, after the game, they're giving hugs and dapping each other
100%.
up and all that stuff.
Jalen Green, the other, obviously. Yeah. Lots of love you could tell between everybody. That was one of the things that was kind of nice for me. Mm-hmm. The parting of ways with them in order to acquire Kevin Durant. There was no real animosity by any means. We talked about it when Jalen Green put out the letter, right? Obviously saying that he appreciated his time, that it was no hard feelings, it's business. But he did throw in that little, next time you see me. We didn't get to see him. Yeah. We saw Dylan Brooks. And I do think that in watching this game, you're never going to get me to say I'm unhappy in any way with that trade. I did kind of miss that high-level physicality that Dylan Brooks clearly brings. That engine and that motor, because he's established that over. I saw that Phoenix Suns team last year. They weren't doing all that.
No, and then they're a good team. Obviously,
11-win basketball team right now.
Yeah, no Green, but still they're a good team. Here's the question I have for you.
Dylan Brooks was also knocking down shots, 29 points in that game.
He was scoring like crazy. But here's the question I have for you. How are you going to do this at point guard, man? Because I think most people, including yourself, are kind of in line with man's got to wing. Because last night he was good, and he was almost exclusively coming off the wing, doing those types of things. Aaron Holiday was the better point guard. Reed Shepherd did start. But how does it work? How are you going to be able to implement a point guard and Durant coming back and Jabari and who knows with Tari? Because I think last night is a really good sign of you got to have a guy with the ball in his hands that knows what he's doing.
You know what the uncomfortable part is? I think the path of least resistance is you continue kind of having Kevin Durant be a little bit of a playmaker, and then in moments where you go, hey, we really need a point guard right now, you lean on the professional point guard that you have in Aaron Holiday. I don't know that you could be mad at him. He has delivered in this game where you give him 27 minutes, 22 points, 6 of 10 from 3. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, I know you were watching this game, but for those of you that weren't, not all of those were foot on the line, like right close. He was deep threes, taking them with confidence, making great passes, playing good defense as well. Like I love Aaron Holiday. I've established that last year. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of options that we could talk about because we've talked about it. When Fred VanVleet went down, they really didn't even have an option to acquire a point guard until you get to December. We're knocking on December. We're probably about 3 weeks away from when you have an opportunity to go make some moves. There's a lot of moves that you can make that you would be making just to get a point guard that I don't know that point guard would play better than Aaron Holiday does in the system.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but Reed Shepherd has to be a big part of things.
Oh, I agree.
Has to be a big part. So my question again, like, how does it work? Because, we've talked about, his point guard mentality or what he's thrust into has affected him. Has affected him offensively and especially defensively. And yes, last night he didn't necessarily have to do that, and he was much better.
He was. I think some of the better was also he was very aggressive because of the way the game worked out. Yeah. I think also the spacing changed with Kevin Durant not on the floor, and I haven't said it to this point. Rockets won 114-92. Like they won running away. The fourth quarter was absolutely well done. A 30-17 fourth quarter for the Rockets. So they won running away. I think that the spacing changed the way that this game played. It allowed him to be more aggressive to the rim, as we know he could be. And then also when they did have Alperen Sengun operating, there was not a Kevin Durant kind of in the space, so I think he could do a little bit more cutting in some of those instances, which we know he's fantastic at. And I know it sounds like I'm saying Kevin Durant is some level of issue. Oh, no, baby.
Yeah, no.
If Kevin Durant's in this game, they win even bigger. I think that they probably put up like 120, 130 in this game. Kevin Durant's in this game. But Yeah, I think that the space works. I think this is where he has to continue to grow, is finding a way to operate within the structure of we're not putting training wheels to make sure that you get yours. And I know that sounds crazy because he was getting his when he was coming off the bench.
Yeah.
But you're going to need to find spaces where teams are accounting for you. There's more things happening between Alperin and Katie. Where can you find yours? I think that's part of his development here. Reed, interestingly enough, only 7 points, wasn't knocking down shots in this game.
Right, yeah. He didn't have, as the starter, didn't have the game you wanted, but Aaron Holiday picked it up. Still, Reed Shepherd, you got to have him integral right now. We know that.
This is a good question from the 281 on the text line. Dorian Finney-Smith is mixing 2.0, man. Will that dude ever play? That is a great question. I think that he will play, but this is tracking longer than what the initial expectation was. And they've kind of talked about it, and we've seen little things that would indicate that, hey, this is taking a little longer than what was anticipated. I think that if and when he plays for this team, he will be a good help. But, yeah, that's a fair question. Where is that cat? I don't have a good answer for you there. But a salute to the Rockets getting a big-time victory in this game against the Phoenix Suns team that's actually better than you probably expect. They will have another basketball game, I believe, tomorrow. The Rockets will, against the Golden State Warriors in San Francisco. That is tomorrow evening at 9 p.m., so that's a late one heading into your Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that physicality is the same, less different, right? Like that is going to be the interesting thing, because I thought that was kind of interesting. You go from one menace to another in Dylan Brooks to Draymond Green. Another basketball salute that we have to give is to your University of Houston Cougars, who went into overtime with the Syracuse Orange, and I thought that it was a fantastic game. It was good to see the elder statesmen get their shot, because we've been talking a lot about the freshmen, Milos Uzan, Manuel Sharp. Manuel Sharp looks like he's going to be if he very much can be that dude that's everything situated around. That was
what did Sampson say about the freshmen this time? They seemed completely lost. Yeah, he won't sugarcoat anything with it. It was the older guys.
No, he won't. And I think that's kind of a cute thing that they have going. Yes, I use the word cute. Sue me. You got the elder guys that you can depend on, Uzan, Sharp, in these type of games. But then you've got some real energetic young guys. Even Sinak, who was not on the board scoring, but he was on the literal glass on the boards. I think he pulled down 12. It feels like they are finding a dynamic U of H where it's not one way to win.
Oh, no way. And what they're finding is, like, they have true, here it is, Fleming was really good against Auburn today. He looked like he was in the witness protection program, so he was not exactly crazy about the freshmen yesterday, but that speaks to what you just mentioned. They can do it different ways. They have superstar talent as freshmen. They're going to be a big problem.
I love this game on TNT. We haven't talked much about TNT.
Yeah, they got the love, man.
TNT, they got a lot of love, and then afterwards, Uzan and Emmanuel Sharp were on the podium. And I thought Bruce Pearl, who's no longer coaching, he's retired, but he is doing this broadcasting, was kind of asking them about how the game went, how are they going to pick up Sinak. And I loved the flat nature of the way that they brought it. It's like, this is what we want. We come here to be coached, and this is what we expect. And I love that is the established feel for Kelvin Sampson with this team, is that his guys want to be coached. They want that, but also they get all the benefits of the big, flashy programs.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic place that U of H is, and a lot of recognition is deserved to those players, first and foremost, for having that mentality, but then also to Kelvin Sampson for the way that he's built this thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of basketball, you did want to talk about this. The NBA, interestingly enough, has had a really good first month viewing-wise. I know the NBA is not everybody's forte, and I think the NBA ends up being a league that everybody looks at as why are they not doing well? They are dying. It's funny. You mentioned really good viewership in the first month. They haven't had a lot of their stars. LeBron James was hurt a lot early. You've had, obviously, the injuries there. Giannis has missed some time. But they're doing really well. What do you attribute that to in your mind?
Young stars. The NBA is transitioning. Obviously, there's a lot of young talent that is capturing imaginations. No one more than Wembanyama, but there's a lot of them. And then the other part of it, and this was more of a question than anything, it's just easier to find now. It's just easier.
Is it easier?
There's so many streaming platforms now that, and obviously devices that you can access the NBA to, even if it's just and look, we gave him a hard time, but when Adam Silver was talking about, it's a highlights league. we just rolled our eyes. Casual fans, that's what they do. And I think it's so easy. It's much more accessible now.
I will fight you on the idea that it's more accessible. There's a lot of different places. I have to remember that Peacock had the games on Monday nights on there with, I don't know, Tuesdays they're coast to coast broadcast. And that's me. I'm the media sicko that knows all the branding.
You're not
all
a casual
things,
fan.
Right?
I think casual fans, Peacock, NBC, Netflix, some of these others that you can find it.
I think the thing for me, though, is I think you got to give credit to these new broadcasting deals. The way that Amazon Prime, the way that NBC, did you see what they did with the broadcast? What they're doing there, where they have Austin Rivers damn near embedded in the Rockets bench, Robbie Hummel on the other bench for the Suns, where they're broadcasting the game from that vantage point.
Right.
I think the pre-games, they're giving it a level of inspiration that it feels like ESPN has not necessarily to this point.
No.
That TNT obviously gave you to some degree, but I personally found a little fatigue in the way that they went about actually covering the games themselves. Definitely a lot of fun to watch inside the NBA. I love the way that the NBA's broadcast partners are going about this, and I think early on, fans were just, one, intrigued to see what the new broadcast partners would bring, and two, I think that they like the way that they're going about it.
That's kind of what I'm saying, though. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of intrigue in how it's accessible now.
Somebody said lots of folks were complaining about Peacock lagging. See, now, I didn't have that problem. I am also a sicko that went through great lengths to make sure that, like, my broadcast, my internet fast enough. That actually is an interesting thing when we talk about streaming. Do you then hurt some of your product on that side of it? We are out at Turkey Town with the Texans here in the Loop, and I did want to ask you this because I saw this was a debate raging on, at least on my side of Twitter, from what I was seeing. Thawing out the turkey.
Yeah.
All these fine folks picking up the turkey. I never think about it till this time of year, but I saw like a food scientist or something like that, food biologist, I don't know what the person claimed themselves to be, but they were like, if you think that you're going to if you're thawing out your turkey now, you're already too late. And I was like, what?
You are.
Really?
And you got to thaw it out in the refrigerator. Don't just set it on the counter.
I can't just put it in some water?
Nope. Don't do that. This is the helpful hint. What is it? 5 pounds, 1 hour for every 5 pounds. I fudge
1 hour or 24 hours?
24 hours. 24 hours for every 5 pounds.
I was about to say 1 hour. I'll pull that out on Thursday morning. We'll be all right.
No. 24 hours for every 5. I fudge on that a little bit. It's like 7 or 8. But it's got to be in the refrigerator, not on the counter. Okay. Trust me on that.
So all these folks picking up their turkey, depending on the size.
Just put it in the fridge right away.
Just put it right in the fridge. Don't even bother about.
They're taking a picture of it.
Hey, there we go. Yeah. So you got to do that. You got to have your turkey out. And is there any way to fast track this though? Is it just you missed your deadline? No turkey on Thanksgiving?
I wouldn't risk it, especially if you're frying. If you're frying and there's still some frozen areas in the middle.
Oh, well, that's how you start a house fire, right?
Maybe. Like, you don't want that.
That's a big problem there if that's how you start it. So, a little helpful hint, Thanksgiving-wise, go ahead and get your turkey. Hopefully your turkey's already thawing. If it's not, you need to put that thing in the fridge right now.
Yeah.
Like right now. But there you go. And by the way, I guess I'll put this in what's popping. I know that people made a big deal out of C.J. Stroud being still in the protocol. Is there any, there's nothing to worry about there in your mind, right?
I don't think there's anything to worry about. I do think it was just curious, and that's what made me sort of raise an eyebrow yesterday that, the Cleveland Browns, Monday after a game, without the team doing anything but watching film, cleared Dylan Gabriel of concussion protocol, but the Texans did not. Maybe they're just being extra careful.
I wonder if they did like a special work-out or something to clear him where the Texans are going to wait till practice to get the opportunity. Because with it, we know that you have to have part of the 5 steps of the protocol is that the last couple of steps you have to be able to go through a couple of physical practices without showing symptoms. So I think that was just a technicality that DeMeco was there. And there's a lot of fines attributed to trying to predict stuff with the call. So I imagine that was what was happening there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Before we go, somebody asked from the 832 on the text line, if CJ has a bad game, is he on a shorter hook now? No.
No. The answer is no.
No. I hear what you're saying there, but no. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, you can't do that. 832 said a little grease popping ain't going to hurt nobody. It'll hurt a lot of people. It'll hurt a lot of people. In fact, it might just hurt them people at the fire station having to get up and go and mess with your stuff instead of hanging out at the station. So don't do that. Don't do that. Let's try and avoid house fires. I would not like to have any of those. All right. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We're talking about DeMeco Ryan Might as well continue on that thread. DeMeco was talking about the offensive line. Is there reason to believe that if the offensive line can handle this test that's coming up, that they found an answer to the biggest problem that they've had all year? 713-572-4610. We discuss that next.
Heads up, H-Town. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It has been an absolute blast seeing the various different folks in Houston out here at NRG Stadium for turkey time with the Texans. A lot of folks have been kind enough to wave, honk, seeing babies out the back seat waving. And I'm so excited for them because if they were excited to see us, then they had to be super excited to turn the corner and see the likes of Will Anderson and Aziz Al-Shaair and all the other folks, Tommy Togiai, all the other folks, Cal McNair. There's a ton of folks in those red jerseys. I do love that they were wearing the red out there as well to almost tie back to that Bills game. I don't think that's the intention. However, it definitely was the effect for me is that I just got good endorphins
good
seeing
vibes,
them
man.
Wearing the red. But, yeah, it's been fun out here. So that's got to be awesome knowing that you're going to have a really fun Thanksgiving meal and also getting to see your favorite players. You know where we got that turkey?
Will Anderson.
That's right. Will personally game is. And what's cool is that I know I'm seeing some video from over there. They're also stopping and they're talking to folks. It's not just here's your turkey, keep it moving. It is also like an opportunity to chat with folks. Texans always, they're on a normal week, Tuesdays are their community outreach. This is a cool thing to be able to see because typically they do it in a way where it's a little quiet in the way that they handle it. It's cool to see it really in person. From the 832, John Lopez, you got people going against you. They said, "Nah, I just cold water and fry it. I just do it the day and enjoy it."
Keep the fire extinguisher handy. Keep your head down.
Hey, man.
Refrigerator is the way to go.
4 days ahead.
Yeah.
If you have a 20-pounder, best practices is what we'll talk about.
Yeah.
If you can make it work otherwise, more power to you. Just don't say nothing if something bad happens. All right. Okay. The sound effect. You hear this, Figgy? He out here doing sound effects. That's crazy. All right. Is there reason to believe, John Lopez, that the Texans might have found the answer to what has been their biggest concern all season long?
Yes. Yes, there is reason to believe. Like no one was, well, I shouldn't say, because it was as equally as hard on this offensive line and this offense as us all across town, whether it's fans, media, sometimes, obviously, former players and such. We're kind of, are we on to something? I don't know. But DeMeco said this about getting the best five out on the field. And before you hear it, I really believe this is the first back-to-back games where you have the same, you're going to have the same five guys in the same five positions all year. This is what DeMeco said.
We'll continue to roll with our offensive line. It's all been about trying to get our best five guys out there. I think Titus has done a great job of just unselfishly moving where he's played right tackle, right guard, left guard, whatever we've asked him. He's done it. It shows that he's a smart player to be able to handle as much as we put on his plate. So he's done that, and he's played good for us.
Just that alone should make you feel better because it was pretty good. Against the Bills. And then there's the obvious of C.J. Stroud coming back. That's got to make you feel better. Forget the riffraff on the periphery. But Woody Marks, he's the dude.
I hate that word, by the way.
What?
Riffraff?
Riffraff.
I hate it.
Really?
I hate it. It gives me like
it's a bad connotation.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I understand what you're saying. I don't think that you're using it anywhere. And it just hits me wrong.
Yeah. Woody Marks, he's your dude. In the backfield. I think that's pretty obvious. So you're better there. You're better at quarterback. And here's why I really think this could be you could be onto something after this Colts game. The Colts defense. We all know how good the Texans defense is. The Colts defense is really, really good at defending the things that you want to do offensively.
Yeah.
Like what do you want to do? You want to run the ball, right? You want to control. You don't want to behind sticks, as DeMeco likes to say. Well, the Colts defense are 7th in the league, 7th in rushing yards allowed per game. So if you can get this offensive line to establish something on the ground, that's going to tell you a lot right there. That's going to tell you a lot.
Well, that's a strong if.
Yeah.
That is a really strong if. Looking at Grover Stewart and the big boy in the middle. Latu has been fantastic on the edge. Also, getting his hands up, batting things down, getting interceptions. Mm-hmm. You talk about, there's a number of guys. Kwity Paye on that D-line. Like, they have a lot of guys that may not be widely heralded but are doing really good jobs. And I think they're the anchor of their defense as much as you can look at this defense. Although, you got to look all over the defense. If I say the the pass rush or the defensive line is the anchor, then you go, what is Stingley and Kamari? What are they, chopped liver? Right? Like that'd be insane to say. But no, they've got an anchor there. And the thing that I could say about that defensive line is that they are the things that they are all the adjectives that the Texans have used to describe what they want out of an offensive line. They have that in the defensive line. Yeah. And so if you are able to do any level of keeping up with them and matching up with them, that would go a long way.
That's my point. Like the opportunity right now is to feel much better after the Colts game.
The question is, though,
will they? Will they?
I don't feel great about that. As much as I do love, like, it feels like you have a plausible answer at every spot, right? Right guard, I don't know that anybody was concerned after we saw them play. I will raise my hand, and I will never allow myself to walk away from the idea that I thought Ed Ingram was going to be bad here. Yeah. And he has been the complete opposite. He's been very good at right guard. I love that. Trent Brown has looked viable at right tackle. Under more stress, is that going to change? I don't know, but he's looked very viable at right tackle just by being big and experienced. And then Titus, I mean, he has been plausibly the best answer that you could have at left guard compared to rotating Lakin and Juice. Yeah. And then Jarrett had looked solid there, but I feel like it felt different when you have Titus there, especially as the confidence that he brings there, the smarts, as DeMeco Ryans was just saying there. I think I feel good about him there, and we don't even have to talk about Ariante. I like the 5. The problem is, how highly do you like the 5? Because you got some tough opponents that you're facing off against, not just in the defensive line I just described, the Chiefs coming up in the defensive line that they have. Like, it's cool that they were able to do really good things against the Bills. How much does them finding a level, how much does that translate to these opponents that they're stepping up to?
Yeah, and so, DeMeco went on. In fact, let's play the other one here, Figgy, about this offensive line, because there's another part of this that I think is going to be key to prove, just how good this offensive line has, how much it's improved.
That is good. Nobody's talking about them. So that's good
for them to
news.
be quiet.
Yeah, they did a really good job in protection. Again, I thought we handled, they had a lot of different pressures and a lot of different funky looks that we had to communicate on. I thought the guys did a really nice job of that. They handled the stunts well, and Davis did a really good job of getting the football out on time and not holding on to it. So collective effort, but O-line, can we continue to build off of what they did in a short week, getting a new lineup in there for the most part. Thought we did well. Run game wise, we had some good runs. We had some lanes. I think we have even more to gain in the run game. Some lanes are there. We can finish some blocks even better, and we'll need that this week for sure.
Protect the quarterback, get the ball out quickly, be safe with the ball. That's what the Texans want to do. Well, again, the Colts are really, really good at rallying to the ball, trying to create turnovers. We're kind of in a bubble here talking about how good the Texans are in scoring defense and forcing turnovers. Well, the Colts are pretty dang good at it too. The Texans rank 4th defensively in turnover percentage. The Colts are 6th. The Colts are 6th. So when you get the ball to them, you got to protect the ball. Turnovers 4th, same thing. Texans 4th, Colts are 6th. It's interesting. It's interesting to see that if you can pass this test, I think you can feel good about the rest of the year offensively, or at least decent.
I hear you to some degree. Like, again, I think you're right, because if you can do this again against the Colts, it feels like you should be able to do it against the Chiefs, or even if you do. And this is the thing that I probably shouldn't say out loud, but let's be honest. We're amongst friends, right? If you could do it against the Chiefs and you get the win, if you could do it against the Colts, rather, you don't have to win the Chiefs game. Would you like to? 100%, especially with the recent history playing against the Chiefs and feeling like they have your number in a way that's really frustrating, and just having to listen to Ron. But I love him. Just joking. But you don't want to lose that game, but you could if you get the Colts. Have an opportunity to get the Colts again on the backside, because you can do it, and then you have the sandwich meat in between of teams that are very, very much teams that you should be able to take advantage of in the Cards, in the Raiders, in the Chargers. This very well gets you to that place. The offensive line being a solid given, even if it's not a great offensive line. That's what people were asking for. It's like, can you find an average offensive line?
That's all you want.
And the possibility of an average offensive line seems to exist with these 5. This is just a really interesting test.
Now, we just talked about how good the Colts defense is at doing, defending things that the Texans like to do. If you don't, if it doesn't work out, then all of a sudden you're changing your perspective again because I don't feel like there's an excuse for, the rotation on the offensive line. If you bring these guys back, they've played a good game against the Bills, and all of a sudden you take a step back. Well, then you almost have to sort of re-gauge everything.
Yeah, quite possibly. Can I tell you? You probably know. You know exactly the thing I'm about to say here. The thing that scares me a little bit is that I'm afraid of overconfidence. I'm afraid of them saying, hey, it looks like we found something now. That means that with this iteration, we can go do all the things that we weren't able to do before.
Oh, they're not going to do that.
I sure hope so.
Yeah. I'm saying they're not going to get out of their skin by any stretch.
I sure hope so because in the ways, DeMeco's like,
DeMeco's not going to let them.
It feels like, you heard him, what he was saying there. It feels like there's more lanes that we could take advantage of, and I'm like, there's a lot of lanes for a particular reason, I think.
Well, I was thinking more like shots and maybe some riskier plays, maybe some edge plays and stuff. Now, he wants to run the ball straight ahead, no negative yards, safe passes, take your shots when they're there. I don't think that's going to change. I'm just saying if the Colts stop them. The Colts, another thing that, sort of they're underranked, and we don't talk about the Colts defense enough. Texans are now second in the league by percentage, by decimal points, by tenths of a point, I should say, in scoring defense. The Colts are, I think they're ninth. They only give up 20.8 points a game. So you're going to have to we always say, get to 24, or we've been saying. If they can get to 24, all of a sudden you got to feel pretty good.
So it's interesting because you're like, if the Colts are able to take advantage of this line, you think that they would be, inclined to try and change? Is that what you're?
I think we'd be back to, are they going to change it? It'd be a question again.
I feel like they probably have a level of confidence with this.
But if they get worked?
If they get worked, I don't think that the answer is go to the dudes that were getting worked before that, right? Like that can't be the response that they have.
We didn't think so before. I mean, what are you doing? Did you watch these games?
I did.
We didn't think there was any way that C.D. So was going to start a game, but he had a good week of practice.
Yeah.
I still think I'm still mad about that.
Yeah, he should be.
Oh, he still looked good in practice.
You should be.
In practice.
Yeah, and I guess that's fair, right?
Why is he getting reps?
There was a point in time not too long ago where I said I didn't trust their evaluation on offensive line. Mm-hmm. Then they got it to a place where it felt like they fell into the best five, and I was like, all right, cool. It feels like maybe they had the right answer. Maybe it is fair to say that I should not continue I should still keep that skepticism on their evaluation of offensive line until they stick with it. But they did stick with it to some point.
Real good text and accurate. CJ has an issue trying to make the big play too early in the game. I don't know if he has an issue. I think it's a frustration that he wants. So maybe that's the issue. But either way, that's where we're going to find out just how much progress he's made in terms. And he did take ownership before his injury of the offense, and he was doing smarter. Being safer with the ball early until that opportunity showed itself. I think that's something that and they say it all the time. Standing on the sideline or watching this game, kind of gives you a better kind of feel and grasp of what you want to do. I think that's what we have to be hoping for.
Yeah, that was my big hope within, or trying to put a silver lining on what is the great cloud of not having your starting quarterback, is that different vantage point, especially for something that is brand new for you, this offense that came in. At any given point, I guess other than early in training camp when he was dealing with that shoulder thing, or at least whatever we anticipating or feeling about that, was the only time where you maybe go, he is sitting and watching Davis do this, or just watching somebody else, right? And having it from that vantage point. Otherwise, he's been doing this from the inside looking out. And I imagine that seeing things from a different perspective, no matter what you're doing, right? Being able to step back and watch somebody else do it can give you a little bit of insight in one way or another, whether it's, hey, if you stay calm in this moment, if you step into the pocket, if you, what have you. Mm-hmm. I hope that he's able to take that and is able to also say, hey, man, those opportunities will come to make those plays. Stick with what's happening here. But then also, I've said it at times that sometimes the best quarterbacks, you learn the rules so that you can eventually break them. That's a philosophy I believe in life. And I do wonder with, the great quarterbacks, if they don't know the system and then they go, actually, this is my time to shine, I'm calling my number, right? And I do wonder, one, when C.J. Stroud decides to have that dynamic, and two, if he has the right balance of knowing when that time is to call your own number.
And I don't want that to change. That's what separates C.J. Stroud from your average quarterback, the ability to – we've seen it multiple times. The ability for when a play does break down or there's some sort of opening that you can take your shot. I don't think that's the biggest difference between Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud, or C.J. Stroud and any average to good quarterback. He has the ability to make those plays. So I don't think they want to temper that. They just want to make sure he picks his spots right.
Yeah. Interesting text from the 281. My hope is that CJ saw that Mills had time to go through progression, stay in the pocket, make the throws, and Nico is still Nico. Interestingly enough, I told you this. I was looking at FTN Fantasy, their numbers, and the first read throw rate is actually higher for Davis Mills than it has been for CJ all year. I do wonder, though, if that isn't CJ being sped up, because we have seen CJ let that head whip around. If maybe he's able to find a little bit of comfort in the pocket and really work through it in a more leisurely, for lack of a better term, way, and deliberate way, as opposed to like maybe feeling sped up at times. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll have an opportunity to see that in a positive way for CJ Stroud once he comes through. And YouTube asking if Pitre is back for Indy. I would assume so, but again, that has not been official, and DeMeco Ryan seemed to have a little bit of hesitance to step into a role of talking anything official before the concussion protocol has been figured out on the field for them fellas. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're out at NRG Stadium. Turkey time with the Texans still rolling on, still seeing the beautiful people in their cars rolling over to the places where all those Texans in their red jerseys are handing out turkey grocery courtesy of Kroger. Beautiful thing to be a part of. We appreciate the Texans allowing us to be here. But coming up next, it's time for our Lunchtime Confessions, where I actually have a Thanksgiving one that I anticipate y'all are going to clown me for, so get ready for that next.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Beautiful day out here, man. Just a beautiful day, except for one thing. Beautiful out there. Texans, turkey time via Kroger. Thanks to Kroger giving away these turkeys. They're all lined up in front of us. It's fantastic. And people honking and waving at us. Yeah. Just an absolutely, spotless sunny day. We're in the shade.
There really isn't a cloud in the sky.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Goodness gracious.
Just getting a nice little breeze. And then I look over there.
Oh, my gosh. When he says over there, he is looking to the, east side of the building?
And then I look over there.
Where stands...
Figgy, what do you think I'm looking at?
Let me guess. The Astrodome.
The eighth wonder of the world, that's right.
And the confession is... Why is it still there?
You know why it's still there.
But I actually looked it up during the break. What is the latest on renovation or remodeling or demolition of the Houston Astros? Nothing. There is no latest.
You know why it's still there.
There's nothing.
That's like asking, why is that pile of clothes on your bed? Because I'm not dealing with it. Because I don't want to.
But you should put your clothes away.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, they should figure out something to do with the Astrodome.
And they're not. The wind is blowing from right over there. I can smell the rat and cat feces.
Hey,
in the air.
There's people getting their Thanksgiving meals.
Well, they can smell it too. They can smell it too. Andy's been here forever. You can smell it, right? You can smell it. You can smell the Astro. When you smell a building,
these lunchtime people are eating right now. People are eating. People are taking their break at work and let me listen to In the Loop to help me get through my work week and get to Thanksgiving. And here you are talking about Astrodome smells.
I feel like I get, people give me a hard time.
That's right.
Because I state the obvious.
Correct.
But the obvious sometimes needs to be stated repeatedly. What a freaking seeping boil on an otherwise beautiful day.
From the 408, Death, Taxes, and John talking about the Astrodome. That's right.
Hey, mock me all you want. Keep it coming.
I will.
I
Please.
don't care. I don't care.
Happening.
If nobody else is going to talk about this thing and stop their feet and tell our city's leaders and county leaders, what the hell do you think you're doing? The latest, that's what got me going on this.
Mm-hmm.
The latest update is we have no update.
That's right. Why are we surprised?
We have no update.
That is it. It is Joe Mixon right now.
It is Joe Mixon of building.
There is no update.
We'll let you know when we let you know.
That's right. We will let you know when Christian Harris is
it's infuriating
100%.
As a county taxpayer.
Has anybody ever said as a taxpayer and not been insufferable? 713-572-46. I don't think that those words have ever been put together with a person who is not insufferable.
Because you're right.
My confession.
All right, I am about to engage in something that I actually believe strongly that you should never engage in, which is a bad thing, right? I think inherently that is something that you should, if you morally believe something, you should not go and do it. And yet I find myself this week in that place.
And that is?
The thing that I believe that you should never do is on food's birthday, the Super Bowl of food, Thanksgiving, you should never make something that you have not made before or that you are not
you are right.
really capable of making,
yes.
right? Like that you should have a familiarity and a comfort with making anything that you plan on bringing to Thanksgiving. Except I was on the phone with Moms this weekend, and Moms was like, we should do mac and cheese. I think you should do it. And I was like, okay. And I have made obviously I've made mac and cheese. Like, we've made boxes of mac, but I haven't made like a real
homemade,
nice baked mac and cheese. I've only made it once, and it was all right. Like, it wasn't nothing to write home about. It wasn't anything that I would call like particularly good. It was just like, all right, the first try. This would be try number 2.
Hit up Tyler
for Thanksgiving. That's the last person. I'm like, the way that y'all talk about Tyler's, I'm not doing that. But who I did hit up is one of my college best friends and roommates. He's a chef. So I was like,
there you go.
Hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
Tell me why I hit this man up, and I was like, yo, I need a little direction here. He sent me a recipe, ain't got no times, ain't got no measurements.
Oh no!
Like this is a chef's recipe, and I'm just like,
little of this, little of that.
That's yeah. Like there's a whole bunch of to taste in there. You know what I mean? Like he's like at what point he's like, yeah, 4 cheese blend. He does not tell me the cheeses.
What 4 cheeses?
Yeah, I'm like, please.
I need the names.
I'm like, this is not as much help as you think it is, but I appreciate it. So yes, I am going into this fairly blind, and
you got to get us the reviews.
Yeah, I will get. In fact, I'll see if I can get some recorded reviews from the family on what the Baked Mac ultimately comes to. But yes, I am doing something that I personally would tell someone to never do. I would don't do this. Do not be me.
Yeah.
Do as I say and not as I do, because I'm about to make Baked Mac for the family, and it's probably going to be a failure.
For Thanksgiving.
It's probably going to be a failure.
How about this from the 408? Good luck and Godspeed. Apparently, they're going to an Indian Thanksgiving, making an Indian version of trashy tacos. Never done it.
Yeah,
you go to an Indian house.
Now, this is the way I think you got to play it. I think you've got to come like right up front with, I don't think this is going to be good. Like, right? You've got to come up front with, I don't think this is any good. So try it at your own peril. And so if people are like, not bad, you set the expectations so low that maybe you could clear it. That's where I'm coming from on Thursday. But yeah, I have a strong feeling that it's not going to go the way. It's not going to go my way.
These are my confessions.
So it's a new feature I really like on X that been kind of having people going crazy the last couple days. Mm-hmm. So X, aka Twitter, started showing what country you're from and what country you started the account from. Yeah. And it's been getting all type of independent accounts. And I don't want to say trouble, but kind of had them all over the place. So you got like different hip-hop accounts or hip-hop stan accounts, and you got different sports accounts and all that different stuff. Even some Black Power type of accounts that just be tweeting some crazy stuff. And now when you go to their account, you can see what country they're in or where they started that account. And a lot of these accounts are started in India or China, and they sitting there weighing in on just like black topics and black issues and all this other stuff. And my confession is I really enjoy this. I really enjoy all of this drama on the timelines for some reason, man. Because now you got some of these major accounts as far as like Stan accounts, Kendrick Lamar Stan accounts, just saying all type of foul stuff, and you have no idea who's behind this account. And now you could just go to the profile and be like, oh, you started this account in India, huh?
Yeah.
And so now they kind of backtracking a little bit, like, sorry for all the previous tweets I tweeted and didn't mean to offend anybody. I don't know why I'm enjoying this so much, man. It just got
It's the Jamar Chase. It's the Jamar Chase. It's somebody trying to lie to you and tell you no, something didn't happen, and then you get the video. That's what it is. It's like here is shining light on this dark corner, and well, looky here, look at what we found. That is I think that is inherently something that is refreshing. It's something that it warms the spirit.
Figgy, it is so interesting that you that's your confession today. I came across one this morning that literally had me laughing out loud. It was this very attractive young woman at a stadium, looks like an LSU game. It says, "Men, be honest. Why am I still single?" And the response was, because you're a man in Pakistan who's pretending to be an attractive American woman. You can find out, like, that was clearly some troll, maybe trying to find some way to hack you or whatever, because you're a man in Pakistan.
I don't even know if there was a hack. It's engagement farming. I think also that's part of it.
It's bots and all that stuff. It's people in different countries that's just taking advantage of what the line likes, and so they tweet everything in that pocket corner. Just engagement, just getting all the engagements.
I laughed so hard because she was like extremely hot. Like, why am I still single? Because you're a dude in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think that's also why you're enjoying it, because nobody likes getting taken, right? Like nobody likes getting taken for a ride, and that's essentially what folks are doing. Is like, I am going to rage bait you, or I'm going to hit you with this bait in order to get this engagement and try and get this money. It's like, no, you're not getting over on me. I see who you really are. Yes. You cannot trick me.
Yeah,
I got one more for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I got you.
These are my confessions.
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you good, man. Your turn.
My confession is, it's okay. Can we all agree on this? It's okay to sit it out. Did you see Robert Griffin III's tweet yesterday?
No, I did not.
Dude.
I can only imagine where this went.
Why do people on Twitter, you were talking about X and Twitter there, Figgy, and I'm like, dude, just say nothing. Say nothing. Robert Griffin tweeted, "Congratulations, Art Briles," and went on to talk about Art Briles. Obviously, if you don't know by now, estranged and embattled and quite dirty. Art Briles got a job at Eastern New Mexico. It went about as well as you thought it would from listeners and readers. Why do you feel compelled? You can just sit out. You can just say nothing, and no harm, no foul. By the way, he also tagged Eastern Michigan University instead of Eastern New Mexico.
That's rough. you hate to see
just
it.
Sit it out. Just don't. You don't have to comment on everything.
That's his man's.
You don't have to comment on anything. Just let him get his job. Keep your mouth shut. Don't tweet.
He's trying to be supportive. He's trying to be supportive of his guy. Well, because that's his guy.
Yeah.
I would personally advise you to have, better guys. But, that's his guy. Yeah. And if you're going to ride for him, that's how you ride for him.
Yeah.
I would hope that you get the name right of where he's going. But, yeah, if you're going to ride for him, you ride for him.
Yeah.
I get that. I also feel like, hey, Robert Griffin III, I feel like we need to up your hit rate. Because it feels like of late you've been swinging at some real nasty pitches, so to say.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I feel like we need to get you back to seeing the ball a little bit better, proverbially. I think I have tortured that metaphor, but you get what I was going for there.
You're getting a lot of mac and cheese recipes on the text.
I am. I appreciate y'all. In fact, the 281 said Patty LaBelle over the rainbow mac and cheese recipe.
Yeah.
And if there is one way to get me or a lot of people of my ilk
sending links
to believe in a recipe, say that Patty LaBelle has gone ahead. And lit it, because Patty LaBelle is one of the people who has like the best record when it comes to food being good with her name on it.
Just go with T-Mill, man.
No. I haven't even tasted the T-Mill Mac, but just by the way y'all talk about it, I know better than to take that to my family on Thanksgiving. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, got a little bit of a treat. It's a Tuesday. Let's do some college football on a Tuesday, and let's do it with the guest. How about not John. I'm sitting next to John. Let's do it with Joel Anderson. I'll get this right. Joel Anderson of The Ringer will do that next.
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the Texans' massive 23-19 win over the Bills.
Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. The way Kalen went out, intercepted the ball 2 times, forced fumble to get us in plus territory there. So my favorite play is the one that ended it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen up, y'all. Game day is locked in this winter for the 2025 Kinder's Texas Bowl, when the Big 12 takes on the SEC at NRG Stadium on Saturday, December 27th. The Texas Bowl has welcomed top college football teams from across the nation for 20 years. And in honor of our anniversary, we're ready to have a year like no other, with bigger events and better moments. This will be a Texas-sized celebration you cannot miss. Join the waitlist now at kinderstexasbowl.com to be the first to know when tickets go on sale this December. That's kinderstexasbowl.com.
When it's game time in Houston, you don't just watch, you grill like a pro. At Texas Star Grill Shop, we've got the top brands in game: Traeger, Weber, Yoder, Big Green Egg, pellet, gas, or charcoal. You call the play. Smoke that Thanksgiving turkey or dominate that tailgate with brines, buckets, bags, and seasonings that bring the flavor home. And if you're ready for the ultimate outdoor kitchen setup, we'll build your backyard into a winner's circle. 4 Houston locations. It's Texas Star Grill Shop, where champions light it, love it, live it.
Hey, this is Eric Dick, and I'm a home insurance lawyer.
Did the storm break your home and now you can't get your insurance company on the phone? Did the wind mess up your siding and your insurance adjuster starts hiding? Sounds like you need a lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Look, home insurance companies are in the business of making money and not paying out claims. That's why you get a home insurance lawyer like me, Eric Dick. That's why you call me at 832-LAWYERS. Don't delay. Call me today. Call me right away at 832-LAWYERS, and I'll hound them and pound them to get you the money you deserve. Did the storm take your shingles away, and now your insurance company doesn't want to pay? Did your roof take a beating, and now your home insurance company is cheating? Call Dick Law Firm right now at 832-LAWYERS. We are located in Houston, Texas, and we want to help you. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig back at the studio. We're out at NRG Stadium, and I'm going to be honest, we're starting to run out of turkeys here. But it's been so awesome. We just took a picture with a young man out here.
Yeah.
It's been so cool to see all the fan base of the Texans. And I imagine that this gets a lot more fun when you get a big win versus the Buffalo Bills, the game.
Yes, sir.
Leading into it. We'll talk more about the Texans here on the other side of things. But right now, let's do a little college football on a Tuesday with a very special guest. He was at one point, I believe, the fastest 10-year-old in all of these United States of America, most cities' own, and also straight Jesuits' own. He hosts the Ringer Tailgate. He's on the Ringer Tailgate talking college football with the Ringer and also covering media. His name is Joel Anderson. Joel, what's happening, man?
Man, appreciate you having me on, man. It's a big deal. I always say anytime I can be on at home, it means something. And also for the people that know in H-Town, you know what I'm saying, Wings Track Club, Track Houston. You know, my mama wrote the Constitution for the little program for Track Houston. We were right there at the founding of Track Houston. So we get, you know, yeah, I've been here for a minute.
Man, small world, and you did some work here. We kind of caught up. I didn't even make the connection until we caught up in the break, but great having you on here, man.
Oh man, John, look, John, you're a legend, man. I was in the press boxes and I was a nobody. You know what I mean? Nobody was paying attention to me, so I was very quiet. I didn't really stick my hand up or nothing. But yeah, it's an honor to be on with you, bro, for real.
But you played football at TCU and you've covered a lot of college football. Have you ever seen a year and a coaching carousel quite like the one that we're looking at right now, where you've got one main candidate and he looks like he's vying? There's 2 really big jobs that are vying for him, maybe even a third, depending. And he has gotten an ultimatum to let his school know which way he's going.
So it's crazy. I'm not trying to, I guess Steve Addazio is not a name drop, but if you remember the former Boston College, Colorado State head coach, I was talking about this with him a little bit earlier, and it's like, yeah, I cannot remember one that's particularly like this. Like 2022 is weird because of the Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly of it all, and those people living jobs that are jobs that you don't typically leave. This is different where there's like one clear head candidate, and his team is in the middle of a playoff run, and it's like, yeah, his current program is like, you got to make a decision. I've never seen anything quite like this before, and it's not a surprise that it's Lane, because Lane is a little bit of a drama queen, but also think, in all fairness to him, it's a very difficult decision, right? Like, people say that Ole Miss is a great program and it's right there with LSU and other stuff. There's a reason that like people are looking at LSU and Florida right next to them and saying, hey, man, those might be better jobs. Like historically, they just are. And the only reason anybody thinks that Ole Miss is anywhere near the equivalent of those jobs is because of Lane Kiffin. He's shown a proof of concept that I can win at Ole Miss like you can win at LSU. But that's not necessarily a thing that we know that will carry on for the next 5, 6, 7 years. And so I understand why these other jobs are tempting to him right now.
Now, Joel, I actually am so happy that you got to this place because we've been talking about on this program the possibility that we might be in a new era of college football where it might be advantageous to be at that, 1B level job because they gonna appreciate you as in a way that LSU's like, hey man, win or get gone. Is there something to that in the college football landscape where we might be in a new era where that secondary job is actually more advantageous for a coach?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the kind of person you are, right? Like, if it doesn't seem like Lane Kiffin is a person who necessarily is appreciative of that right now, right? Yeah. I mean, he was looking at Auburn a few years ago, like during that 2022 cycle that we were talking about. So, but I do think there is something to that. Like, money is not going to be an issue. Like, Ole Miss isn't going to get outspent. Like, they've pledged to spend as much money for, talent acquisition as LSU and Florida. But I think the thing is, though, is that there are reasons that schools are traditionally and historically the way they are, right? And for Ole Miss, it's just never quite been on the level of LSU or Florida. Some of that is, the proximity to talent in those states, right? But also some of it is just that some schools are a little bit more culturally inhospitable, and people don't necessarily think, hey, man, I would rather go play at Ole Miss before any other place in the SEC. That's just the facts, man. I mean, and if people want to dispute that, because I know that there's been a lot of argument about, why are you insulting Oxford, Mississippi, and Ole Miss? Bro, every school around them has won a national championship with the exception of Mississippi State, right? Like Tennessee, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, like most of the major programs around there have won, not Ole Miss. Ole Miss has not been this good basically since desegregation. So there's a reason why Ole Miss has this little bit more difficulty compared to these other schools. And Lane Kiffin is saying, you know what, man, I don't know if what I'm doing here can hold up over the test of time. Like, I've already overperformed. Like, I don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be there for me in 5 years. Maybe I should go to one. It might be a little bit easier to convince kids to go here and to get everything I need. I've seen these schools win national championships. I haven't seen that at Ole Miss yet.
Not only is it a little easier, but I was listening to Lane Kiffin's press availability yesterday, and he's basically recruiting his own players to say, hey, you can come with me. I mean, he basically was saying, like, it's a different world. These players aren't like when we were playing. And you could kind of read between the lines, like there's a Curt Cignetti vibe there. Like I walked away thinking he's gone and he's going to take a lot of those Ole Miss players. That's a big factor, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be really hard for him to come back under these circumstances anyway, right? It certainly seems like Ole Miss is, and understandably so, frustrated that he keeps looking around. Like Lane Kiffin is the partner that you just never quite sure if they all the way in. You might be checking their phone, their text or whatever, or, they leave their computer up, their browser, and you might look at their email. Because you don't know with Lane Kiffin that as soon as something cool comes by or something else that's sexy, he's going to be looking out. And so Ole Miss is like, well, man, we've given you everything you wanted, everything you could have possibly wanted here. We've showed faith in you when a lot of other people wouldn't have given you a job of this stature, right? Like when he came out of FAU, it's not like everybody was running to hire him. Like Ole Miss extended him an opportunity that not a lot of other schools would have. But I mean, the long and short of it is that, man, Lane Kiffin wants to be in the news, man. He wants to be in the game. He wants to be at the top of the game. And he seems like the sort of competitive guy. I mean, he's played under Carroll. I mean, he's coached under Carroll. He's coached under Saban. He's seen, like, with winning a championship is like, I think that's probably the most important thing to him, not whether or not he's liked by Ole Miss or anybody else that has a problem with how he's conducting this job search.
We're talking to Joel Anderson of The Ringer here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, Joel, I'm very intrigued by the way that this college football playoff thing continues to go off. I very much wish that they did not do these rankings, but they do for the TV product and all of that. Are you at all rankled by the moving criteria it feels like that they use to rank these teams right now. It feels like they care more about your good losses than your bad wins, or however we do this. Are you all rankled by this?
No, because I think that I'm not rankled by it until the final rankings. Because, I mean, this is all programming. Like, it's all to get everybody upset. Yeah. But we know that it's like if we get down to the final week after rivalry week right here, and they're starting to do the polling or whatever, they're not going to. I don't believe that they're going to keep Miami over Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame over Miami. All things being equal, if the season plays out the way it's supposed to, if they like win their games or whatever, and because I know that's one of the things that upsets everybody, or. Man, why is Tennessee still ranked? That kind of stuff. People are getting mad about that sort of stuff. I just don't think it's really going to matter, and they're making it up as they go along, understandably, right? Because I mean, how can transitive property doesn't really work? Teams are different every week, and then people are always using different criteria. Like, do you think Notre Dame is a better team now than it was, 2 months ago? Well, I might prioritize that. Some people might say, well, that has nothing to do with what they've done in their season, right? They haven't accomplished as much. They haven't beaten anybody other than USC that seems to be impressive. So they're all using this moving criteria. But I think that when everything is said and done, and we've got all the games and all the data that we need to match everything up, that everything is pretty much going to play its way out. The only time that anybody's really gotten outraged was when Florida State got left out, and even then there was a reason behind it. It was like, we saw y'all play in the ACC championship, bro. Y'all were not good. That offense was pretty terrible, dog. So anyway, I just think that it's just a way to get people going, and that's great. That's great for college football if you love it. It gives us something to argue about every week. But I think when it comes down to it, they'll figure it out. I mean, I know. Also, man, people were so mad at homeboy that did the CFP talking. Hunter Yurchek. Yeah. Who's a U of H guy. He was at U of H a few years ago, right? Man, he didn't expect to get that position, but Matt Rhodes is supposed to be in that job. Matt Rhodes was supposed to be in that job, man. He was just, they need me to talk? That's his first time. Give him a chance, man. Next week he'll probably be better, I'm sure.
Yeah. That said, the one good thing about the playoff is you get teams on the periphery that back in the day, in the old BCS days, you'd be like, hey, nobody wanted to play fill in the blank, but they just couldn't get into the championship game. So who are those teams right now that are going to be in the playoff that you think nobody wants to play right now? I got a couple of ideas, but I'm curious on yours.
Well, I mean, so I think Georgia looks a lot better than they did earlier in the year. People were doing the thing where, man, Georgia don't look like it did in 2021, 2022. All of a sudden, they've turned it up, and they look like they're sort of rounding into shape. And that's sort of a tent pole of one of those Kirby Smart teams, right, that they get better as the year gets along. So I think that they're a program that people don't want to play. I also think Notre Dame, man, people can knock their schedule or whatever, but the one thing they're doing is beating the hell out of the teams that they're playing. All they can do is beat who's on their schedule. And Notre Dame played in the national championship game last year, so they've got some holdovers from that. They've got the experience. And I really think that, in terms of, a complete team, they've got a little bit of everything, bro. And I don't know how C.J. Carr is going to be when the bullets start to fly, right? When the games really matter and these are high-leverage situations. But he's looked pretty good so far. So, Notre Dame is one of those teams that I think, man, I don't know if you're going to necessarily want to play them if they get in there.
Yeah, the only one I would add would be Oregon. I got both those. Yeah, Oregon is really good. So they beat USC last week, and they handled them pretty easy. That was a game. USC was competitive, but, Oregon had them they did the big brother thing where they had the hand on their forehead and kind of held them away most of the game. But, I mean, the one thing that I think about, and I kind of haven't gotten over, is that Indiana bullied them. Yeah. Right? It wasn't a fluke or anything. Indiana didn't win on some tricked up stuff. They went out there and beat them up on their home field in a place that's supposed to be hard to play. So, I mean, but yeah, maybe they're better now. Maybe Dante Moore, and as they get everybody healthy, DeCorey and Moore from Duncanville and all those guys get healthier, maybe it'll be a different situation this time.
I'm sitting next to a Texas A&M Aggie, Joel. And one of the things about A&M is that they do that thing.
Hey, I'm sitting next to a guy that said TCU didn't have a chance against U of H, by the way.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. No, the TCU alum,
chance
Joel
against U of H?
Well, he's exaggerating, but, you know.
Okay,
still.
all right. Okay.
Am I?
Don't worry. I'll answer for my crimes here in a little bit. Do you believe in A&M right now as a championship type team?
Yeah. I mean, I think that they've got a little bit of everything, man. Like, again, they're another well-rounded team. Prior to this season, the only question I had was, man, can Marcel Reed throw the ball? You know, because last year, that seemed to be sort of the ceiling on that team. Like, could Marcel Reed challenge defenses down the field or whatever? But, like, he's really rounded into a really good passing threat. And so, like, what does A&M have that you don't, you know, what does A&M not have, right? They've got a great defense. You know, Cassius Howell, Tarian York. Tarian, my favorite players, man. He's such a dog, man. I love that dude. The secondary is solid. They've got great receivers. If Le'Veon Moss rounds back into health, they'll have a pretty deep running back room. The offensive line is strong. Like, they've got everything you need. The only thing holding the Aggies back is that nobody believes in them, bro. I hope they believe in themselves, right? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they do. But, like, again, and John, you know this. We've just never seen A&M. When was the last time A&M been this good? Like 91, something like that?
92, yeah. The year they were on probation went 12-0. But the answer to your question probably is Mike Elko, because, you know, the thing about A&M is they really haven't played a complete game yet. They struggled early against Notre Dame, won that game. They were losing at halftime against LSU, won that game. By the way, both on the road. That's something I hadn't seen from A&M in a long time, is that Elko belief kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know about you guys against South Carolina. It's one of the few times in my life that A&M fell behind, and I was like, oh, I'm not worried though. Now, I don't know if you weren't worried. I don't know if that's a South Carolina thing, because I think South Carolina's kind of not a joke, but I was like, I mean, A&M had played really, really bad in that first half, and I was just like, I just didn't see that South Carolina was so much better than them. But them coming back and winning that game is a sort of thing that a few years ago, like, none of us would have believed it. Like, it just would have been like, that's not what an A&M team is going to do. They dropped the game that they weren't supposed to lose. But they went ahead, came back and played that game, won it. So, to me, that indicated that maybe they had gotten over a hump. But, like, this weekend, though, I don't know. But that's the next one, bro. And this will really, really tell us about who they are. Because I think it's fair to say that this will be the best team they've played since Notre Dame, I assume.
Yeah, probably, and even then, they have their issues. All right, Joel Anderson, letting you know that you're going to have to check in when you go into Lubbock, because there's some people on the text line upset that you did not mention one Texas Tech University. And then, before I let you go, I did want to apologize directly to you as a TCU contingent, because I did say that I thought your squad was bad and that Houston should get a victory. And, of course, Texas Christian went in and ruined Houston's senior night. So I'm happy for you and your continued coach in Sonny Dykes. I know you're very happy about that.
Yeah, right. Well, look, okay, here's the thing about that, right? Well, first of all, U of H is the first team I ever loved. Like that, I still got my mad love for the Cougs. But if you had said something along the lines of TCU don't have a chance, I would be like, look, I think U of H is a better coach team. I think they're having a better season than TCU, but I think they have more talent than TCU. And I was like, all things being equal, if I think they just line up, I'm looking at TCU and the roster that we're supposed to have, we should win that game. And they did, which was a surprise to me, right? I didn't expect them to win, but I wasn't I did not think the U of H was so much a better team that my Frogs didn't have a chance. So, yeah, man, I mean, you know, I guess we're going to have to keep Sonny Dykes, you know. I guess, you know, I mean, the market isn't great right now. Maybe we'll run it back, finally spend some money. TCU has not been as aggressive in spending money and doing the NIL thing. So, like, maybe they will get, you know, we'll double up or something. But, yeah, I guess we've got to keep Spike's boy another year, I guess.
And that's a shame. That's a shame, because wealthy thrift is real nasty. Anyways, that's Joel Anderson. You catch him on the Ringer Tailgate. What is it, Press Box Podcast as well that you do?
Yeah, Press Box on Thursdays. That's right.
There you go. So shout out to our guy. Appreciate you. We got to welcome you back, because I feel like that 10, 12 minutes went real quick.
Oh, man, look, anytime, bro. When I come down there, I'll come in and give me a turkey.
Oh, hell yeah.
Very good, very good. All right, Joel Anderson, Mo City Zone. join us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's return back to the Texans. I think DeMeco Ryan said something very interesting in that coach's show that I also want to return to. We'll talk about that next.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 20-19 win against the Bills. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, and relentless. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday of Thanksgiving. They've done their deed, the Texans. A whole bunch, 1,000 turkeys.
At least.
And Thanksgiving vittles, all given out to the fine folks of Houston. It was real cool to see that.
It's going to be a good Thanksgiving for a lot of folks.
I think so. I think so. Going to be good for football as well. And it should gear up, get us all ready for another opportunity to feast. Texans.
I see what you did there.
Colts in Indianapolis, a road game. Before we get to what DeMeco was saying about that game in the coach's show, Rob on the YouTube page said something about last time we were talking Texans, we were talking about this offensive line and how they might be finding something. He said that he's worried about the offensive line improvement and that being a result of Davis Mills stepping up to the line pre-snap protection setting and so on and so forth, and concerned that Stroud coming back and maybe that reverting backwards. Do you have that same concern for this offense?
I don't, but I could see where it is a concern. Davis Mills, first of all, has more experience in this type of offense. People forget his rookie year. He was playing in this type of offense for Tim Kelly. So recognition and such is kind of ingrained in him. I could see where that's a concern. It's not a concern of mine per se, because I think we've seen C.J. Stroud grasp the concepts better as the season went along before his concussion. And to the point where he was starting to thrive a little bit, despite some trouble on the offensive line, which you would expect is going to be better this week.
Yeah, I feel that's the case. There's been – I will say that I think there might be some validity to this in there. I don't think that it's anywhere – I think it's probably relatively small. I don't know if I could say negligible, but close to negligible there. But there's been some instances where you go, oh, that protection was just not right for what you were doing there when CJ was the case. And I feel like there was significantly fewer, if any, circumstances where I felt like that was the case with Davis Mills. Maybe I'm just forgetting
so
in this moment. Setting protections is particular. Because, again, pre-snap, Davis Mills steps up, and he looks like he has – I think that's probably one of the genesis points of people wanting the Davis Mills experience to continue on is the idea of you feel more
smooth
comfortable.
Operation.
Yes, shout out to Sade. It does feel like he steps up and he's just like, yo, he had a good handle of it. And I believe CJ is more than capable of doing that. But, yeah, I could understand where that question would come in. Big question that comes in is, are you capable of slowing down the Colts offense in the way that the Chiefs did last week? The Colts offense has been one of the surprises of the season in the National Football League, is watching the Colts get out there and put up a fantastic offense with the second quarterback. I mean, I was thinking about this watching them play, watching Davis Mills, actually not Davis Mills, goodness gracious, Daniel Jones walk out to the field on that broadcast of Colts Chiefs, and I was like, he wasn't even supposed to be this guy at the start of the year. Like they were going back in with Anthony Richardson, thinking that he was going to be the guy, just give him some competition. And now, like, Daniel Jones is looking like the presumptive starter for the foreseeable future for the Colts. And so their offense getting out here and looking the way that it has was a surprise. And it looked like it was to the point where we were starting to get a feel for, we were starting to get to a place where we're like, yeah, maybe this is what it actually is. Maybe this is reality. And the Chiefs and some other teams in the recent weeks have, kind of chipped into that. But DeMeco Ryans talking on the coach's show, this was what he said he's been seeing from Daniel Jones in this offense.
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me is that their offense is operating very efficiently. They've been very explosive. Pierce, I don't think he talks about enough. Like, he's the down the field targets, the deep shots. Then you have the running game with Jonathan Taylor. He's always been one of the top backs in our league just for his explosiveness, his home run playmaking ability. And I think Daniel Jones is playing the best that he's played like in his career. Shane has done a good job of paring things down, and he's doing a great job of executing. The play action game is working for them. They stay out of third and long situations. They're really in those manageable spots where if it's close enough, they're going for it on fourth down. So, I mean, they're doing a good job offensively.
Yeah, a little jealousy there, huh?
Yeah, you heard that too? He's like, hey, man, they not in third and long. That's all I could dream of.
He's got FOMO right there. But really what it comes down to is boy, if they had a Jonathan Taylor here and a line that could block like they're blocking for Jonathan Taylor, the Texans would be unstoppable. That's what it is. It's the offensive player of the year. It's Jonathan Taylor that starts all of that.
But one of the things I found interesting about that is if you listen to that with knowing ears, none of that's particularly glowing necessarily. I mean, it is because obviously they deserve credit for being efficient, but just like, yeah, they're efficient. Like, they can be explosive with Pierce. But other than that, it's not like, yo, this is an incredible offense. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, but that's Christmas morning for DeMeco.
It is.
That's like Christmas morning to be able to have an offense like that.
It is. And I think that there's also something to be said for though, that all feels that feels mess-upable, for lack of a better term, as I'm sure there actually is a significantly better term than mess-upable. But you get what I'm trying to get to, right? Like, I imagine that for DeMeco, he is very much in answering that question in the place that all coaches are, where you want to give credit where credit is due. But I imagine if truth serum was a real life thing that you give him, somewhere in the back of his brain is like,
I want that.
The additional, well, there, yes, but in the additional clauses, and we about to mess up all of that. Like, are you also in that confident place where you feel like you can just absolutely destroy what this Colts offense is bringing to the table here?
Pick an offense, and I feel like they believe that. I mean, we know. Look what they did at Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo was going to come in here. They're coming off of 6 touchdowns from Josh Allen. The confidence on the defense and what they can do to ruin a night for somebody, a day for somebody, is off the charts. No, I think absolutely he's got that.
But I think the one thing that I've been thinking about a lot is when the Texans have to somewhat like chew gum and walk at the same time, it's gotten a little dicey, especially when it comes to like stopping the run specifically against a good run team, and then also having the explosion behind it. And do you know what game in particular I'm thinking about that comes to mind for me? Monday night, Seattle, because you had a run game that wasn't even that great, but a run game that you needed to account and explosive player in Jackson Smith-Njigba. You could very easily argue the most explosive player in the National Football League this year. There's some other circumstances that are clearly factoring in that game, but it felt like early on they were like, we're going to be committed to stopping the run, and that didn't quite work the way that it wanted to, especially with Jackson Smith-Njigba on the backside of it. Is there anything in your mind that links that game to possibly this one, or am I just being unnecessarily worried?
No, I think that's absolutely the connection, and you can also tie it to the Buffalo game. The Buffalo game, if you're a Bills coach or a Bills fan, you have to be kicking yourself for not adding protection, a back, a tight end, or whatever. They basically said, "Hey, Josh Allen, escape the rush and make a big play." They didn't give him a lot of help from a back or somebody to help with protection.
DeMeco was talking about that as well. Like, this is a weird thing that they've seen. They're used to seeing 6, 7 guys. They saw a lot of 5-man protection schemes.
Colts aren't going to do that.
Yeah, no.
Colts aren't going to do that. So that's where my worry is. If you have Jonathan Taylor, and also speaking of the Buffalo game, James Cook had some good runs.
He sure did.
James Cook was running the ball, but the protections killed Josh Allen. And some of the other things that happened, if Jonathan Taylor, who's a better back than James Cook and has been more productive, if he can get some runs off and they get the extra protection for. Get some extra protection for Daniel Jones, then you can draw that correlation.
I do want to go to Shane Steichen here, Fig. This is a cut 2 from Shane Steichen's availability as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Shane was asked about what's when the opposition is stacking the box versus the Colts, as it's possible that the Texans are going to do.
Yeah, you always look at those things like, do we have leverage and spacing, in the run game? How do we capture leverage using whatever it is, whether it's motion or the front structure, to try to gain leverage with the box count too, maybe to get guys to fall out of the box. You always try to scheme different things up to create lanes in the running game. So that's stuff that we look at each and every week to try to create those matchups, whether they have a heavy box or a light box. We're always looking at those things.
Yeah, and that's something that the Colts have done really well. It's something that, to give Nick Caley a little bit of props in this segment, that's not at all about the offense. He's done a little bit better about it. You saw some of these motions that he's added in. A lot of motions in play action under Davis Mills' tenure here as being the starter. But they're going to do a lot of that kind of eye candy stuff. DeMeco was talking about that. How have you felt about the Texans' defense, especially that second level, their discipline, because it's going to be something that's on display, or that's going to need to be on display versus the Colts?
Well, I think it's going to be tested because Steichen is no joke with the way he's been running this offense, the combination of run and pass and play action and the so-called eye candy. But I'm just not worried about this defense. I mean, in terms of overall, yeah, there's going to be some, not to sound like a coach, but they're going to get theirs. But overall, I'm not really worried about what Lassiter and Stingley in particular are going to do.
Yeah, I'm not either, right? Like I think that's the thing is I can't say that I'm not worried at all. It's one of those things that's in the back of my mind. But ultimately, I think that's one of the things that I'm impressed by is like this defense, the linebacking core, that secondary. They've done a good job on being fairly disciplined. Those are going to be some of the things that come back to. It's just like, how do they manage that, stopping the run and being good on the back end? I think they've come a long way since that time, and I'm very interested to see how that goes. But that's going to be one of the big battles. Obviously, the biggest battle is going to be, will your offense bring enough points to the party in order for this to be successful?
We've hardly mentioned him, but I think the biggest battle is Tyler Warren.
Well, yeah, that's also.
I think that we know what Jonathan Taylor's going to do. We know they're going to have some plays. We know the offense is going to be productive. The defense is going to be able to make some plays. How are you stopping that big cat?
Well, and
they're using him a lot more now too. They're really implementing it.
They are. They are utilizing him in a lot of different ways. Yeah. He can take that. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's funny. DeMeco Ryans has kind of talked about him, but it felt like he didn't, especially there. Like he was talking about all the things that you see from the offense, and he didn't mention Warren. I know that he has a lot of respect for him. Tight ends, interestingly enough, statistically have not been that much of an issue for the Texans this year, except we look at it and we go, yeah, it feels like teams have left something on the meat on the bone in that way. That is an interesting thing that we will watch. We're going to talk more about that as we keep watching and head towards this Colts game. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of college football, we were just talking to our guy Joel Anderson. You'll hear more college football talk with the fellas of the Drive when they talk to Danny Cannell at 3 p.m. today. So yeah. More college football also available as we head to this is a college football Candyland this week. Thanksgiving week is, I'm sure you're geared up for the big battle between Texas A&M.
Oh, that is this week, isn't
it? Yeah, I'm sure you forgot. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got for us, man?
Yeah, so Thanksgiving is in a couple days, and I know everybody got that one family member, and I got a list of these different type of family members. And I want to see where all of our Sports Radio 610 hosts land under these different family members.
Okay, so if we were having the 610 Thanksgiving, who would all the players be? I'm interested in this. Let's talk about that next.
Heads up, H-Town. Thirsty Thursday is on Wednesday again this week. Tomorrow. 2. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. 713-572-4610. Thanksgiving is coming up, and we all know we got them certain family members, got them certain cousins and uncles and all that type of stuff. So I'm gonna go through a list, and I want us to kind of piece together who is who from Sports Radio 610. All right, so I'm gonna give you the list real quick. We got the political warrior, we got the loud one, we got the over-the-top host, we got the dish critic, we got the always late cousin, we got the drama dropper, we got the football fanatic, we got the go-to plate bandit, we got the wine uncle, and then we got the sleepy uncle.
Okay, play along. 713-572-4610.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go down the list of Sports Radio 610 hosts. I threw in the producers and the part-time hosts too. So get in on this. Let's start with the morning show. Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Who is them two?
Oh, I gotta have the list in front of me. It might actually work easier if you give us the stereotype, and we have to put the name to it. I feel like that might work easier.
Okay, I got the list on the rundown too. If you want,
I'm looking at it.
Who is Sean Pendergast? I'm looking on here right now.
I'm gonna say.
Is it easier to go? Who's the political warrior? Who's the person that would fit that, and then throw a name to that?
Well, you're talking about all the hosts, all the producers.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
let's
Sean.
just go down the list to make it easier for y'all. Political warrior. Who's the political person that's ready to argue?
The political warrior.
I don't know.
That's a tough one.
We might not have one because I can't really see anybody.
Yeah, I think we all have our thoughts, but none of us are that guy.
Yeah, nobody. I don't think we have anybody who's like. And let me tell you something about. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anybody is going to bring up willingly that portion of things.
Yeah, we can skip that one.
All right.
Who is the loud one?
Reggie.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the loud one, huh?
Reggie or Seth. But I feel Seth fits another couple of categories.
Yeah.
Reggie's not loud like volume, but he's going to give you play-by-play of everything.
I think it's between. I think it's between Reggie and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant could get.
Gallant is the loud one.
Oh, Paul's the political warrior. Paul is the political warrior.
There we go.
100%.
There we go. We walked our way into that
I forgot Paul was going to be a part of it. No,
we walked our way into that
Paul is the absolute political warrior, 100%.
Yeah. So just ahead, let me give you everybody that's part of this. We got Pendergast. We all the midday shows. I mean, we got all the 6 to 6 shows. We got Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Luke Morrow, Paul Gallant, Chris Partee, B. Scott. And then we got the producers too. I threw Ben in here as well. Ben, me, Ty.
He's going to get the ice.
Ben is the one you forgot was there. Patrick.
Hey, y'all need some ice? I'm going to run out real quick.
PC might be the loud one.
PC might be the loud one. Yeah. Yeah,
it could happen.
I think maybe. What do you think, Figgy?
I don't think. I think it's between Paul Gallant and Reggie. As being
Reggie's in there. Reggie's in there.
Yeah, you got that loud laugh. You get, when you get a little spicy on something, you get a little loud. I think Paul will get loud too.
Especially if he gets a couple of drinks in him. You know,
yikes!
He'll start giving the play-by-play.
That's tough.
Yeah, he'll say things like, the interesting thing about green bean casserole is blah 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 blah.
Damn, that's so correct. God,
Then he'd go. Funny enough, when you fry a turkey, blah 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 blah.
God, these are all things that I absolutely say.
And Reggie gonna be like, now to be fair.
Y'all haven't missed. Y'all are 3 for 3 right now. I ain't got nothing to say.
Yeah, so we got Paul, political warrior, and we got Reggie. PC is the loud one.
Yeah.
Next is over the top.
Yeah,
over the top host.
So if anybody was hosting Thanksgiving, who would be the one that's way over the top? That come around with you?
Yeah. I think Lopez might be it.
Yeah. you know how I plan everything, and I got to get everything just right, and I got to tell you how this was made and all that other stuff. Yeah, I'll fall on the sword on that one. I'll be the over-the-top host. Who else might it be?
I wonder
over-the-top host.
I wonder if Ron would be the over-the-top host.
Maybe.
I could see Ron. I could low-key see Tyler kind of being the over-the-top. Like,
I could see Tyler.
Knowing everybody coming to his house, I feel like he will overdo it a little bit. Just to make sure it's perfect.
Tyler's the always late cousin.
Sure. Yeah. He's uniquely fit for that one.
Yeah.
The dish critic, I feel like I can also throw my hat in this ring as well. Mm-hmm. I think that I might be fit. You know who might be here? And I don't know exactly if he does this with food, but he low-key throws his takes out, but they're usually strong ones. How about Luke Morrow?
Oh, yeah, he would be a good dish critic. Yeah, Luke Morrow would be a good one on that.
Yeah. Somebody said Clint is great answer. Clint is the over-the-top host.
Yeah, maybe.
Like Clint, it seems real easygoing, but when he's trying to show you a good time, he is going to show you a good time.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I see him just going over the top, just getting all the best of the best. Mm-hmm. The best beer, the best wine, and all this other stuff. I can see.
Hey, Chief, taste this right here, Chief. Taste this right here, Chief.
This right here.
Tell me that's not great.
All right, so the always late cousin. We mentioned Tyler. Is anybody else on this list as the always late cousin?
I'm having a hard time picking one.
I don't know. I think Tyler's it.
I can see B. Scott being the late cousin.
Oh yeah, he's got to drop the kids off here, and then he's got to do this.
He's got reasons to be late.
Yeah. No, I would be shocked if B. Scott showed up early or on time. I could see him coming in a little late.
Yeah.
What about the drama dropper?
This feel like some Ron Hughley.
Oh yes, I was having a hard time coming up with one,
and not like bad drama, but just kind of like, man, I was at the store and this guy tried to look at me. I said, "What's up, man?" It's always like some drama type story going on.
And then he'll stir the pot. He'll stir the pot too.
Yeah. No, I can see that. You see anybody else in this category?
That's show for sure.
The drama dropper. I don't know. Is anybody else dramatic? I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably the only one. So what about this one, the football fanatic? And I ain't talking to somebody that just likes sport. I know everybody like football, but the person that come over in the jersey. So somebody that's coming over in their Cowboys jersey or whatever it is. Tyler.
And then they're eating in front of the TV. They're not participating in the conversation. And that last part is the part that makes it tough, because I was going to say Sean. Sean very much is I just want to watch this game. Yeah. Don't bother me. But he's also he can be the life of the party. Yeah. And I feel like he would handle it well in balancing those. But I could easily see Sean being the dude that's like, I'm just going to lock in and watch this game. Or is this where Seth happens to jump in here?
Seth is the next one.
So
you think Seth
is plate bandit?
The to-go plate bandit.
Who's just like putting the food in the plate
He'll
and getting
put
out
it
of there?
in his pockets.
That is true.
He'll put it in his pockets. He'll have a dessert in one hand, his keys in the other, and then you be carrying the extra plate for him to the car.
Okay.
Because here's the thing: Seth is very disciplined, but once the seal breaks, it's over with.
Yeah, especially when it comes to food.
It's over with.
I love Seth's, he spiritually is just a fat kid. I love it. He can't help himself.
Yeah. All right, so what about the wine uncle? The person that's always just got a glass of wine that's never...
This is Sean Pendergast.
It's either Sean or me.
Yeah, because you specifically because of the wine, but I feel like Sean just being like stories, drinking, merriment.
That's got to be Sean.
That feels like Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, and the next one is the sleepy uncle, and why is it Patrick Creighton? Patrick Creighton is the sleepy uncle, man.
Hell, he'll lay down in the hallway.
I feel like if we had a recliner in studio, it would be Patrick Creighton's recliner.
Yes, it would.
I can see Patrick Creighton. As soon as he finishes eating, he'll sit there and go to sleep.
I'll tell you, Sean Bijani might be the football guy, too.
Bijani might be it as well. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, the fanatic. This is watching. If it's the Cougs or something, he's just like, leave me alone. Okay.
Yeah, let me know if I missed the category or if anybody else fall in the category. Who is the category for getting the ice? And why is
That's
it?
Ben Gary.
Yeah, that's Ben Gary.
I would say Ben Gary. I put B. Scott in that conversation.
Yeah. B. Scott loved going to get the ice. Also, you could also sub that category in for the cousin walk. I feel like that cousin walk is also there for both of them gentlemen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I can see. You can probably throw Tyler in there, too.
B. Scott would be a plate guy. I think Ron is a plate guy, too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see it.
Ron is a plate guy, too.
Yeah, I got it.
And to be fair, I'm a plate guy as well. Like, I'm taking something to go.
Yeah. So text them in 713-572-4610. What category are your favorite Sports Radio 610 people land under? As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610, I wonder what category this person falls into. I guess this might fall into the cousin who think he's smarter than everybody, because here's rapper Joel Santana on a podcast talking about somewhat. Before I get to this, what do y'all think is more important, or which one would you rather have, to be able to read or do math?
Read.
You think that's more important than math?
I mean, they're both important.
Yeah, I was like, I'm having a hard time picking.
But I'd say if I had to pick one, it'd be reading.
Yeah, I think it's kind of silly. You got to pick one. That's just my personal opinion. I think they both important. But here's Joel Santana, who is a rapper. He was on the podcast talking about what we should start teaching our kids.
Nah, but seriously though, we gotta start teaching our kids though, just financial wealth and literacy and all that early, because by the time they get to 9th grade, they should be just learning how to start businesses and how to. But they don't really need to know how to read. I say that respectfully. I'm not saying that in a way to be literate, because you're not supposed to be illiterate, but you can.
What's more important, reading or math?
Math. You can listen to a book on YouTube. You can still obtain the information. And you don't have to know how to read. I believe common sense is better than everything. I'm on common sense. I'd rather have zero book smarts and common sense, be able to read the room, be able to read life, be able to read people. I try to understand people, you know what I'm saying? Like, nowadays, you can listen to a book. I just listen to the 48 Laws of Power. Not to,
you gotta read your contract, Al.
Is that not a book?
No, you can listen to that too. They got apps you can put it in and it'll read it to you. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but don't you have to read to know how to use these apps and stuff?
He's the cousin that think he's smarter than everybody.
Yes,
else.
he is.
And really dumb as hell.
Yes, he is. That is, you nailed it. My brain hurts a little bit after listening to all that.
There are things that I can say, and I don't want to say any of them really. Yeah. I'm just like, all right, you got it, big dog. Like that's
you got it, big dog.
I have real sympathy for the folks who go home and have to have the "you got it" reaction to someone in their family. I'm thankful that I don't have to have that, but that very much is all right, man. Whatever you say, can I just be done with this conversation?
Yeah, I agree with it. I think it's always silly when people ask a either-or question with something like this, because they both pretty damn important. So
exactly.
I hate the simple fact that they try to put you in the corner and say, oh, would you rather know math or know how to read? It's like, dog, I want both.
I am so mad that he was like, yeah, I don't think you need to read for real. I just work off the 48 Laws of Power. Notoriously is a book. Like that is notoriously a book.
Yeah, and then him even mentioning that book, he trying to put off this thing where I'm smart.
Yeah.
I'm smart. Yeah. I'm like, all right, man, you got it, big dog. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So we often talk about, or not we as a show, but people often talk about inflation and all that, how everything is going up. Talking about foods. Haircuts, you name it. But didn't realize inflation was kind of a thing when it comes to strip clubs. Did you guys know this?
I did not.
I hadn't considered it.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered it.
I didn't really consider it either. But here's Joe Budden talking about inflation when it comes to strip clubs.
I bring my own ones to the strip club.
That's crazy.
I come in there with my own bag, or bags sometimes, because of how they tax you.
They definitely
as an adult, we can't sign up to be.
They taking $8 to $10 of every 100 pack. They bugging in there. More than that?
They're taking $20 to $30
Out your honey
off
stack?
of every honey
No
pack.
way.
It's inflation.
Those tariffs on the singles?
They went up. Yes.
Strip club tariffs is crazy.
Then you're gonna hit the ATM. They're gonna bang you there. They're making the girls pay, and they're paying for the operation, paying for the bag, the sweep. There's too many different ways. Then you're gonna get food. Then the alcohol is not real alcohol, and they tax you on that. Like, when, as wealthy adults, do we say, you know what? Nah.
I didn't realize that was a big issue like that, man. So apparently you're getting, I guess you get taxed for getting the, I guess the money inside the strip club. So which is why Joe Budden bring his own money to the strip club, his own ones. And
I just like the image of somebody sneaking money into the strip club as if they were sneaking food into a movie theater. You know what I mean? Like, that is how I've had to view this, seeing as if I do go to a strip club, it's not nearly with that kind of money, but it's just like, yeah, I can understand that I'm bringing my own Mike and Ike's from home that I got from the dollar store versus, I'm going to buy them up there, except rich people doing that at the strip club. Like, at that point, do we not just not go to the strip club?
I was just going to say, that's what I was waiting for. Like, you have a choice.
Do we not just go?
You have a choice.
But the thing is, he I think he likes going to the strip club, but
that's fair.
They just getting everything out of you, man. That's kind of like going to a game. If you go into a game and you enjoy going to games, but they taxing on, let's say in the concessions and the beer and all that stuff.
Yeah,
you don't complain
fair
about
enough.
it, but.
I got to tell you, man, I have no sympathy whatsoever. You mentioned game, Figgy. You go to a game, you pay $12 for a beer. You just know it going in. I haven't been to a strip club in decades, but if you go to a strip club, you know what you're going to be paying. Pay it or don't go.
But the thing is, they taxing more though.
So what?
It wasn't like that.
You know it going in.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
you know it going in.
I think it's just indicative of, hey man, the money things hit everywhere, right? You think about it at the grocery store, you think about it, in various places in life. Apparently, it got all the way to the strip club. Did not realize that, but I guess sympathy for all those folks. I know you don't have any, but I have a little.
No,
bit.
For the guys going in, certainly. Hey man, those are hardworking people in those strip clubs. They deserve to earn an honest living as well.
Yeah, but when you
all right, okay,
it's mostly honest.
What are we doing here?
But when you start talking about going to the ATM machine, they cracking you over the head with that. It's like, all right, man.
You know what you do at a casino when you run out of money? They tax you for the money you're getting in a casino. Dude, you know it going in. That's my point.
Yeah, I guess so.
I've spent $10 to use an ATM in a casino.
Yeah,
but I knew it going in.
Now,
that one hurt my spirit.
Now, how would you feel if you go back in the casino and now it's $20? You gonna complain a little bit, man. You gonna be like,
of course I'm gonna complain. Of course I'm gonna complain because it hurts. But you know what? I'm still going to the casino.
Yeah, okay. And you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna bring your money, so you don't have to go to the
bring
ATM.
My own money. Then I run out of it.
Yeah, you're gonna bring your bag of money like Joe Budden.
Yeah.
All right, and then I'm gonna get out of here on this. Thoughts and prayers to everyone that was affected by that tornado that touched down yesterday.
Absolutely, without question.
I think it was on the northwest side in the suburb. It might have been was it Cy-Fair? I think it might have been over in that area. So yeah, salute, thoughts and prayers to everybody, man. I saw some pictures and some videos, and it looked awful.
Happened fast, didn't it?
Yeah, super fast.
It happened fast.
I didn't even know it was going on because apparently one touchdown was seen in Jersey Village, according to Tamil.
Yeah.
When he came in, he said, "Be careful out there." I'm like, "For what? What happened?" Because we in these studios with no windows, and apparently it was kind of going down there. So just thoughts and prayers to everybody that was affected to it. Hopefully everybody good, and yeah.
I love that. From the 832, you don't have to sneak money in the strip club. I know, but in my mind, I was likening it to the same thing. I get you. And then another 832, that's why you get a bank like USA that doesn't have ATM fees, so that you don't have to get taxed at the strip club. Okay, all right. I didn't realize that was the motivating factor for someone out there, but more power to you. Everybody makes their decisions for various
thank you for your service, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Or whoever in your life makes you eligible. That is a great point there, Fig. All right. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of
Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Tuesday. Been a fun one out here at NRG Stadium, getting to see the Turkey Time with the Texans, which is officially over. Over 1,000 and meals kind of situated for Houstonians who came through. Love seeing the Texans do community outreach. Always cool when we get a chance to be a part of it. I hear you're wearing one of those representations of it.
Yeah.
You got your My Cause, My Kicks on today.
Texas Boys Outdoors.
Getting more run out of them?
I am. They're comfortable, too.
Okay.
And you know, last year, Figgy, I think you were a part of this. You know, they wanted to they cut it off at about 1,000. Of course, it was over 1,000. Didn't they make a run to Kroger and said, I want all your turkeys?
Yeah, they actually did that last year. It was so many people, they actually took somebody to run over to Kroger to get some more turkeys. And
Give me all your turkeys. Yeah. We got more people to feed.
Yeah, those Kroger people, those good people at Kroger was like, hey, make a run real quick. Like, not for no ice. We talk about turkeys.
Yeah, real run.
A real run to make sure that we get more of these covered up. In fact, somebody on the YouTube page was asking for more situations of people who you would want at Thanksgiving, or not even who you'd want, but who is the working hard or hardly working guy? Who's the guy who's in the corner? Who gets you with the uncomfortable conversation?
Oh boy!
At Thanksgiving,
I'm probably the hardly working guy, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that.
Sean too.
Fake like I'm working. But
Sean is with you in spirit, and would if he could, but he just doesn't. You know, he's more of the entertainment and have a good time guy, but he's on the record. He doesn't do dishes. He doesn't fold clothes. He doesn't. So he'll be like,
oh, is he the in the way in the kitchen guy?
Yeah, like,
is that what Sean is?
You guys need any help? Because I can't help you. So.
That's hilarious. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellows of The Drive. They'll be talking to Danny Cannell later. I found this to be very interesting, and I don't know how you view it. We've talked a lot about the gambling circumstances in sports, especially with, it seemed like gambling scandals in all different sports of different varying sizes. Pablo Torre, whose name has rung out in various different ways. In fact, he's in a little back and forth with Jordan Hudson right now. Jordan Hudson saying that she's going to sue him.
Yeah, and he responded.
For defamation.
He responded.
He always got a response there.
She's poking the wrong bear.
You think so?
Yeah, she's poking the wrong bear.
She thinks that she's going to get a defamation lawsuit. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Yeah. He makes an assertion that he believes that legal gambling could spell the end of sports' cultural supremacy. That is to say, the way that we currently exist, where sports ends up being this big melting pot, and that it dominates our society, at least as so far as, you know, at any given point, sports can bring a lot of people together and draw a lot of attention. He thinks that what we're dealing with legal gambling and the fallouts thereof could take us to a place where we're no longer in that same. Does that feel like
why? I'm interested in why, because people just like who watch sports gamble from every walk of life, every demographic, every tax bracket. So I don't understand the concept.
I think where he's coming from is that there's like a breakdown of the association with teams, right? He said, quote, they're convincing people to watch these games not because of the teams involved or the quality of the players, but because of these other things to root for, meaning these, obviously hitting these various metrics or numbers or situations. And so moving and shifting the landing point of why you're here could take away that the impetus and the thing that draws you, the thing that anchors us to sports in the way that we currently are. And obviously, I don't think he's talking about this in a very immediate sense.
Yeah.
But over time, like a certain erosion of sorts.
Well, so is being a Texans fan going to erode because of gambling? I look at it this way.
Sure.
And I'm sure he did a lot of research into a lot of people. I'm not trying to.
And it's an opinion for him.
Yeah,
like I don't think that he's reporting in the same way that he typically does.
Because my point would be, everybody knows my teams. I'm a Texans fan. I'm an Aggies fan. But when I gamble on other games, it doesn't affect my fandom of that one team. That's where I am. It's like I think every culture, every demographic, as I mentioned, everything is going to still have their team. It's not going to erode. If anything, it might and it has. It's kind of grown interest in other teams because you got a little something on it.
I think it's an interesting thought, but I think you're probably right. Like, those people still will come to their fandoms, especially in the ways that fandom is passed down mostly, which is familially, right? Like father to son, mother to child in that way. Like, I think that those things are still going to exist, but I do wonder if over time, and even if this happens, it's not going to happen in a generation. I think it's going to take time. I would be interested to see how much, and if I could get some level of study of, what the youth are getting into, because young folks are getting into gambling, man. Like my little brother is out here gambling.
That's my point.
You know what I mean? But I do wonder how much that takes him away from, that takes up that space as opposed to, being a particular fan of a team. I don't know. I thought it was an interesting concept, and really what it took me to was a counterpoint that someone made that I do think has some legs, at least in my mind. So I want to see how you feel about it. I saw somebody, and I probably should note who it was, that said that they think that actually what's stronger in that, and I believe it was Ryan Glasspiegel, who said parents not being able to afford to take their kids to games anymore is probably a significantly bigger factor, right? Like, being able to create that connection with teams is harder when you have to do it, remotely, as opposed to being able to get in and get that experience for young folks and lock that in.
I totally agree. I think that by leaps and bounds is going to be a bigger, I guess deterrent is the right word. But even though you're still a fan of that team, you don't have that connection. There's something about being able to be in a stadium. We were reminiscing about all the good things we've seen in the Astrodome during a couple of breaks ago. And that is ingrained in me, because I was there and you could smell the sounds smell the smells.
I was like, man, you might have been doing some other stuff besides just being at the game.
And put yourself, I can tell you exactly where I was sitting when Earl Campbell caved in Isaiah Robertson's chest. I could probably take you to the section. You
want to go? We can go.
Not today. Okay. Not today.
All right.
But I think that has a lot more traction to it.
That's interesting. I'm interested on what you guys think, because 281 said it's the old Jim Rome rant about people caring more about their fantasy football team than their actual team, which is funny because I don't think that we've seen such an erosion with fantasy football, but it does feel like another level, I will say.
And that doesn't necessarily affect your fandom.
Right.
Of your particular team.
For sure. Yeah. Somebody said people go to games for different reasons now. Some go to be seen, others, and some knowing nothing about the game or the team. I think that there's something to be said for that, like these games being events. But I think a lot of folks, especially like being here at the stadium, whenever we're here for a game, sure, there's some people that are here just to see the event, but there's a lot of folks that are out here that are diehard.
I do kind of hate that for a lot of people, going to a game is a status symbol. It used to not be. It used to be like, man, I'm going to the game. I'm going to go watch my squad. And now it's like, it's a status symbol. I'm at the game, which means you're not. Well,
I don't even know if it's that secondary part, but there is a barrier of entry that I think exists for sure.
Yeah.
All right. I think the fellas of the drive, or are we in the building, gentlemen?
We're in the building. Looking for my headphones.
No, you're good. Talk to the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Appreciate them for every chance that we get as an opportunity to talk to our guys, Clint and Ron. Fellas, I don't know if you guys heard the conversation we were having, but it's an interesting one to me, especially because maybe even selfishly, like the viability of what we do is all based off of the fandom that exists with folks in these sports. And Pablo Torre he threw out there the possibility, at least in his mind, that the continued legal gambling and all the fallouts thereafter, he thinks people could possibly see our sports-centric society could kind of cause the end of that. Does that feel too sensationalist, or could you see that at all?
I think it's all of it. I think it's gambling. I think it's fantasy football. I think it's all of those things. Just you see the reaction of, like my son the other day is like, yes, like during the Chiefs game, and I think Daniel Jones had just threw a pass for like 20 yards. I'm like, the hell are you talking about? And he sees one of his players scored in the corner of the screen, and like that, like I think all of that, the fantasy football, fantasy sports, gambling just makes it more individual, and you're playing a game as opposed to your team. Now, I don't think it'll ever just go away because, as you talked about, Reggie, a lot of this stuff is handed down, but it's certainly not as intense and different.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely different.
Guys, I would argue that sure, gambling may raise the ceiling, but we're living in an age where there are several things that raise the floor relative to just the exposure. Now, like right now, a kid doesn't have to go to a game or live in the same state or live in the same city to be a fan of a certain team. I mean, you have inside access right there in the palm of your hand in a way that we never had it. So you talk about being a fan of, yeah, it'd be easy to be a fan of Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, but you got kids right now that could be huge fans of the Kalen Bullocks and the Jalen Pitres and the the guys that may not always be in the spotlight and the highest paid guys. So I would argue that there's just as many things that raise the floor of sports in general and give them more staying power than just like gambling, raising the ceiling and being the end all be all.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because there's both sides of it, I think, that push and pull at the same time. Because one of the things that you started getting me thinking towards, which is just how many games are more available to be watched than were previously the case. But then there's also like the barrier for entry on those. How many streaming sites do you have to, or subscriptions do you have to have access to all of those? It's kind of really an interesting thing. It's why I wanted to bring it up and talk with you guys about it, because it is something that feels like at least it's talked about in an existential way, even if I don't know how existential it is for sports.
All I know is when you start talking about the people who would take plates home.
Oh, you're not one of them? You're not taking no plates away from the spot? I don't know. I heard this earlier.
I just want you to read. I just want you to go back and listen to all the names that you named after John got Seth out the way. After John got Seth out the way, my man went Brandon.
That's right. Well, actually, that was, I think, Figgy said Brandon. I ain't saying nothing about Brandon taking home a plate.
You went.
I said me and you were taking home plates for sure.
You went all dark.
That's right. Me and you take home plates. Honestly, I was talking about the individuals.
Oh, look at you.
I was talking about the individuals. If you happen to see a correlation between all these things, that's on you, my boy.
Yeah, I just said he's going down the line. Okay.
I do wonder, though. If we're going to, Leroy is also taking a plate. If we are going to try and break these stereotypes, which of our lighter, our fairer skinned brethren are taking home plates then?
I'm not trying to break them. I think
I'm just asking. No,
I'm asking. Every last one of them, because I know.
Is PC taking a plate? PC taking a plate?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. In fact, I don't respect you if you don't have aluminum foil.
Like, you got to be able to take it. You got to be able to take it. Yeah, you're right.
You crazy if Clint won't take a plate home.
If there's something worthy, and I'm not making a pit stop between Thanksgiving dinner and the crib, I ain't afraid to take something home. That'd be many a ham sandwich the day after Thanksgiving, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, so one of my confessions, I want to ask you guys where I'm at, because one of my confessions that I had today was that I'm doing something that I don't think you should do, which is going to Thanksgiving, cooking something that you are not like an expert in.
Oh,
I am making the baked mac at the family Thanksgiving. Is this going to be bad, or is this going to be awful?
You making the what?
The baked mac and cheese, brother.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Just ask Tyler. He'll help you out, man.
Won't be as good as mine, but you'll do great.
Well, hold on. I've got several questions.
Please.
Where are you taking this to? And who is this? Your family?
My family.
Yeah.
Is somebody going through something? How did
Mom asked him. Mom asked him to make.
Mom asked me, and I don't know why.
And he never really made it.
I made baked mac once, and it was fine at best.
What's going on here, man? That's not a dish we just throw to somebody.
Exactly.
Hey man, hit them green beans for us. Make sure you put some ham hocks in there too. Like maybe that's one.
Make a salad.
Mac and cheese.
That's right. Yeah.
Mac and cheese.
I am also on your side in this.
I just come on, man. Somebody text in talking about I'm already stirring up. No. I mean, maybe mac and cheese in your family ain't a big deal, but like I don't eat everybody's mac and cheese, and I'm eating it by the visual. And I'm telling you right now, I would skip the mac and cheese, Reggie. If I were going to yours, no offense, I would skip it.
And I would tell you to skip it.
The good thing, Reg, is this: you've got Tyler's number. Tyler's got legendary mac and cheese, so get with Tyler, let him help you out a little bit, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I need Big Mama to be making that. I need somebody.
Hey, if you want your mac and cheese to be legendary, this is the opportunity.
I'm passing on Wolfgang Puck's mac and cheese on Thanksgiving.
I'm here to help.
Now we got a color code. All right.
I don't even understand why that's the dish. She's out here. She is challenging you.
I know. I don't know what I did to her. I don't know what I did. We will find out come Thanksgiving. But before we get there, you got another edition of the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas. All right, J-Lo, I'll see you back in the studio tomorrow.
Right.
But until then, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live. I'm sorry, Clint, Tyler. I'm flabbergasted by this. I'm trying to think if like, all right, man, we got some things happening. We got to do things a little different in the family this year. We're going to designate some meals or some sides to different people. Like if you giving something to a non-cook, like there are so many side dishes at Thanksgiving that you would hand to a non-cook to knock out, as opposed to macaroni and cheese. I am just flabbergasted by that.
Well, I think this is a two Americas conversation.
I mean, okay,
I'll be honest with you. I don't think in my family, I don't give a damn who makes the mac and cheese. If it's good, I'm gonna eat it. If I'm not, I'm not. I mean, I think there's a real two Americas here, Bub. I mean, it don't matter. And there's not one dish that is like specific to a certain grandma or anything like that. There
is no side dishes even in. This is how we learn. There's no side dishes at Thanksgiving that are more important than others, right?
I think there are side dishes that are generally speaking more appreciated than others. Sure.
So what would be the one? Like what's the side dish in your?
Well, I think that's more predicated on like what somebody's making versus what the item. Like we don't walk in going the mac and cheese is going to be fire. You know what I mean? Like,
but whatever that side dish is, I don't know if it's green bean casserole, yuck, or whatever it is. You ain't handing that off to a first-timer, to a non-cook.
Well, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if there is one. My mother-in-law is an unbelievable cook, and my father-in-law, just from a meat perspective, can cook anything with the best of them. I don't know that there's a side dish that is like, nope, so-and-so's got to make this one. This has got to be an experienced hand making it. I don't know if there. I don't know. And I'll go all the way back to my mom's side of the family, which is a little bit more outside the city limits, a little bit more home cooking, probably relate. Yeah, I don't know if there's ever been one.
Tyler, give me some help here. Well, there's got to be some side dishes or some dishes for Thanksgiving that you don't just pass to anybody.
One of ours in our family is the mac and cheese. 100% every year.
What do you mean, thank you? He's the one that's cooking it, Ron.
Well, listen, regardless of if I'm partaking in it or not, I just know there's got to be something at the table. It's just like, all right, man, just anybody can't bring it, or just anybody ain't responsible for it. Like at I guess at the one at mine, anybody just can't bring in the dressing. Anybody just can't bring in the mac and cheese. Anybody just can't bring in the yams. All right, man, we'll take a chance on some green, some corn. Maybe some other stuff. But those three, can't nobody just step in and say, hey, I'm going to take it. No, sit your ass down, okay? Sit your ass down. Grandma Nina, you got the dressing. All right,
Hughley has came in the game.
I'm sorry. That is, you just hate, yeah. And even if you say it's the two Americas, well, Reggie's mama's in that America. And she didn't just tossed over mac and cheese to just.
Yeah. I sat that conversation out, but when you brought Tyler and I into it, I was like, well, I think this needs to be the precedence needs to be set. There's some context here.
Yeah,
my grandmother. Like I remember my grandmother. My grandmother was the strawberry cheesecake, but it was like that strawberry cheese. Don't try to bring strawberry cheesecake to the party if Mama's got it. It's over. Like you're wasting your time. But that wasn't because it was strawberry cheesecake. It was because hers was so unique that it was like, all right, that's it. It seems like mac and cheese is much more protected in your America.
Yeah, someone texted in, this is not my America, but someone texted in, my mother is the only one allowed to make the potato salad. Okay, not my deal, but, I mean, you just don't go walking in, handing off, hey, man, what you doing? Here, you got the turkey, Clint. Okay.
Yeah, but Ron, see, he brought up the potato salad. Like, I feel like in the two Americas, like over here on this side, it might be anything. It might be cheesecake. It might be potato salad. I feel like in your America, it is yams, mac and cheese, and dress. It is
dress and collard green. You can throw collard greens in there too. You know, everybody just ain't making no collard.
Yes.
But also, your ass ain't just running up pecan pie either. You ain't just gonna run up in here and just, hey man, I'm gonna try it.
Right,
try it out.
Right, but I think if you polled 5 white families, pecan pie might make the cut in 2. I think if you poll 5 black families, I think every one of you're gonna have the same answers. You can give them 5 shots. 4 of those answers are gonna be the same.
Maybe. I'm just saying. I just know there has got to be some dishes even in white families for Thanksgiving that you're looking forward to. Tyler just said the mac and cheese in his house. There's got to be some that you don't just pass off to Sterling.
Tyler said the one dish he's responsible for, which should speak volumes for.
I'm just saying.
That's what the whites used to do.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, Tyler. I just don't believe Sterling is a big cook. And we're not just going to pass off turkey to Sterling.
Well, for the record, I don't cook the mac for my family. Like, that's reserved for my mother-in-law. Like, year in, year out. I mean, I made it for a potluck here for the company, but it's that big a deal. The mother-in-law is like, everyone knows she's doing it. It's going to be done the right way.
Hey, Ron, I wish you could see him right now. There ain't a lick of smile on his face. He is dead-ass serious about this mac and cheese.
Hey, I get dead-ass serious about Thanksgiving food.
Pull the sleeves up. Hey, y'all listen up real quick. I don't do the mac and cheese.
I do fry the turkey. I do fry the turkey. Not that that's, overly difficult. You need to be safe. But.
I think black-eyed peas may fall. I'm trying to think of what items would be on every white America.
Dressing's always my grandma's.
Multiple choice.
I'm glad you said dressing. I thought most in white America was stuffing.
Stuffing? No, not this family.
No, we're dressing as well.
Milner's, man.
Text line coming in, with all due respect, Ron's got diabetes. Right, your mama. And second, and your grandma. Listen, we whether she's with us or not. Listen, it's Thanksgiving. Hell, everybody talk about food on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm enjoying. I'm trying to learn here. It's created some.
Well, my whole thing was, I almost fell out of my chair when he said the dish that she was throwing at him to just make.
Oh no, I knew. I heard your chair start to squeak. I knew you was gonna go off the deep end on that one.
My man, I'm just saying.
Hold on, so.
Like, if they came to me right now and said, "Hey, Ron, can you knock out the greens?" I don't know. That's a good idea.
Hey, you got to start with the rolls or something, don't you?
Hey, not for Thanksgiving. Not for Thanksgiving.
You got to start with the bread or the pumpkin pie or something.
Hey, maybe just like a random Sunday in March. Hey, I'll give it a whirl. But not Thanksgiving. Y'all not about to put that on me. Not on Thanksgiving.
Ron, I think you ought to show up with have your kids each carry one of greens, mac and cheese. Hey, I'm taking it over this year, guys. I'm going to let y'all know what I'm doing here.
Hey, that thing going to be sitting in somebody's oven, hidden, not getting cooked. All right. I just know there's 713-572-4610. There just has to be dishes in your home where you're like, nah, man, rookies. This ain't one on Thanksgiving. Rookies just get to try out on.
Yeah, I want 713-572-4610. I want to hear from some of our Caucasian listeners. I feel like I'm probably in the minority from a relative to and I know randomly there is somebody that cooks something, but is there a standard? Could you guess at a Stoerner Thanksgiving these 3 things are off limits if you're not 65 plus and been cooking for 50 years?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm part of several of them, man. I just don't. I can't think of one item. Black-eyed peas, maybe.
Yeah. See, it's not black-eyed peas. Is more of a New Year's for my family.
I don't know if we've ever had black-eyed peas on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Text line coming in, Ron, why does Thanksgiving have to be a racial thing? Man, everyone's family has a certain thing to look forward to. Color ain't got a thing to do with it. Why don't you go listen to another show? If you're this if you're this sensitive and you took this as I think this is not the show for you. God, go away, please. This is in no way a racial thing to you. Take your sensitive ass on. There's another there's another show you can go listen to that you'll really feel comfortable with. I'm sure you can find one. Jesus.
One of them all white ones. Huh? I knew that's what you were shaping your mouth to say. Why don't you go
listen to one of those ones that make you comfortable? Jesus. They're sitting here. It's two on one. Hell, it's two white guys talking about it. Nobody make it racial.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
I'm trying to learn from you.
Hey, Rick joined it. Rick, another white guy jumped in here.
There it is. Tricky Dick.
Tricky Rick.
And I'm a white guy, but my family is dressing. So
Hispanic. There it is. Thanksgiving must have rice, beans, potato salad, tamales. Sure, you just ain't having some rookie guy who tells you, "Hey, when's the last time you made some tamales?" I made them once. It was fine. He's not bringing them over for Thanksgiving.
That is a good point, though. That's a good bring up. That's
a good Italians have gabagool.
You know, that's a good bring up. Tamales have always been a staple at the Stoerner Thanksgiving. I forgot about that.
Really?
They've always been a staple. I don't even know where I don't know where it started, but ever since I can remember, there are and they're bean. There's three different kinds: bean, pork, and beef. I think, if I remember correctly. There's always tamales with a bowl of beans. I mean, with a pot of beans too.
Man, that sounds good too right now. The way you I might have diabetes the way you just spoke that up.
Well, maybe that is the Latino. That's the Latino influence. Growing up on the east side over there.
Still can't believe you stole my tamales at one time. Now I'm pissed off.
Hold on.
That just took me back, and I'm angry.
That word was brought up, and he just
I flashed back to Nam.
Tamales.
I didn't steal all of them. I just had a few.
It doesn't matter. You stole like half my order of tamales from the company fridge.
Well, I mean, of all people, I thought Tyler would be the guy that has a sharing heart, man.
Yeah. Maybe if you asked or if I offered, you just came to me after a commercial break and you said, "Hey, I definitely just ate the rest of your tamales."
Hey, Chief, they're really good.
He goes, hey, and he just rubs it in. Hey, they were
man. They were tremendous.
I don't know if it was that.
I mean, you should be thanking me, Ronnie. Should be thanking me for not going back to SEC for a second. To be honest with you, I'm just being fair.
I know they were good. I had some of them. I just didn't get all the ones I had.
It sure enough crossed your mind, didn't it?
Oh, no,
I know it did.
But I was a better man. I was a better man in that moment. See?
No, man.
Someone texted in cranberries. Cranberry sauce is very important. Is it as big at my house? Now, we ain't just rolling out a can, but is it as big as my house? No, but sure, you ain't just say, "Hey, Reg, why don't you take care of that? Why don't you take care of that cranberry sauce for us?" I'm
gonna tell you, I think it's a myth. I think that's an old time.
I'm just saying, if it's important to you, this person texted in and said, "Cranberry sauce is an important thing at our house. We don't just let anybody take that on." I'm with you. As Mama said.
Did they claim which America they were part of? Could you tell?
I got
what was the name?
No, I can tell you. Hey, I don't need a name. I got that one. I know which America that
came with cranberries. You knew which side it came from.
Yeah, it ain't black or Hispanic. I tell you that much. All right, coming up.
That's good. Well, happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Let's have a day, baby.
Hey, coming up, there's some news with the Texans as a 4.5-point underdog in this game. There is some news that's out about this game that could be very helpful for the Texans and their chance to winning. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
You guys good?
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the Texans' massive 23-19 win over the Bills.
Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. The way Kalen went out, intercepted the ball 2 times, forced fumble to get us in plus territory there. So my favorite play is the one that ended it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are here on this this holiday week. Happy Thanksgiving, as that is coming up soon. The next couple of days to everybody, a fun conversation for most people. A fun conversation we had where we get to learn multiple Americas, 3 Americas, there maybe a 4th or 5th slid in here as well. But it's a good conversation that we had in the last segment. Coming up, Danny Cannell at 3 o'clock. Big college football weekend, specifically here in this state. We'll hear from Danny Cannell coming up at 3 o'clock. You don't want to miss his thoughts on the big game in Austin coming up on Saturday, or coming up this weekend. Clint, Shane Steichen spoke yesterday, and I think it kind of goes into something that I know I saw yesterday, or saw Sunday, with the Colts when they played the Chiefs, and that is Daniel Jones isn't completely right in the leg area. Here is Shane Steichen talking about the injury that Daniel Jones is dealing with right now.
All I got for you is he's got a fibula, and that's it.
Well, is there any light you can shed on that? Because I got to be honest, when you say fibula, that's a bone, and it sounds bad. I'm not saying it is, but
yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but he's out there, he's playing, he's practicing, and he's good to go.
Well, it's good to know that you have a fibula too, Clint, and you have one as well, Tyler. So we all have fibulas, but.
Thank God.
That's all Shane's giving us. But no, Clint, he is definitely not moving. Daniel Jones's legs was a big part of his game and is a big part of his game. I don't think they're using him this year in the same framework that they did that one year he was with the Giants when they went to the playoffs, where he rushed for like 600-700 yards or something. But they still use his legs. He still has 5 rushing touchdowns, and they will do the quarterback run game at times just to give that threat with Jonathan Taylor. And I'm telling you, Clint, I watched him Sunday. He is not moving well at all, so that part of the game seems like that is gone with the way he is moving. They cleared out one play where he was able to get like 5 yards on a first down, but you could tell, man, he was not moving well at all, and it took forever for him to get out of bounds. So I think this is something that part of their offense and Daniel Jones's game is out.
Yeah, look, I think it's something major to watch, that's for sure. I mean, I believe just knowing Daniel Jones and his skill set, knowing Shane Steichen and his background, is that there's no doubt about it that when need be, in a perfect world, he is going to use his quarterback's legs to level the playing field. He's going to use his quarterback's legs as he needs to in bigger games, must-win situations, playoff games, late in the season, games that'll impact the seeding for the playoffs. I think the plan, if everything's healthy, is, okay, we're going to be a little more aggressive in using his legs. We mentioned the early season schedule for the Colts wasn't real difficult, and so they were able to run the football with the guys that they're paying to run the football, throw the football effectively, win games, score a ton of points. So maybe there wasn't a big need to use his legs, but there's no doubt about it that they would like to, especially in a division game that means as much as this game does versus a defense like our defense where you don't want him sitting back there like a piñata with these guys firing off the edges. That could create a major problem for Indy and ultimately could hurt him worse. And so you'd like to use his legs in a perfect world against this defense to keep everybody honest. If there is an injury that is keeping them from using him the way that they want him to, that's a major story and something that we need to keep an eye on moving forward this week.
Yeah, well, you got Will and Daniil who are not really concerned with him keeping it right? Like on those handoffs, which is a part of their offense, and they run a lot out of shotgun. There's not a lot of, especially the Daniel Jones I saw watching trying to move around and run whenever he tried to run, like that. There's not a lot of fear that he's going to keep it and run the ball like he did earlier in this year. Like I said, he's got 5 rushing touchdowns, and these aren't just, quarterback sneaks. Like there are some where he is, really using his legs. So I think that is one to watch. And to me, that even adds even more to my thinking in this game. I have which I think the Texans defense deserves this. I have high expectations for the Texans defense. And I know the Colts are going to be very motivated. But we've watched 2 out of the last 3 games, Clint, that lesser defenses, because everybody is lesser than the Texans, because the Texans have the number 1 defense in every metric, by stats, by eyes, by everything. They've got the number 1 defense. And just last week, man, they got 255 total yards, 10 first downs, 5 an ounce. Taylor was held to 58 yards rushing, and they scored 20 points, and 7 of those points came with them starting to drive at the 2-yard line. So, I mean, and then a couple of weeks before, the Steelers got him for 5 sacks and 6 turnovers, and Taylor only rushed for 45 yards. I think the Steelers and the Chiefs are clearly the Chiefs are a top 5 defense. The Steelers have been bad this year. But both those defenses are lesser defenses than what the Texans bring to the table. And we know this is probably going to be CJ kind of coming in for the first time in a month playing. You really need your defense to lead the way like you need them to every game out. And we've seen 2 out of the last 3 weeks the Colts offense, which is the number 1 offense in football, be stifled by lesser defenses. I have a lot of expectation that the Texans defense really, really dominates this game.
Yeah, look, I think that's very, very fair every game moving forward. I mean, this defense can create problems in a way that not many defense, if any, but not many at all, can create. I mean, this is a different animal to play against. The ability to rush the passer and cover down as sticky as this team can cover. And it's not just the corners. The corners are great in Houston, but everybody else has a knack, and some of them are depth players, has a knack to play the sticky coverage that's necessary in this particular style. Now, if you can hold the football, which good luck to you, but if you can't hold the football, then you're going to find some guys open downfield. You're going to have some guys open that are able to reverse field and maybe use some change of direction to get open, boy. But I mean, the route tree, the timing route tree is out the window versus this particular team. Now, we haven't seen them. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But we haven't seen them versus a really good RPO team. We haven't seen them versus a team that has a quarterback that can run the football and designed runs. I know obviously Josh can run around, but there was the shocking thing is there was no design runs in that game. Not even any of the read plays, by the way. But there's something there with Indy that they bring something a little other than being one of the top teams in the AFC. I'm talking about just stylistically bring something a little bit different to the table. Confident throwing the football, confident running the football. We'll throw a little RPO in there as well as some progression game.
The Rams do a little bit of it, but not as much as.
Yeah, the Rams are who I was thinking, but I always talk about the Rams were so early in the season that was really the first game Devontae Adams and Stafford had played together because Stafford didn't do anything all preseason. So I got that little caveat I think matters to what they're doing schematically. So the Rams are the one team, though, you're right, that I think would probably stylistically throw some of that stuff out there. And I know all teams do it, but I'm talking about guys that do it and know what the hell they're doing.
But they don't have the element of the run portion of the run pass option is really – scary with Taylor.
I'm anxious to see it versus what we do defensively. I mean, I think we're going to be fine and we're going to dominate anybody, but this is a challenge that I don't know that we've
It's definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
Definitely a challenge. Yeah, they've got a lot of weapons. They do a lot of things with the tight end Warren and a lot of different receivers. So, yeah, they've got a lot of options. But, again, we've watched here recently, not just a couple of them, they've faced – defenses that have a pretty decent track record, they've been able to hold them down. And to me, I just expect that the best defense in the league, especially what they have been doing, to teams should be able to do a similar thing. All right, coming up, this has been a conversation a lot with the quarterback position here with the Texans, and I want to discuss it with you guys and the people, and it's the demeanor. CJ's demeanor. How real is this? How big a deal is this? And do you think this is a real difference from what Davis Mills brought to the table from a demeanor situation to CJ Stroud? We'll discuss that next.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks.
check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The question of demeanor at the quarterback position for the Houston Texans. How real is that? How big a deal is that? And I think that's been one of the biggest conversation pieces, Clint, is, you know, in terms of Davis and C.J. Stroud, that I think is a real conversation piece. And that is, all right, we clearly see, and we hear DeMeco talk about it a lot, is, man, Davis, you know, his demeanor is great. He, you know, there is a level of confidence. It's a positive thing that he's talked about after some of these games. And I know for the last couple of years there has been thoughts of CJ and, you know, sometimes his demeanor, how he looks and how he handles certain situations. How big a deal do you think this is when it comes to those two guys?
Which two guys? I know.
What you're talking about with Davis, just Davis and CJ, their demeanor, how different things are. It seems like that's a big conversation piece. And I guess to me, where it's getting to, do you think this is affecting how CJ goes about it? Negatively affects the team, and does Davis's demeanor and how he goes about things? Do you think that was a big source of strength for the team in this stretch?
Look, I think Davis's demeanor is very real, very authentic, very, very convincing. You know, there's no ups and downs in any aspect of his life. There's no the way he lives is the way he plays football, is the way he approaches life, is the way he approaches football. Like, I think it's very convincing, good, bad, or indifferent, regardless of how you feel about. I know some people probably heard him talking about, you know, being emotionless and thought about, well, this is the problem with me, and they don't share their emotions. I mean, like Davis is an even-keeled dude in every aspect of his life, so it's very, very easy to buy into. I think the jury's still out on C.J. Stroud. I think this is a big question mark of who C.J. Stroud is as a leader on the football field. I think that is. We talked about the taking the bull by the horns in the offseason. There being a real opportunity that for somebody to take the bull by the horns with this offense, and I think that is closely related to how C.J. Stroud handles. You know, being that leader and taking the proverbial bull by the horns. And so I think the jury's still out on CJ. I don't think we know exactly what CJ is going to be night in, night out. I can tell you that the demeanor changes significantly with how well he plays or if he wins games. And
you've been in situations, hell, you played the position he plays. Do you think his teammates can really feel that, and does that affect them?
Oh yeah, I personally think it does. I think what we're talking about, this isn't a Davis Mills conversation. This is a C.J. Stroud conversation.
Well, I just think Davis, in comparison, we watched Davis over the last few weeks, and it virtually was the same kind of look and feel. And like I was talking to Tyler about this, we were kind of workshopping this thought. Like, one of the things that jumped to me is in that last game against the Bills, when they had a lot of the momentum, and then the Bills run that 97-yard kickoff back, and then they put the camera on Davis, and Davis still had that same demeanor and look on his face, but he was just nodding like, all right, game on, let's go. You know, and it wasn't like I'll keep it real. Like, you could see CJ be over there like, damn. You know, like there are sometimes you can see that feel, and I do think the team fed off of that, and I think that is a very real thing.
Oh, look, I think a Davis Mills advantage and a real power for him is
only one.
is that stability and that never being overwhelmed, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, never getting too high, never getting too low. I think that's very, very real. Look, I don't think CJ doesn't have to be the guy that's always even keel. He can be a high and low guy. I just think it's more of a – I don't think CJ has found himself yet as a leader. Personally, I don't. I don't think CJ has found himself and is comfortable with himself as a leader of an NFL organization. And I don't know if that's he never will be that alpha leader, or it's just kind of he's working his way into it. I would imagine, for instance, that Davis Mills would tell you that what he went through his rookie and his second and third year in the league,
probably
helped him get to a point. It validated what his father had taught him his whole life of don't show emotion, stay even keel, don't get high, don't get low, just go out and perform, right? Like it validated that of like, boy, I've been dealt some awful cards here, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to steady this ship every single day. And he was challenged, and so I would argue that helped develop who Davis is today. And I think C.J. Stroud is still in that phase of developing the type of leader that he wants to be. We've seen C.J. Stroud come into the league as the guy that did know nothing, did everything, hung on every word that every coach said, went out and had a great year, overcame some crazy odds, some crazy injury situations, had a tremendous year. We've seen him, now it's second year, expectations are through the roof, and now you've got a little bit of input in what you like, what you don't like, and he's backslid ever since. Now he's gone through some adversity over a year and a half. Now he's gone through an injury where his backup played really well. Like, how does he handle that type of adversity and this type of pressure? I think it's going to define who C.J. Stroud is. But to answer your question right now, Ron, yes.
It affects the team, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It potentially can. It potentially can. I don't think it's coincidence that DeMeco Ryans made it a point after the second, maybe it was after the first game, that Davis Mills won. I don't think it was a coincidence that he got up there and said, look, our team fed off of Davis Mills being calm. Like, that's what you want your quarterback to do. And the thing is, you don't want, or not that you don't want, but it's hard to really buy into, boy, my team fed off of my quarterback or off of my leader as we were skull dragging somebody, right? Because it's easy to be a leader when you're winning, when you're rookie of the year, when you're throwing touchdowns, when you're not throwing interceptions. It's in those moments where you are struggling, like we say, whether it's a Tennessee Titans game or digging the hole against Jacksonville. Those are the moments that define you. And I think Davis does a really good job in those moments. I think the jury's still out on C.J. Stroud and how he handles those particular moments.
Couple of texts coming in. Rookie CJ was so even-keeled at 23. The fact that we're even having this conversation is kind of crazy at this point. Like, transformation is crazy. Someone else texted in, he's just too emotional and up and down. To the last one, I mean, Clint, you know it. There have been emotional quarterbacks. Hell, I think the best of all time was an emotional quarterback. So I don't know that it's that. I think the way it comes off may affect, and maybe we're talking too much because I don't know how much. No, I don't know how many guys in there don't believe in CJ, right? But I don't know. I mean, it is clear though. It's
not about believing in and not believing in. It's about what we just talked about. In the moment, does the head coach do you go out there and overcome crazy odds? Do you go out there and win a game late? Do you go out there and navigate adversity? And does the head coach go to the mic and say, "Man, we fed off that being calm, man. The whole team felt it." Like, that is what you're looking for with C.J. Stroud. And by the way, this is a tough conversation for – I don't mind having it because I don't give a damn what anybody says. But, like, this is a tough conversation for a lot of people to have because I think C.J. Stroud – we've talked about this before. Like, I think C.J. Stroud's natural facial expressions and body language are on the pouty side. You know what I mean? For lack of better terms, it's just like I think he naturally has a a pouty look to him, even when he's just chilling, when he's just sitting there, just hanging out next to the coach in the locker room after the game, and he is not engaged. He didn't play. He's in a damn beanie. He's just standing there. But if you want to pan the camera over there, you can make the argument that it looks like he's pouting. It looks like he's not happy because Davis Mills went out there and played well, and the team's winning, and he's not enjoying. And I think he just naturally has, unfortunately for this conversation, he naturally has that kind of look to him. I think people use that in this conversation. I don't think that's fair.
And his leadership style is different, right? His leadership style, at least the leadership style that he seems like he's trying to find, Clint, is more uplifter leader than maybe, the take control or looking like, he's this. It's more of like, hey, man, we got it. And I know and I know you talked about it. You wish that they're more of an assertive leadership that we would see outside. And I think that's another part.
Well, I think this is the reality, Ron, is like, and from a distance, I'm not in the building, I'm not privy to that information, but it appears that C.J. Stroud really struggles with the holding guys accountable, the uncomfortable side of leadership, right? Whether that is the O-line at times, or that is wide receivers at times, or it is the offensive coordinator multiple times. I think there's been times when it's the head coach. There's I think in those moments, those are when real leaders take over an offense or take over a huddle. And I think those are probably uncomfortable situations for C.J. Stroud. And he's got to get comfortable in those moments, or it's going to be tough to take this thing over.
All right, let's go and hear from our guy, Danny Cannell. Huge weekend of college football, especially with the Longhorns and Aggies facing off, which have huge ramifications for the college football playoff. We'll talk to Danny Cannell coming up next.
There is nothing more insufferable than an Aggie team on a win streak.
Heads up, H-Town. Thirsty Thursday is on Wednesday again this week. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 to 6. Join Clint and Ron at Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy with our friends from Bud Light. Stop by for some great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Start your Thanksgiving celebration a little early with us on another Wednesday edition of Thirsty Thursday.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West M Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pistons did not clinch the NBA title last night, but in winning their 13th straight game, they matched the longest winning streak in franchise history. The two other Piston clubs to win a baker's dozen in a row went on to win the title that season in 1990 and 2004. Not sure these Pistons have the ability to win it all, but they will be a tough out in the postseason. I'm Andrew Bogish.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHO.
Policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Longhorn Nation, we're back!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive as we are live here on a Tuesday, and you hear that music, you know we're going to talk a little college football, and nobody better than to do that with college football analyst, one of the best in the business. Danny Cannell joins us. Danny Cannell joins us. Check out BetOnline for updated college football playoff, Heisman College football Week 14 lines. Danny, we appreciate you jumping on with us, brother.
Gentlemen, how we doing? It's bittersweet, you know? I mean, we're getting towards the end of the season. It's the final week. It's usually the best week of college football. It's a great football weekend, but it does mean that we're getting close to the end of the road. But it's been a fun year, man. It's great to catch up with you guys again.
Well, listen. A lot of people are this is a big weekend for a lot of people here in this area. A&M, Texas face-off. And my question to you is, does this game really mean anything, I mean, in real life when it comes to Texas and their chances at a college football playoff? Are they still alive if they win this?
No. Texas is done. That's the reality. Texas's playoff hopes were dashed, really. I mean, you go back and look when they lost on the road at Florida. That's the loss that's going to keep them out. But then, if you didn't believe it then, which I thought it was then, losing to Georgia the way they did is what kept them out and really put the nail in the coffin. Because I do think if they had lost by under a touchdown, maybe a field goal game on the road, then I think maybe they would have survived it. But you can't afford to lose to a bad Florida team, and then you definitely can't afford to lose the way you did, getting dominated by the Georgia Bulldogs. So, unfortunately, I think it's just for bragging rights and a better bowl that you would play in for the Texas Longhorns, because I do not believe that they are in the mix for the college football playoff. There's too many good 10-2 teams that are kind of stacked up in front of you that just you're not going to jump over them. I know that was a popular conversation, could be a 9-3 team. I thought there could be, but it really had to shape up where you saw a lot of carnage across college football, and you just haven't gotten it like I thought and some people thought.
What about the game itself? I mean, obviously A&M is having a hell of a year, and Texas seems to have maybe gotten a little bit better, figured some things out on the offensive line, but at the same time their defense has been ran through a couple of times of late. Like, how do you see that game playing out in Austin?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a fun one. And I think there's a lot. It's interesting because, I hear a lot of people that say the playoffs and everything's dominant by the playoffs, right? Like, who's going to get into playoffs? And clearly A&M can afford to lose this game, and they're still fine. It does mix up things in the SEC championship game, though, so it could impact your bye. It could impact where you're playing. So, like, what does that mean? Like, does it mean more for Texas? I think it probably does, because I do think Texas, if they lose this game, it's like, all right, outside of Oklahoma, where's the quality win? And Vanderbilt's a good win, but this is a rivalry. I still think it goes back to just good old-fashioned hate. Like, this is one of those ones where you want to beat your rival, and it's an opportunity for Texas to put an emphatic exclamation point on a season, where if A&M wins this one, I think it's great. And it probably gets them it guarantees them a bye in the playoff. Because I think if you're undefeated going into the SEC championship game, I don't think the committee would drop you outside the top four no matter what happens in the SEC championship game. But on the field, I think it's a great matchup. I think it's fun. I think it's a reason the point spread is so tight, because A&M, I think, and I like A&M a ton, but I do think when you start diving deep on their schedule, it's like, how many quality wins do they have? How many times they've been tested? And was that South Carolina comeback, was that an incredible comeback, which it was, or was that more a sign of, is Texas A&M not as good as their record? I think all those questions are valid. So I think both of these teams would love to see a win here. So I don't, for all the ramifications, what it means in the playoffs, I still think this is just a game that both teams really want to go out there and try to win it.
Danny,
so go ahead.
Do you think that these teams want to play? I heard a conversation, maybe you having a conversation. Do you think these teams even care to play in the title game, in the conference title game I'm talking about, as it pertains to the playoffs?
I think they do. I think they're preached so long about what it means, to win an SEC championship. I do think they do, but I think it's a great fallback. And that's where I do wonder. And I looked at Ohio State, Michigan the same way. There's these huge rivalry games, and if you lose, you're still fine if you're A&M. Like, you still know you're going to the playoffs. You still know you're there. If you're Texas and you lose, man, it really can, it hurts a lot deeper. Same thing with Ohio State, Michigan. And I do wonder if that gives a mental edge to the team that kind of needs it more, where it means more to the team that doesn't have that fallback option. Like, if Ohio State loses to Michigan, they're still in the playoffs. Yeah. Same thing with Texas A&M. But, I think going into the game, but there's got to be a human nature aspect to it where just deep down inside, if you're losing, you're like, well, we're still going to advance. We're still going to play. There's something there. Maybe it's even in your subconscious where it's like a fallback option. But going in, I do think everybody wants to win this game, and I think Texas A&M. Imagine it would mean to Texas A&M to win the SEC. That's huge. But I think it would mean more, just like it did to Ohio State last year. Would they have liked to won the Big Ten? Would they have liked to have beaten Michigan? Yeah, but a national championship sure made that an easier pill to swallow.
Danny Cannell joins us, and check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 14 lines. Danny, is Texas Tech, are they Big 12 conference good, or are they national championship good?
I think their defense is unequivocally national championship good. I'm a little bit concerned about their offense.
Yeah.
I know they've blown out some teams, but when I watched the game against BYU, it's kind of crazy because they whooped up on BYU. They won 29-7, but I almost felt like they should have won 45-7. Maybe I'm being nitpicky, but I do worry about a couple things. One, Baron Morton he's good. Is he a difference maker? He hasn't shown that yet. And then the other thing I'm worried about is Will Hammond, who did come into that Utah game and looked awesome. If you remember that game, Baron Morton had a couple interceptions, did not look great. Will Hammond came in. He's gone for the year. So I also worry from an aspect of Baron Morton, who's been knocked around pretty good this season. If he's not healthy, then they really have a concern at depth. So I think they are national championship caliber on defense. And I guess the thing I would say is there's always room for improvement, right? Baron Morton could surprise me and he could get better and he could play, but I'm a little bit worried about him against the better defenses they might have to go up against.
Let's talk a little bit about Lane Kiffin, man, the biggest story in college football right now, right? I mean, it's I can believe that we're here. The former player in me is borderline pissed off that this is where we're at, where it's okay for this kind of stuff to go on when you were at a school that could arguably be having the best season they've ever had and potential national champion. We're talking about the damn head coach. So I hate that we're here, Danny, but we are, and it's reality. It's 2025 college football. Your thoughts on how it's impacting the team, how it will impact the team. Where do you think Lane Kiffin ends up? What's your feel for that situation at Ole Miss?
I agree with most everything you said. I hate this. I do think Lane – I honestly think Lane may not know, which is kind of crazy when you're thinking about what's at stake. But if he knew he was going to stay at Ole Miss, then I think he could have – they've had an offer on the table here for at least 3 weeks, right? That hey, this is our offer, take it or leave it, and he's chosen to leave it for now. And so his family's looking in Baton Rouge. They're looking in Gainesville, which I understand because – if he's not sure, he wants to do his due diligence, have his talk to his family, see what they think about all the options that are on the table. But I feel like if he knew and he was going to stay, I do think he would have done done what Rhett Lashley did at SMU, done Matt Rhule did at Nebraska. He could have taken that road and said, I'm staying, I'm going to sign the deal on the dotted line, but he didn't. But what I'm probably most surprised about is that he's very coy, right? It's kind of, I think he thinks it's cute and he kind of, he likes the attention that he gets. But I do wonder what's going on in the minds of those players. I bet they're tired of getting the runaround and saying, I'm here for the rest, I'm going to committed to the rest of the season, but he's only talking about the regular season. Well, what about a national championship run? I'm surprised that he hasn't told them in the locker room, hey, I'm not going anywhere. But he can't because I don't think he knows. Yeah. So I really do think it comes down to he just may not know. I think he's staying at Ole Miss. That's just a hunch. I think that because I really wonder how you survive this. But he doesn't care what people think. He doesn't care what you or I think. He's going to do whatever suits him best. But I just feel like when it all comes, the rubber hits the road, I think I'm going to believe him when he said he was happy at Ole Miss. Like, they love him. And if he comes back and there's a big announcement from them, I think it's like then they can catch momentum in the playoffs. That could really, re-energize the locker room, which on the flip side, if he leaves, you wonder where the team goes from there. Like, who's helming the ship? And maybe they can pull together and say, screw that guy, we're going to rally around each other. But it just really makes me wonder. And then the whole carousel and the dominoes that will fall, where do Florida and LSU go? If their number one target is very clear, that is their target, where do they go then? But I don't know. I honestly, it's the wildest thing I've seen, that you just have a coach who I honestly think does not know what he's going to do.
Real quick, Danny, as you just talked about it there's a lot, like there's LSU, there's Florida, Ole Miss. Somebody's not getting lane. Two of those schools aren't getting lane. There's Penn State. There's some big openings. Is there a coach that nobody's really thinking about out there that could potentially be in the mix, that could be a surprise right now?
I will say 100% yes. But if you asked me to name them, I'd be like, it's impossible. I just think there's going to be a surprise. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think we could see that one. I mean, I remember vividly Lincoln Riley was the head coach at Oklahoma, and he said, I am not going to LSU. Because there were reports that LSU had a press conference plan, and Lincoln Riley was like, I am not going to LSU. And everybody breathed a big sigh of relief in Oklahoma. And then the next minute, and he was going to USC. Like, that was a shocker. No one saw that coming. I do think there's another move like that. And I even know Lincoln Riley was brought up to go to LSU this year. Like, I don't think it's him, but I think there's some really good coaches at some really good schools that would be willing to take these jobs. And I think Penn State included in that one too. So I think there will be a surprise that's coming, because it just feels it's just too wide. There's too many great jobs available. And I do think you could see that happen, where you'll see somebody leave a good program, that a program will be stunned that somebody left them.
All right, Danny, that's enough talking about the top dogs. I can't have you on and not ask you a selfish question, man. My Hogs are in need of a desperate overhaul here with one of these, and I think they're going to go the direction of one of the young coaches. Obviously, I'd love Brett Lashley's a friend of mine. I'd love for that to have happened. But one of these young guys, the cat at UCF, or at South Florida, the cat at Memphis, the cat at North Texas. Any of the young coaches that you have covered and know or heard are the next big thing? Who do you like?
Dude, Alex Golish at USF is awesome. I think he's really good. I think he's sharp. I'm really impressed with the job he's done building a winner there. Eric Morris at North Texas, that's who I think probably the guy. He's really sharp. He's young. He's only 40 years old. He's got a team that's been really competitive since he's been there. He's had ties to Texas Tech. I think he'd bring a fun offense there. I think that school, I think Arkansas is kind of hungry for you saw that with Bobby Petrino infusing some life in that offense. I think that's what they want to see. So I think he could be somebody they would like, but I do tend to agree. I would have loved Brett Lashley too. Now, as an ACC guy, and I think SMU is sort of one of those jobs that people don't realize how much money they have, and you can win consistently there, as he's proven already. So I think that probably would have been my number one target. But I would say probably Eric Morris from North Texas, the one I think they'll probably lean towards. And I do think he'd be a pretty exciting hire for them too.
That's who I went, man. You got to find a guy. I'm not a big air raid guy. I like it, but I'm not a big beat the air raid drum. But I do like the identity. You got an identity. You know exactly who you can do more with less. I love the thought that all the quarterbacks that he has been a part of developing and identifying and ultimately paying nowadays. And so that's who I was going with, man. And so good to hear that, man. I hope we can get a good one and get that thing rolling.
All right, Danny, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. This is a very pivotal, important weekend of college football, and I'm sure you're going to be excited watching this, and we'll figure out what this playoff looks like after this weekend.
Should be fun, man. You guys are awesome. Enjoy the weekend. Have a great Thanksgiving.
All right, same to you. That's Danny Cannell. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football weekend 14 lines. That part to me is is something that I can't wait to see, Clint, because there is going to be, and I'll throw Arkansas in it too, because there could be dominoes that arise with that. But there's too many good jobs. Like, you could argue, Clint, that LSU and Florida are two of the top 5 jobs in the country.
I mean, I would go. I was thinking 10, but yeah, I mean they're definitely
LSU's definitely a top 5 job,
yes.
right? I mean, I would think.
Well, I mean, when you start talking, I mean, yeah. I mean, your point is very clear. Yeah, I mean, it's premier jobs.
10 at worst.
Yes.
Top 10 at worst, right? They're right in there to me in the range of Texas, Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama. They're in that range. Man, everybody ain't got those jobs.
That's right.
There are some good coaches that don't have one of those jobs. They may have some good jobs. Like Ole Miss is a good job, but LSU in Florida is a premier job. And there are some really good coaches in some spots there that I got to believe there may be there's going to be somebody that gets like pulled. Like he said, Oklahoma's a premier job. SC, LA, okay. We might have to roll there. So I just think there is going to be a big name. I don't know if it's a Marcus Freeman. I don't know who it is. There's a big name that I don't think a lot of people are thinking that guy would leave here.
Well, the thing is, when that big name moves, there's still going to be a ton of openings. And you mentioned, like, I do wonder where, and I'm not saying it because it's my alma mater, but like, where does an Arkansas middle of the pack school land that is a lot of these coaches, you hear them talking about it now, you can go there and you're going to be given a little bit more time, a little bit more grace than if you go to LSU or Florida. You go there, there's going to be an NIL that you could potentially boost up big time. And so I wonder kind of how those things start factoring in when you get down to that level of when James Franklin is gone, when Lane Kiffin is gone, and you get down to the level of the guys that Danny just mentioned. Like, how many of those guys want to go somewhere where, hey, you better win 10 or 11 games and get in the college football playoff next year, or your ass is going to be on the hot seat? Where, you know what I mean? Like, how much of it in today's world is all of them, as you said, all of them can't take the Florida LSU jobs. Some of them are going to have to take those middle of the pack jobs, and how appealing are those jobs actually?
Yeah. All right, coming up, let's do a little real or fake. I make a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Aggie ring, baby.
Whoop, whoop. Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone.
Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue. Shout out to Danny Cannell for joining us and talking a little college football this big weekend coming up. There you go. Highlighted by A&M traveling to Texas to take on the Longhorns to see if they can get to 12-0 and head to the SEC championship game.
This sounds so good. Say it again.
In Atlanta to get to 12-0. Woo! Swing! That's right. They ever been 12-0, Tyler? I don't think so, have they?
Maybe like in 35 or something.
Before the wars?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do a little real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. Real or fake? Clint, we'll go to you first. The Colts are the best offensive team that the Texans have had to face this season. The Colts are the best offensive team the Texans have had to face this season. Real or fake?
Well, it comes down to, when I look through the schedule, it comes down to two different teams. And I think statistically, obviously, the Colts are the answer. But when you look at the Seattle Seahawks and what they're doing offensively, kind of how they go about it, from a production standpoint, they're not far off. I don't know, in the teens in terms of how many yards per game less Seattle, Seattle puts up. And then when you look at points, there's less than 2 points differential in how many points they score. So it's between Indianapolis and the Seattle Seahawks for me.
Because you're serious about game one with the Rams. Like, that is just, you almost seem to kind of push that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
that Rams offense we just watched Sunday night, the number they did on the Bucs and what they've done lately, whoo.
Yeah, no, the Rams offense is for real, no question about it. I mean, statistically, they're still behind the two we're discussing, but they would definitely be in the conversation if it weren't week one, and if the whole narrative around the Rams in the preseason, and the reality, by the way, was that Matthew Stafford's not taking any contact. Matthew Stafford not playing at all. Matthew Stafford's back. He may not back this, back that. So there was some real problems in L.A. in terms of preseason and getting Matt Stafford ready, and the fact that he hadn't played with Devontae Adams to that point, I think, was important. So yeah, I think week one with any team would change my mind, but week one with that team in particular, knowing Matthew Stafford wasn't doing much leading up to game one, definitely changes the picture for me. But the point still stands is, when you look at the NFL from a points per game perspective, Indianapolis is number 1, Seattle's number 3, the Rams are number 6. And so you got a 4 or 5 point differential between Indianapolis and Los Angeles, and Seattle falls in the middle. And so I think Indianapolis is the most complete team that they're going to face. I mean, when you look at the running back, the play caller, the quarterback, the weapons, a really good tight end, and then a defense that is complementary, right? I got to believe that this is the best football team overall that the Texans have faced. Yes.
Yeah, I think Tyler, they're just the weapons, right? Mm-hmm. Seattle has Smith and Jigba, which is really the one you got to look at now. They're probably a little bit better with Shaheed. But here, man, Pittman's pretty good for what he does. Alex Pierce is a real sneaky, really big play threat. I think he leads the league in yards per catch. And then Tyler Warren, they use him in so many different ways. And I think the thing that separates it, Clint, is their offensive line is serious. And from their center to Nelson, they can do a ton of things with their offensive line. So I would say being that I don't think the Rams are the same Rams team that played, because I think the Rams may be the best offense in football right now, the way they're playing. But I'm with you. I would say real. Tyler, real or fake? Colts are the best offense the Texans have faced.
I've been over here trying to rack my brain on something clever or logical to say it's fake, because I cannot believe we're saying real, but I guess it's real.
Yeah,
Daniel Jones is a damn quarterback. I cannot believe this is real.
T, I think the only way that they throw it, if you would have said team, I think Seattle's probably the best team, even though the Rams, as you mentioned, are got to be in that conversation as well.
Yeah, just offense. Yeah,
but if you just say offense, yeah, man, I've got to.
And with Steichen leading this offense too, man. I got a lot of respect for that dude and his big old brain.
That Daniel Jones portion of it is hard.
It's so hard.
All right, real or fake? Jerry Jones has done a great job with the Cowboys roster since the offseason. Real or fake?
Ooh, man.
There it was. Glory hole.
Because he's been catching hell.
We're just talking about where he landed.
I mean, when we look at it from the entire offseason up to where he is right now, we look at the roster. He's done it. Has he done a great job?
Well, great is a stretch. I think great. Like I was one from jump. I didn't have a problem with them dealing Micah Parsons, but the way in which he did it, how long he waited, I think was
it certainly wasn't a plan.
Well, it was detrimental. It hurt, right?
I don't have time to have a bad time.
But the fact that he landed on Quinnen Williams, you know how I feel about interior line play right now in the NFL. I think on the defensive side of the ball, I think it's the quickest way to impact the defense in a major, unless you go out and get Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and you got that combo. But the interior defensive line, I think, is the quickest one-man show. One guy that can change the defense. He lands on Quinnen Williams. So I think good, not great. I'm okay with the way he's handled, especially now that they're starting to get some of these guys back healthy, and it's starting to bear some fruit.
I'm gonna say real. I think they had a really good draft. And like you said, they're starting to get some of these guys back. But Quinnen Williams has completely changed them. He has 15 pressures in 2 games for the Cowboys. Now, it was the Raiders, but it's the Eagles. 15 pressures in 2 games. They look like they have a major player there. And then, Clint, to me, the reason why I say real is, now we'll see what happens. But right now, what they gave up to get George Pickens – like that's the other part of the offseason. George Pickens may be playing like the best receiver in football right now. They give him a 3rd and a 5th to get George Pickens. He's playing better than CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
I mean, so that and Pittsburgh, would kill to have him back right now. So I think Jerry, who is, he has his issues. But Booker has been a great move in the draft that they went up and secured their offensive line. What an idea to do that, to get aggressive, to go get what you need on the offensive line. And yes, the Parsons thing wasn't great, but it turned out to be something else. So
the Parsons thing, I think, could end up being a smart move.
Yes.
It's always got to start with, what the hell did you do that for, Jerry? Why'd you wait so long? Don't forget about that running back Williams. That kid is special too now.
Yeah, he's 5th in the league in rushing. Ooh. So they did well there as well. All right, as we continue here on the drive, again, you missed it. There is some news coming from Indy with their quarterback. We'll let you hear it from the head coach himself. And DeMeco Ryans had something that I think we got to discuss. He said something on the coach's show last night. I'm telling you need to listen every Monday, 5 o'clock. He said something I think we need to go over. Let's do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, it's hunting season and holiday season all wrapped up into one. And I'm telling you, if you want to knock a lot of that shopping out, man, Academy Sports and Outdoors is where to go. Or you can simply pick up your phone and go to academy.com. No matter what the hunter in your family, or if you're the hunter, no matter what you're hunting, you got to stay warm, dry, and hidden, y'all. And Academy's got a full line of camouflage and a full line of cold weather gear. You absolutely cannot go wrong. Boots, gloves, outerwear, all the necessities to be prepared for whatever elements you're in while you're hunting that big game. You need blinds, tree stands, feeders, attractants. You need that high-tech trail cameras to capture every moment. You can get that at Academy Sports and Outdoors as well. Gear up for every hunt, no matter how big or how small, with Academy's unbeatable prices. Hunt smarter, not harder. Find the latest hunting innovations in-store or online at academy.com.
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the Texans' massive 23-19 win over the Bills.
Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. The way Kalen went out, intercepted the ball 2 times, forced fumble to get us in plus territory there. So my favorite play is the one that ended it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Our city is growing fast. More people, more traffic, and yes, more wrecks. I'm seeing lawyer ads everywhere, and for someone who's been hurt, it's tough to know who to trust. Choosing the right attorney is a crucial decision for your case. At Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they've helped thousands of injured Texans recover hundreds of millions of dollars over the past 30 years. So when the insurance companies try to lowball you, they fight back and won't stop until you get the justice you deserve. They're there when you need them, 24/7, 365 days a year. Just call 281-222-2222. And best of all, there are no fees unless they win your case. That's why so many folks in Houston trust Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They fight for your rights so you can receive fair compensation for your injuries. And remember, there are no fees unless they win. Call 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Or at MokaraminjuryLawyers.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with
Night flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as we continue to roll through here. Little news here The last opponent, the Texans, who they just drove the Bills' offense crazy and dominated the Bills' offense, and a big talking point was how much help that Josh Allen needs. 8 sacks and not a lot of separation out there, and they've made a move. They add an old friend. The Bills signed Brandon Cooks, a big addition to the receiving corps in need of a playmaker. Brandon Cooks, who is 32, was waived by the Saints last week after he requested his release, and he went unclaimed in waivers. He had 19 catches for $165 with touchdowns in 10 games with the Saints. And the Bills bring him in and add him in. That's the type of help they are. I wonder if Keon Coleman will get to start playing again. But I think there were a lot of issues with their offense and their game plan. DeMeco said as much. But a big thing was their receivers just couldn't seem to get a lot of separation.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt. The last 2 times that the Bills have come to Houston, I mean, we can blame it on injuries, but obviously it impacted the game 2 years. Or last year, it was Shakir. This year, it was
Dalton
Kincaid, the big tight end. You can blame it on that, but I think even with those guys, they still leave a lot to be desired from a skill player perspective. I think they've got a really good plan against certain defenses to play that triangle inside with the quarterback, the running back, ultimately the running game, the tight end, the slot receiver, and you can get a lot accomplished there, especially as talented as Josh Allen is. But you need something on the outside that when a team does dedicate a lot of attention to stopping what your identity is, okay, now you've got a counterpunch. And the reality of it is, especially with no Keon Coleman, you have no counterpunch. I mean, you're relying on Gabe Davis, who wasn't good enough to be on a team the moment you ran Diggs off. He still wasn't good. He wasn't a guy like, okay, we're going to keep him and keep riding with him. So, and he wasn't good enough to go to Carolina and play, by the way. So it's I think there's a real need for an outside presence. If you get Brandon Cooks in there, I don't know how much tread he's got left on the tire, but you get Brandon Cooks back in there, and if you can get Keon Coleman up to speed, that is a huge plus and could be some kind of pressure reliever, if you will, off of what their actual identity is. But right now, their identity as it is going to be really, really tough to win 4 playoff games. Josh Allen is talented enough against certain defenses, particularly undisciplined defenses, that he can go out there and he can have the 6 touchdown games. He can go out there and run for 80, 70, 80 yards. He can go out there and muck his way to a couple of big wins, but 4 straight to win a Super Bowl, that would be a tall task if they don't do something. Not that Brandon Cooks is the answer. I was going to
say, I wonder if Brandon Cooks is the guy.
I don't know that he's the answer. My point in saying what I'm saying is it's not like their offense that needed DK Metcalf to go out there. They really just need Keon Coleman's ass to get back healthy and play like a second-year first-round pick is what they need to do. But you don't need a whole hell of a lot outside of what you already have to keep teams honest, because all you're trying to do is keep them honest. You're not trying to beat them like a drum out wide. You're just keep them honest. And so you don't need a ton. This could be a difference maker. Is it enough? Probably not. They need Keon Coleman to come back and be big, at least be a presence. Hell, he's going to stand on the sideline in street clothes. So
whatever that is situation, it seems to be more than injury. It seems to be discipline. So whatever that is, they've got to figure that out. But Brandon Cooks does go to a team in the wild card race that the Texans are in with. All right, let's look at this, because DeMeco Ryans he does the coaches show every Monday night, 5:00, right behind us, and he had an interesting question posed to him by the fellas in regards to Thanksgiving. This is DeMeco.
So you're an Alabama alum, so you have to invite one of the following Auburn alums to your Thanksgiving table, Coach.
I love this.
Okay, so you have the choice of one of these 4. Bo Jackson, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, Charles Barkley, Cam Newton. You have to pick one of those 4 Auburn alums to sit with your Bama family.
But if you pick Cam, you have to wear one of his hats. Oh, man, that would be sweet. Well, man, that's a tough one. So many great guys. I'm going to roll with Bo Jackson. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to roll with Bo just because Bo, he can sit with my
family because he knows my family. We're from the same hometown.
Okay,
He's from
nice.
Bessemer. We actually both got inducted into the Cotton Bowl Hall of Fame together earlier this year in May, and his family couldn't be there, so he said, "Hey, Miko, can I use your family?" And he said, "Family, can you stand up for me?" I said,
That's great.
So Bo's a great
awesome.
guy, man. Bo's a great guy. He played football with my uncles in high school, so hometown guy, I'll go with him.
What a major flex there towards the end from DeMeco as they both went into the Hall of Fame together.
Humble brag.
And he had to use his family to go in. All right, if you had to, your school's rival, Tyler, we know it's the Longhorns. Clint, I mean, I would just say Tennessee, and I think we all understand the reasons why. And then for me, it's Missouri. I have to live with one. Very similar to you, Clint, but at least she's Texas. But who would be yours? I mean, that's a pretty good list of people that he could invite, notable alums of Auburn. Who would be yours, Clint?
Well, they were not real notable. I mean, I would not go with T. Martin. I would not go with Reggie White. I would not go with Peyton Manning. I would not go with Jamal Lewis. I wouldn't go. I'm going off football, but I would go with
Candace Parker. You wouldn't do any of that.
No. Well, I'm not. I'm thinking with my upstairs. Here. I'd probably go with old Billy Ratliff. He's the D lineman that recovered my fumble. Man, we'd have some good talks.
Damn, that seems intense.
Well, here's the deal. It would be Billy Ratliff recovered the fumble. Raynoch Thompson in 1999 when we had him beat at the very end. I was taking a knee, and he jumps over the center and headbutts me as I'm taking a knee. So he may get an invite. And then Dante Stallworth. Dante Stallworth was the one that was there in 98 and 99. And after the game in 99 when we beat him, everybody rushed the field. Dante Stallworth stayed out there for what felt like an hour to find me and congratulate me. So it'd be one of those three, but probably Billy Ratliff because we're so closely related in Tennessee lore. National championship guy that recovered it and made it happen. So probably Billy Ratliff.
Missouri, Brad Pitt would be the first person.
You really put some thought into this, didn't you?
Brad Pitt. I've got some questions for Brad.
You went to Mizzou?
Yeah, I got some questions for Brad.
Wild.
I really do. That's a great question. But I got some questions. Jennifer Aniston, Angelina. I got some questions. How did that go down? First thing. I mean, there's a conversation right there. Brad Pitt, number one in the building. Stan Kroenke, I want to see what he's going to bring, and maybe something I could keep. I don't know. I would expect him to bring something really, really nice that I could keep, and I want to know if I can get in on some of that money. And then Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson played. He's in the NBA now and played basketball at Mizzou. If you go back and look at Jordan Clarkson's photo when he was at Missouri, and then look at him now. I mean, he's just turned into a completely different person. I want to know. He's had to have gotten the most ink on his body in that short period of time than he did when he played basketball. He looked like a preacher's kid when he played basketball at Mizzou, and now he looks like the complete opposite of that. So that would be my guys, led by Brad Pitt.
Well, that's a hell of a list.
Brad Pitt is strong.
Yeah, that's a hell of a list. I didn't go into the actors. I don't even know what Tennessee has to offer.
I thought John Hamm because I want to know what not Breaking Bad, but Mad Men. Don Draper. It's one of the greatest characters in television history. He went to Mizzou as well, but I stuck it with Brad Pitt.
I probably would have been with Kenny Chesney and Morgan Wallen. Both are Tennessee guys. I don't know if Morgan actually went to college, but I think Kenny did. So I would have probably thrown them in there. But good call. What you got, T?
Well, hate to say it, but there's a pretty strong pool of alumni at the University of Texas. I thought a lot about this. One of the obvious ones I first thought about was old Matthew McConaughey. He's a damn interesting guy. I got a lot of respect for his acting abilities, and I love his movies. But that's not the answer. Then I thought, well, hey, Kevin Durant, even though I watched him torch my basketball squad over and over as a Longhorn, he's now a Houston Rocket. That could be cool for, like, the current time, being what who I am, what I do here at Sports Radio 610. Have a little dinner with a Rocket, the best Rocket, one of the best players of all time, and Kevin Durant. That wasn't the answer. Vince Young would be cool as the second most electrifying quarterback we've ever seen in college football.
Second
but
most.
That wasn't the answer. Yeah, Manziel. The answer is Ricky Williams.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty good.
Because that is one of the most interesting cats we've ever seen in professional sports, or sports, period. And I would have so many damn questions for Ricky Williams. I think it's Ricky.
That's a good one.
Him or McConaughey?
By the way, one of the coolest things, McConaughey would be hard for me to pass up, but Rick would be good.
Yeah.
Rick, by the way, and I couldn't recall the story, but I remembered being at a game. My tight end in high school ended up at Texas, and I went to a game, and it's when Ricky, 97, 98, whatever, when Ricky was making the Run, Ricky, Run thing, the documentary, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember the shirt that was made, and there was a big controversy over the shirt. It was just his silhouette running back, and you knew it was him, obviously, but it had the dreads hanging out the back of the helmet.
Okay,
so you knew it was Ricky, right? And it was before NIL. I can't remember the story. There was a big to-do about this thing. But anyway, at that Texas game, the Texas-Arkansas game this weekend, I saw two of them.
Really?
And they looked like they were the originals back in the day, because you can't sell them anymore because Ricky said, no, I got to get me a piece. But they are, it's unbelievable, man, that shirt. And by the way, if you do have dinner with him, tell his ass he owes me an autographed jersey seal.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Yeah, Farrah Fawcett could have been an option.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Renee
Neil
Zellweger.
deGrasse Tyson is another one.
Yeah, Janis Joplin, not bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had some options there.
Janis Joplin's a Longhorn?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did not either. No, man, good. No, that's some good lists. I would definitely. I would have to. Brad Pitt. Boy, I didn't know Brad Pitt. Somebody texted. I didn't know Brad didn't wear deodorant. I was not aware that.
That's McConaughey.
I don't think McConaughey does either.
Yeah.
Someone texted.
I think Brad Pitt and I think a couple of them got them real hippie vibes going on too. I think so.
Not a surprise that either one does.
Boy, y'all put some real thought into this. I didn't realize that. I was going McConaughey and guys like, good gosh, man, Brad Pitt, Stan Kroenke, and I go Billy
I think
Ratliff.
you had some options at Tennessee there.
I know I had a ton of options at Tennessee, but I thought we were going like personal experience. Like I didn't realize we were going freaking actors.
Hey, there was no rule. There was no box that you had to be left in.
I know. I should have known.
What's in the box?
Yeah. What you got going on?
Brad Pitt, man, full circle.
I just want to know, when was the moment you knew you had to have Angelina? What happened? What happened? You had Jennifer Aniston. There wasn't nobody hotter than that. What happened on that Mr.
No,
what happened on
that
Mr. and Mrs. Smith set? I just want to know. All right, what you got coming up?
It's a tape drop Tuesday. Got a little tape. Watched a little tape this afternoon, and so I got a little something to bring to the people. And the drive. We are on the road this week. I know it's Thanksgiving. There's a lot of folks out there that are off work, that are out of school, that got a little free time. I'm going to tell you where we're going to be and why you need to join us. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you what happens when you do join us. Typically, we
Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is brought to you by BB's Tex Orleans. I love the vibe. I love the drinks. I love the food. And I love the people. Something about that Cajun vibe going on at BB's Tex Orleans that I really like, so I'm going to let it power the drive. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ron. Didn't mean to give away the whole show. Sorry, Tyler. Didn't mean to give away the whole show. Just a segment. They're going to power Dirty's Daily today. Now, the drive just so happens to be on the road. I know it is the holiday season, and we got Thanksgiving right around the corner. It's going to affect our Thirsty Thursday, obviously. But we are going to be on the road tomorrow. Another Wet Wednesday. We're subbing that for the old Thirsty Thursday. Back to back, baby. Wet Wednesdays. Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location in Katy tomorrow. I know there's a lot of people that are going to be off. A lot of people going to be looking for something to do. Come on through Buffalo Wild Wings on the west side, Katy Park Row location. The drive will be there live 2 to 6 o'clock tomorrow, not Thursday. Right? Big shout out to Bud Light for making it happen. As Ron always says, we will not come anywhere empty-handed. We will have giveaways raffled off there. So come on through. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location. We're going to take Thursday off, have some time with our families, obviously. And then we're going to head over to Pearland. Now, we get a lot of comments about how we never come down that direction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, not only are we coming that direction, but we are going to be at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. We are going to be at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland on Friday. So spend your time Thursday with your family. Come on through BB's down in Pearland and hang out with us, have a drink, maybe a little prep. Tyler, what time's that Texas A&M game?
It's a night game, 6 or 7's kickoff.
Yeah, so come on down and pregame, get ready for whatever party you're going to. Let's get Maggies and some Longhorns in the house. No fighting, no bickering, right? Little friendly.
Never that.
Little friendly pregame party at BB's Tex Orleans with the drive on Friday. So Wednesday, Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location, Katy. Friday, Football Friday, BB's Tex Orleans. Now, Ron, today is Tuesday, and I know the Texans game happened a while ago. But there is a lot to like about what the tape shows went down on Thursday night. And I got to start with Nick Caley. All right, we beat Nick Caley to death, rightfully so, justifiably so early in the season. It wasn't pretty, it was ugly. But it has gotten significantly better. We talk a lot about what C.J. Stroud is stepping back into. Well, this film right here against the Buffalo Bills, not a great defense, but an overall team that is well respected in the NFL. Nick Caley was better than I thought he was, Ron. And if you remember correctly with this game, I literally said he was cooked 15 different times in the first half. Now, the second half, I think there was a decision made to be more conservative, and I think it was
did that show in the film?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'll give you this. I don't know that I blame the decision makers for making that decision. I blame them for not aborting mission midway through the third quarter, but I don't know that I blame them, and here's why. Because not only was Nick Caley cooking, Ron, there was multiple plays. You remember the fade to Higgins where he caught it, but he was out of bounds?
Yeah.
I mean, Dalton Schultz is screaming wide open up the seam for a touchdown. I mean, there were several balls that were thrown and completed, but out of bounds, or, the quarterback had to make a pre-snap read, commit, and go. I'm not blaming on the quarterback, not saying anything. But you look around the field, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, you could have threw that out route right here. Damn, you could have threw this seam right here for a touchdown. Man, you had the crosser right there. Like, there were opportunities galore all over the field for the quarterback on Sunday. So I knew in real time in the press box, like, hey, man, Nick Caley, just by where the ball was going, like, Nick Caley was doing some good things. Davis Mills throws the cut split fade off of the back of the defensive back that's covering Higgins. Then he comes back, and by the way, the Dalton Schultz up the seam, where you can argue Dalton maybe should have come up, jumped over the guy, made the catch. If that ball's thrown accurately over the outside shoulder with just like a level 2 throw, I mean, that's a walk-in touchdown. Right now, we ended up scoring on the touchdown to Christian Kirk anyway, so it didn't take points off the board, but I'm just telling you, Nick Caley was better than I thought he was. And staying on that particular line of thought of better than I thought they were, the offensive line combo that they rolled out in this game, which was Trent Brown at right tackle, Ed Ingram at right guard, Jake Andrews at center, Titus Howard at left guard, and Ariante Ursery, the rookie, at left tackle. They've landed on their best 5, Ron.
That the 5? That the group?
It took them 12 games, 13 weeks, but they have landed on their best 5. I believe the O-line, so much happened in the second half, and so much of it was getting conservative, not running the ball well. So much of it was like the penalties, a lot of it by the offensive line in the first drive out at half. So it wasn't pretty the entire game. But I'm going to tell you, man, the way they got pushed and the way that they handled double teams and the way that Ed Ingram's got a – look out for Ed Ingram. I'll tell you this. Look out for Ed Ingram. Like, there's still signs with Ed Ingram that you're like, man, what the hell are you doing, man? I mean, he just got totally whooped up front and passed. But you ever been around that guy, Ron, that was a really good player, like really gifted player, but maybe it's, got to the league and just, boy, it was just an ugly fit, just got whooped from jump, and he just lost all his superpowers. Yeah. And he just got, just to a point where he just didn't feel like he could win. It looks to me like Ed Ingram has found a system that he likes. And it may not be the system. It may just be the coaching, the coaching style. I don't know. But when I watch him play, there are athletic moments at that right guard position that you see, yeah, that's a former first rounder. You know what I mean? Like there's physicality at times when he gets up on a linebacker and two-hand chucks a guy, and you're like, yeah, that's first round stuff. That guy, you watch Jake Andrews and you watch Jarrett Patterson, and you watch those guys and you're like, those guys are fighting for their life. Now, they get it done, no disrespect, but they're using every ounce of strength they got just to get in the way and strain and finish. Ed Ingram's got some of that in him where he goes up there and he'll do some things and you're just like,
he's a talent. There's more talent in gifts.
He is a gifted dude, Ron, and there's a level of dog in there that wants to, like what you expect from an LSU offensive lineman that was in the SEC pounding the rock, from that whole mindset of LSU offensive linemen and defensive linemen that are just a little different breeds that are just, like real dogs. Like I don't know him from Adam, but watching him play, there's some of that in him where, boy, if this thing takes off and the confidence continues to build and the quarterback continues to play a brand of ball where you can cover up some of the pass protecting issues, this dude could blossom into not just a good guard, but a great guard. Like, there's some of those things you see of like, that's got great potential. And he's young and athletic and can go. So the O-line combo they landed on is without a doubt it.
I'm telling you, you know how I feel. We'll see. I don't love Titus at guard, but we'll see if they can play like that consistently. Then that is probably the best offensive line play we got to see.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Titus, because on the offensive line front in the tape, there are moments with Titus to where you go, that's a tackle, that's not a guard. You know what I mean? Where he'll get crossed up. He'll do some things that, he's just not built to be a guard, bro. He's just not. I mean, he's just not. Now he gets down
playing left-handed. That's not his strength.
Yes, and he gets down there and he does an okay job, and I think he probably is the best option that we have. But there's some things there that you're like, and I'm gonna tell you what else, bro. Ariante Ursery, there's a level of dog in there. Like what we're starting to see on the offensive line, guys, is when. And look, they all make mistakes. Like they've all got their warts, right? I mean, that's part of it. When you address offensive line the way you have, they all have their warts. But we're starting to see. I'm gonna tell you, both of our tackles have the ability to completely remove defenders from the equation, right? Whether it's the pocket or it's a run play and they're blocking down on a guy. If they get up to the second level and get their hands on the line, they have the ability and the want to, the willingness. Trent Brown and Ariante Ursery have the desire in their play style to absolutely remove people from the equation of whatever protection or whatever run play it is. And that is something for me, Ron, that I didn't think I would see in Houston. When Wade Smith told me, Clint, they just coach these guys different nowadays. I mean, they don't coach them to do those. I thought, well, damn, man, that's a real buzzkill. I guess I'm just never going to see the offensive line play that I can greatly appreciate again. I guess it's always going to be about this kind of screening for guys instead of blocking. Well, I'm going to tell you, man, these two tackles that are playing for the Texans right now, they have the ability to remove folks, and it's a watch.
Yeah. We'll see. Brown is, like you said, man. Once he gets his hands on you, it's pretty much lights out.
Yeah.
And we'll see. There's probably a little bit more speed rush with the Colts. Even than last week, but Bosa's been pretty good. We've seen Bosa have some big games, just this year, and he gave him some problems, but it wasn't anything you couldn't deal with, like within the game. And he's continued to play really, really well, and you can understand why the thinking is, all right, let's keep him on the floor, on the field.
Well, Ryan, you can look at, the fear when you talk about a true rookie starting at left tackle and then Trent Brown at 6'8", 380 starting at right tackle. The fear is like a defense is going to zero in on one of those guys and just overwhelm the entire offense, right? Just collapse every pass protection. The run game is going to be an issue. But the fact that no defense has done it, and they've seen some pretty good pass rushers. I mean, not all great, but you mentioned Bosa. They've seen some good ones. And the fact that guy wasn't able to go to do what, like you remember a couple years ago when the kid from Jacksonville, Josh Hines Allen?
Yep.
And now he was obviously zeroed in on one of the best in the game, but Laramie Tunsil. And it's just like, I'm going to beat you like a drum every chance I get. And it was so disruptive. Like, I thought we would, even though I liked what I was seeing, I thought, okay, it could potentially happen. And it may still happen, but I'm shocked that it hasn't happened yet. I'm surprised, really shocked, that neither one of those guys have appeared to just be overwhelmed for an entire half or an entire game yet. So hopefully we can stay that route. Now, flip over to the defense side of the football. There's a ton to like, obviously. Everybody's talked about Kalen Bullock, right? We've talked about Will Anderson. We've talked about Daniil Hunter. But I'm going to tell you, man, once again, I'm going to lean into Kamari Lassiter. He is hands down on the defensive side of the football, my favorite guy to watch. Even when Will Anderson is having a AFC defensive player of the game type game. Even when Kalen Bullock's having a AFC defensive player of the week type of game. There's still Kamari Lassiter. Ron, you saw, I think you mentioned it in real time. When he played the edge and he lit up that damn fullback that had a 4 or 5 yard running head start at him.
Yeah.
And then I think it was damn, what's 72's name? Mine just went blank. The one we always screw up.
Tommy
Togiai. He ended up making the tackle for a 1 yard loss, maybe. I think there's a 4th and 1 that followed that. But the guy that made the play was Kamari Lassiter. Ron, dudes that size aren't supposed to stop dudes the size of their fullback in their tracks the way he did. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't know. I don't know that there's a guy like Derek Stingley Jr.'s talent is obviously extremely important, and he's extremely gifted, and he's going to be a top-end guy, right? But when I look at Kamari Lassiter may be a more valuable guy in the long run if he continues to play corner the way he can play corner. If you're talking about a guy that can go play corner and lockdown corner, and then will play the run the way he plays the run, can bump into nickel and rush the passer the way he rushes him. When you talk about overall value of why a guy gets paid a boatload of money, Kamari Lassiter is that guy. It is crazy to watch, and it's hands down my favorite Texan to watch. He did it again this week.
Yeah, I mean, he had a hell of a game to watch. 3 turnovers. He created the fumble, which became a huge play, right? That's the only 3 points the Texans scored in the second half. He set that up, and then as DeMeco said, he said his favorite play was the game that ended it, and his second pick ended the game. So
You're talking about Bullock. I was talking about Lassiter.
Oh, Bullock. I'm sorry, Bullock, but yeah, with Bullock on the last pick, but Lassiter. No, man, he's that cat's nuts. It is crazy. They've got like 5 or 6 guys that all play the same way, even though they play different positions.
Yeah, but here's kind of what I was getting at, Ron. Is, and do you think it's like he's gonna make maybe not the highest in the cornerback market, but he's gonna be a top of the market guy.
They're gonna have to make a decision. Like if he keeps,
do you think he like that's what I was setting it up. Like we clearly haven't seen him do what Stingley can do in a sense of just like, hey man, go guard the best guy on the other team and take him out of the box score. Like he may be able to. I don't know. We haven't seen it, but he's played at an unbelievably high level of corner. We know he's one of the pillars in this defense, the leaders of this defense that DeMeco wants to build around. And then all of a sudden, he's lighting up fullbacks and stalemating them on 3rd and short. I mean, that's got to get paid big time.
Well, yeah, and there's a bit of a Will Anderson piece, as you kind of mentioned too. Like, he means a lot more to them than maybe to other teams. Like, he is definitely a tone setter, right? And I think with more years that he's here, he will kind of spread his wings a little bit more and kind of take over this team a little bit more verbally, like we've watched Will Anderson do over the last couple of years. So yeah, I think he is a guy that means a lot more to them than maybe others. Yeah, they got 5 or 6. Like I said, they got 5 or 6 guys that always look like they're being shot out of a cannon all the time. All right, coming up as we continue, not a big move, but a move that is going to say a lot here with the Astros. Obviously, maybe this ain't exactly what the Astros were looking to get, but it's in the same realm of type of player you think they should be looking at. We'll discuss that and look at the Rockets. Look at the big game coming up this weekend on Friday between A&M and the Longhorns. We'll do that coming up next.
Heads up, H-Town. Thirsty Thursday is on Wednesday again this week. Tomorrow afternoon. going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. As we get you rolling here during this holiday week. By the way, Clint, this is one of my favorite times because it's feast week, baby. College basketball on all day long. And U of H, they got a big game. I think a rematch of the Midwest Regional Final between them and Tennessee. They play for 17th ranked Tennessee coming up at 5 o'clock. They had a tight one. I was a little disappointed. I mean Syracuse going to overtime with Syracuse. That's a tough one. But those two guards, my man O'Sharp, Uzan, 26. See if they can get a big dub today. They start about 5 o'clock in Vegas. So feast week, college basketball all day long, baby. I love that. All day and night. I was up. I know you get concerned about my sleep.
I am, by the way, I was dead serious, dead ass.
I know you
concerned about your sleep.
There was an 11 o'clock. I think it started about 11:15 tip-off. I had to slide in there.
11:15?
Yeah, in Vegas, baby. This tournament's all night.
Oh, hell.
Oh, don't get too crazy.
It's a
start watching the game at 11:15. Yeah, man, you gotta get your ass in bed, man.
I gave it. Hey, I had to move it on after halftime. It was a little aggressive.
Real night owl, this guy.
I was, man. That Gonzaga Alabama game had me last night, boy. I couldn't start rolling. That's the. Hold on. That is a late tip. That's a 12:15 East Coast tip.
Y'all are old.
I'm just saying it's a late tip for basketball.
Y'all keep playing with that sleep.
I'm not. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm routinely in the 1 o'clock range. It
was mainly Clint's reaction that had me cracking up.
Starting the game at 11:15.
That is a late tip. Yeah,
especially a game that you. I mean, was Kansas playing?
It was paired with the worried about run sleep.
No, I'm dead ass.
You're in there too, Tyler. I'm worried about your damn sleep too.
I think he's genuinely worried about my sleep. That's all right though. I got about 12:45 last night. Slid in there, got up, did my Fox 26 it. Had to get up at 7:22 to do that, but hey.
Is that my boy Ron?
Sure is. It is me. Hey, by the way, I did want to pass this news. The Red Sox, they make a trade with the Cardinals and acquire Sonny Gray, the pitcher. And the reason why to me that is newsworthy is this is like the Astros obviously are going to have to add to their pitching rotation. They're not going to keep Framber, and they're going to have to do things to add because right now it's Hunter Brown and a lot of guys that are either coming off injury or guys that you don't really love at this point right now, or you don't know exactly what you're getting. So they're going to need to get some guys in. And I'm not saying Sonny Gray is great, 14-8 last year with an ERA in the low fours, but this seems to be the type of guy they like to get. Clint, he's 36 years old. His contract around $20 million for a starting pitcher, not too terrible. Short deal, only 2 years left on his deal. This is generally the type of guy they want to get. And I know they were connected to Sonny Gray, and it's not the end of the world they don't get him, but I am really intrigued to see what it is they do to kind of fill the void in that starting rotation that Framber's going to leave and, where they are with the other guys in the rotation.
Yeah, well, they're definitely going to got to go get somebody. I mean, it's we'll see Hunter Brown and company. We'll see see who company is.
Yeah, because that seems to be the type of guy they would want to get. 36, 2 years left on his contract. Well, kind of know what you're going to get from him.
And I'll tell you what, I'm done with the whole. Boy, we got a deep rotation. If You know what I mean? Like, boy,
we keep getting hurt.
They got a bunch of them 4 and 5 starters that can't stay healthy. I mean, that's the reality of it. So yeah, there's definitely got to be some moves made if they're serious about making, keeping this window open, if you will.
Hey, we had Danny Cannell on earlier. If you missed it, he was on with us at 3:00 as he broke down Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Lane Kiffin, a lot. Things we talked about with not with Lane Kiffin. It would be one thing if we had Lane Kiffin. A lot of things we talked about with Danny Cannell. Did you agree with him, Clint? He came out and said absolutely not, that Texas, they don't have a shot even if they beat the Aggies and get into the college football playoff.
Yeah, I disagree with him. I think obviously it's a long shot, so he's not far off. I'm not going to try to say it's for sure, but you look at the teams ahead of him. And some of them he mentioned. I mean, Michigan's got a bad loss. If they drop a game to Ohio State, and all of a sudden they got 3 losses, and
they're out.
I mean, these are teams that are above, that are right there, they're going to be fighting for with Texas, right? I mean, so they're one. You look at Alabama. Alabama's got a bad loss to Florida State out of the gate, and now do they drop another game to Auburn? I mean, there's a lot of movement there. You look at Utah's up there, and Utah, I believe they got skull drugged by somebody, but they also got beat by like Arizona State or something. Like all of the teams, several of the teams that could potentially land in that 10 to 14 range, potentially, and it's not crazy, but potentially could have 3 losses, and one of them be a bad loss, right? And so, look, I know it's a long shot, but I believe that Sarkisian's talking to his team about, hey, man, it's a no shot if you lose to A&M. You go in and win, make them make the decision to put you below a Utah team that's got 3 losses, potentially an Alabama team that's got 3 losses. All these, and I don't know how all that's going to work out because I didn't study every single team, but I don't think it's not possible. I think it's going to take crazy chaos up top. But I don't think it's impossible.
Another thing starts with tonight to see how far they move up in the poll. Because Georgia Tech right in front of them lost, so they'll move up. USC right in front of Georgia Tech lost, so they'll move up past them. They beat Vanderbilt, right? So you would think maybe there's a chance the committee jumps them over Vanderbilt because of the head-to-head. Right, and so we'll see how far they go up. Utah nearly lost to K-State, so that may be a deal in which they move them up. If they are in maybe the 13 range, then that also could potentially help them. But I do like what Danny said is they lose to Florida, and then they got just worked by Georgia. And that's a bad sign. Like that game against Georgia kind of made it look like, all right, guys, like they don't belong. But,
yeah, that fourth quarter could cost them. There's no question about it. That fourth quarter could cost them, no doubt about it. And it is a long shot. But I do think Sarkisian can preach his team right now. You got to win this game to have a puncher's chance.
Pulse, yeah. We'll see what they want to do with them. All right, coming up as we continue. This is a conversation that I think is intriguing with the Texans, and that's C.J. Stroud. And a lot of conversation has been about the demeanor of Davis Mills and in comparison to the demeanor of C.J. Stroud. And I think a good talking point within is this a big deal? How real is this? Is this something that is a big deal that CJ really needs to kind of change? And does this really affect his teammates and the Texans? We'll do that coming up next.
MoKaram.com/value.
Injured? Call MoKaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Look Live from the MoKaram Injury Lawyers Studios.
Potatoes, tomatoes, lamb.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Turkeys, rabbit. You name it.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, ram, beans.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna put a pounding on Thursday.
I'm with you.
I got about 3 stops, and I'm gonna go to work.
I mean, why are you making that decision on Tuesday?
I just feel like it is the call for me right now. I just think I gotta hit it. I'm telling you, I cannot wait. I've been here. My mother-in-law, she's already started preparing. She's been cooking. She's been cooking stuff, getting stuff ready for Thursday. And I've made the decision. I am gonna go to work.
Yeah, man, don't half-ass it.
No, there ain't no half-assing it happening for me. I'm letting it ride. I am.
What's your favorite item?
I love me some dressing, and I'm about to let it ride.
You a gravy with your dressing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I cannot. Oh, for me, the sides is where I could get myself good and aggressive on. Like, I can see that plate now. I can see that dressing right there with the gravy on the top. You're right. Slide that mashed potato right there next to it.
Yeah.
So that gravy can roll together and give you that mac and cheese. Woo, give me some yams in there.
What about the meat, man? You go ham as well as turkey or no?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm there's going to probably be some brisket there too. I'll probably rotate those in there, but I'm gonna let it ride.
I could go a little brisket. I'm high on brisket right now. Just in general, a lot higher than I typically am.
Yeah, you generally aren't a big time. Well, I don't say brisket, but barbecue. That's not usually your go-to. You must have had you some good brisket.
Well, I just the moist brisket is hard to beat. Word. Well, okay, the tender brisket is just it's hard to beat that, man.
Yeah. Someone
you eat it alone. You don't have to add a bunch of sauce to keep it from being real dry or anything, man. It's very edible, nice and tender. It's an easy eat. Doesn't have an over. If you don't put too much sauce on it, it doesn't taste overly barbecue to me. I'm a fan, man.
And you know what I'm really happy about, and why I'm gonna go ham, no pun intended. We are getting right out. We are here. We're in Kansas City with the family,
mm-hmm.
and we are out of here Friday. So usually we're here a little bit longer, and usually, Clint, I'm good for a plate for potentially lunch and dinner, or at least one of them the next several days after. And I don't have that to worry about now. I'm getting out. I'm getting away from the food.
Bad decisions. You come on
I don't have seconds. I don't have leftovers to go and attack afterwards. So I'm just boom. I'm going in Thursday, and I'm out. And we don't have no food at our house. We don't have none of that. I'm out. And I'm telling you, Tyler, I will wake the hell up on Friday after Thanksgiving, Saturday. I have two additional plates the next 2 days. Be honest with you, I don't get tired of it. Like, I could just walk up there and just give me some sides rolling. So that's why I'm going off. I'm going off on Thursday. I can feel it. I've made the decision.
What would be the best Thanksgiving leftover item to mix in with your breakfast? And you can't say ham.
Courtney has done like a turkey hash the next day where she's taken the turkey and did everything the way you would make a hash.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Put the turkey in there and put the eggs over the top.
Oh, boy. That sounds tremendous.
yeah, she's done that number. She's done it with a little brisket as well.
Oh, the brisket is dead. Brisket's part of it. That's a
it's a
throw some mac and cheese in your eggs.
Why not? I've never tried that.
Mac and cheese is so versatile.
It is. It's beautiful. All right, Clint. How real is this? Because and a lot of people have responded to this. Do you think, especially after watching Davis Mills and how much you can't help how much it was talked about, like, hey man, he never seems flustered. He always looks like he's in total control. Do you think the way that C.J. Stroud goes about things, his demeanor, do you think it's an issue?
Well, I think it can be an issue if he doesn't figure it out.
Team macho.
Yeah, I think it can be an issue if he doesn't figure it out, and I think it's never been more in the face of Texans fans because we've literally heard the head coach talk about how Davis Mills' demeanor helped them come back and have a 26-point fourth quarter to beat Jacksonville, 19 points offensively and a pick six, and so I think it's never been more obvious that we need to get that same type of that same type of impact from your starting quarterback. Now, I don't mean same type as in the super even keel mellow guy. I don't expect CJ to be Davis Mills, but whatever that looks like where you impact the team in an overall way, where the team feeds off of something that you bring to the table, whether it's your demeanor, your fire, your energy, your juice, whatever it may be. I don't think we've seen that part of C.J. Stroud yet. Now he's young, and I think you got to go through these kind of things to kind of develop that, I believe. But it's I think it's never been more in our face than it is right now, and it's a great opportunity for C.J. to develop that. I think it's less of a it'll be about Davis Mills because he was the backup and CJ's been hurt. But I think this conversation is really more about CJ Stroud developing that or not developing that, and that being his own style of leadership. And like what we've seen from CJ Stroud to me, has been when the going's good and when the outcome is positive, it's stroke everybody, pray for everybody, we're all good, we're everybody's friend. Where C.J. Stroud, I believe, is going to struggle and need to develop is the uncomfortable conversations, the holding guys accountable, the telling the offensive coordinator we need to do X, Y, and Z and being assertive about it. That taking over this offense is going to be more about what he does and how he responds in the adverse way, during adversity than it is about, hey, man, we got all kind of leaders when things are going good. You know what I mean? So I think the convo is more about we need to see C.J. Stroud. It's never been more in our face because we just heard DeMeco talk about Davis Mills and how he impacted the whole team in a positive way in a big-time comeback. It's never been more obvious that C.J. needs to impact the team in that way. Not if he's going to be the starter. We know he's going to be the starter, but if he's going to win games and be the face of the franchise and a $50, $60 million guy, he's got to show some level of that. And I think he's just got to develop into it.
Of course, we don't know 100%, obviously. We don't know because we're not in their locker room and we don't know everything that's happening. But I think it is a fair, at least question or wonder of does what he presents in those moments when they are struggling. I'm even taking away the Tank Dell injury in Kansas City. That's different. Obviously, to me, he was affected after that happened. I'm just talking about even overall. I think it is a fair question and thought. Like, is this negatively affecting the feeling in his teammates when they are in positions of adversity? Does his demeanor, is it a, hey, all right, I'm like, hey, we're good, we're fine, or is it kind of going the other way. And I think that's a fair thing. Of course, we don't know 100%, but I think that's a fair question.
Well, I think it's a great question. And here's the response that I have for you, Ron, is you said, is there a negatively impact? I think the answer to that question is no. I don't think there's anything that C.J. Stroud brings to the table that negatively impacts this team, right? The question is does he have the ability more times than not and in those moments to positively impact the team or not? If you're going to be the franchise quarterback, if you're going to be the undisputed leader of a football team, if you're going to be the guy that is the rock in the huddle that everybody looks to in those moments, you can't be a non-factor, right? There's got to be, and again, it's not going to be as the cool, calm, collected Davis Hills was, because that's authentic, that's natural, and people gravitate to that about Davis, and obviously it was infectious and contagious, and it took over the team in that critical moment. It was big. Whatever it is, whether it's fire, juice, calm, whatever it may be, there has to be something, right? Is it ice water in your veins? Is it that dog that holds everybody accountable? Is it that you're more cerebral than anybody on the team, and that you're that smart and you know what's right? Like what is it that in that moment the coach goes to the post-game presser and goes, the whole team fed off of CJ's boom, right? It can't be a non-factor. And it can't be, when you're beating Baltimore 44-10, right? It's in those moments of, is there something intangible? We know tangibly CJ has it, but is there something intangible that CJ possesses that in those big moments the coach is going to go, that is exactly what the team fed off. Our whole team took on that mindset right there.
I like that you said that, because it doesn't have to be a certain way. I think there are certain different things that and ways a team can feed off. He doesn't have to be like quiet confidence and stoic and same face all the time like Davis, because we've seen successful quarterbacks that opposite. But yeah, like there has to be a rallying thing in those moments, and I think it is fair. I think it's a fair thing to wonder if he is bringing that. If he is giving that off.
Does he have it in him? I think it's it's a real question. Like look at Will Anderson. Look at Will Anderson. Like right now, one reason Will Anderson is such a great fit, but I mean I think he'd be this fit anywhere because he's the tip of the spear. But like in a critical moment, because of the way he plays down in, down out, and the way he practices, he can get in the huddle on the defense and say, damn it, y'all get on my level. Empty the tank. Give me everything you got. Because you know he's going to put his hand in the turf, and he's going to literally play in, play out. You've been watching this guy do it at a level that not many in the league do. And so there's a juice, there's an energy that he literally can change the vibe of probably the entire team if he called the whole team up. But like it's authentic, it's real. Like what is that with CJ? I don't think we know yet.
Yep. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. The Colts coach had something to say that may potentially change how this game goes. We'll let you hear what that is. And U of A, they're about to be underway. The Rockets got a big dub last night without Durant. And a AFC contender in the wild card makes a move to add to their team. We'll discuss all of that as we continue. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the Texans' massive Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You ain't on Coors Light, brother. You on meth.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, will have the latest. And the latest is big game coming up on Sunday as the Colts and the Texans will tangle in Indy. And I think this is, even on an off day, news coming from the head coach, Shane Steichen, of the Indianapolis Colts. And also in regards to his quarterback, who has an apparent leg injury, specific leg injury. Here is Shane Steichen talking about his quarterback.
All I got for you is he's got a fibula, and that's it.
Well, is there any light you can shed on that? Because I got to be honest, when you say fibula, that's a bone, and it sounds bad. I'm not saying it is, but
yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but he's out there, he's playing, he's practicing, and he's good to go.
All right, there we go. He's got a fibula. Shane being strange.
He got two of them, don't he?
Got two of them, I believe. That's right.
Bone.
Yeah, give us a.
That's the big one up top, ain't
Yeah,
it?
it's a big one. Fibula. Well, hold on. No, that's the femur right up top. The fibula.
Oh, yeah. So it's lower.
Yeah, it's lower. Fibula is
fibula and tibia.
Yeah. Or am I thinking of the? It's somewhere.
Is it the big lower one or the little lower one?
I think.
Which one's the fibula, boys? We got to know. Do we need to kick? Do we need to kick Daniel Jones?
The fibula is definitely lower.
Yeah, but there's two down there.
Yeah, I think it may be the small lower. Someone text in, they'll let us know. I'm certain it will. It's lower. Fibula lower bones. Someone text in.
And you shake your pelvis like Elvis.
Yeah, femur's up top. That's a big boy up top. But
education.
But listen, I'm going to tell you, I watched Daniel Jones in this game against the Chiefs on Sunday. He is definitely not moving well, and that part of the game, and they did a lot of RPOs where at times he would keep the defensive end honest, and he would use his legs. And if you remember Daniel Jones, He may not have that look when you see his photo. When they put his photo up, when it says Daniel Jones and he has that look on his face, he may not look like a guy that can go out there and run for 600 or 700 yards in an NFL season, but he definitely can, and he has done it before. And that is a part of their game. Sometimes him keeping the ball on zone reads to keep, as I said, the defensive end honest. And, Clint, I think that is a very big deal that's not available to him. Potentially scrambling is not available to him. He didn't do very much of that at all. And his legs is a part of his game. And I think that is something that could become a big deal, especially when you are facing the speed of the Texans and their pass rush.
Yeah, well, I think that's the key here. I think that's the key, Ron, is that obviously it's part of his game, right? It's part of his skill set, if you will, and it's when deployed the right way, it can be a problem, right? And you may look at it like, well, he's just not full go right now. Well, then when you pair it with how important this game is within the division, I mean, if you're Indy and you win this, the Texans are at least not going to be a thorn in your side moving forward to win the division, and so it's a monster game. And then you look at what you just said stylistically, what we can do defensively and how we get after quarterbacks. It would be ideal. This is one of those games, I guess, is where I'm getting at is I could see Shane Steichen preferring to use all of the skill set of the quarterback and everybody on this offense to make sure this game they get in the bag. Because of how good we are defensively as well as how big this game is, you got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah,
right?
They know these games against these two games they have against the Texans and the Jags. They've got to be thinking, if we win our home games against those two teams, we should be in good shape.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I mean, that is – I haven't watched all of Indy's games, obviously, so and I know he's had some success, but I know they're clearly not leaning into him.
No, not like they did with the Giants.
Runs. But
Not like they did with the Giants.
We know Shane Steichen's history, right, with Jalen Hurts and the Philly offense that they ran. We know that he will empty the clip in a sense of what all he has at his fingertips from a play calling perspective. And I got to believe the more difficult the matchup is with the defense and the bigger the game is, he's going to want to empty the clip. And so if there is an injury, it's going to keep him from using Daniel Jones' legs. That is something that's huge, man. We got to keep an eye on that moving forward to see if that continues to be a problem. Then obviously on game day, is it something they're not able to do that? Because that I would think, like I did last week against Buffalo, I would think that it'd be ideal for these teams that are facing the Texans defense to have a quarterback that has some +1 run stuff inside to complement their really good running back, but more importantly, to offset the defensive ends and the pressure that the Texans can create. So the Bills didn't do it. Maybe the Colts don't feel like they need to do it, but I would think if he's healthy, we'll probably see some of that.
Yeah, so that is, as you said, Clint, that is something we'll keep an eye on, and I think the injury report will be interesting to see as well. I'm certain he plays in the game, but he is like I said, if it's anything like he was moving on Sunday in Kansas City, like him running the ball in any manner is something that they probably won't have as much in their offense.
It will not be a good night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, yesterday, Dylan Brooks faced his former team, the Rockets, in Phoenix, and they got their asses kicked. The Suns did, and the Rockets, and that's a Suns team that's been pretty good. They were 8-2 in their last 10 games, been playing pretty well, and they went ahead and dispatched them, and they did out Kevin Durant, which to me is a big deal. Listen, Clint, we talked about it when they signed Kevin Durant. Now, hopefully, everything is all right with his family, and that is not something that is something that's really going to be a major issue for him specifically and his family. But we knew they were going to play some games without Kevin Durant this year, right? Like, we knew you probably 15-20 right off the top. He's probably not going to play for some reason. And I like they put Amin Thompson and they put Reed Shepherd in the lineup together and had Holiday come off the bench. And in this game, they were able to do it, able to play well against a team that had been playing well. And Amin Thompson, again, best player on the floor, 28.7 rebounds, 8 assists to go along with what he does defensively. And Aaron Holiday had 22 off the bench in that point guard role, coming off the bench as well. They look really, really good, and Amin Thompson continues to ascend as one of the best young players in basketball.
The Holiday dynamic here is the one that's fascinating, Ron, because now obviously the way Reed Shepherd has emerged in the first 15 games, it's not as needed as I thought it was going to be. But the thing that discussed earlier before the Rockets started this year was the importance of Holiday and him being able to come off the bench and really being almost like a safety net for if Reed Shepherd doesn't develop, quick enough to be who we needed him to be, then Holiday, can he or can he not kind of fill that role in a more critical situation if need be? I know he's probably had more, but I know there's been 2 games this year where he's been 20-plus in that point guard role. He's been 20-plus, and he shot it lights out and looks like a guy that could help in a big way. Again, obviously Reed Shepherd is the priority here, but that's a hell of a safety net if something doesn't go just according to plan for Reed Shepherd.
Well, and he's getting, I think, extra time right now because Stare Easton injury, and he is out right now. And, I mean, he is, like this isn't the game he had against the Cavs. He came off the bench and had a big game. I think he had 18. I don't think he had –
I thought he went north of 20. I could be wrong, but I thought he went north of 20.
But he may have. He had a big fourth quarter. It hit some big shots against the Cavs, but 22 off the bench. I mean, they're just getting a lot from that point guard spot as well. So that was big for them to go and get that done. And like you can tell, man, they look like they didn't look lost without Durant out there. And when I'm not saying they would look lost, but you've been playing with him a certain way, and they played a certain manner. they look fine without Kevin Durant, and hopefully it's not too long. We know he's scheduled to miss the Golden State game coming up, but good win for them against Dillon Brooks and a pretty good Suns team.
Let's go Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, got to shout out U of H. They are tipping off right now as we speak, playing Tennessee in this tournament in Vegas, and they currently are the number 3 team in the country. They had a tough one last night, a bit of a surprising game last night. Syracuse took them to overtime. They were able to win. Their 2 guards who are going to be problems all year long in Emmanuel Sharp and Uzan. They both had 26 apiece. But me and Ocho were talking about this on the text line a little bit. This is something that Kelvin Sampson's going to have to get growth throughout the season. Is their bigs are going to have to come along. They're going to get a lot of their scoring from their guard play this year, which is not the worst thing, but they just right now don't have a lot of experience and a lot of guys who can score from the interior right now. So that is going to be something that they got to get better with. But Kelvin Sampson and that culture will figure things out. But we'll see if they can pull this one out. Rematch of the Midwest Regional Final against Tennessee. Big ball games, baby. Little college basketball, man. What you duck in there tonight, Clint?
Hey, my Hogs got the Cougs for too long. I mean, I don't know when that actually is, but I know that they've been talking about it up there.
Yeah, I watched your Hogs play somebody. I thought a fight was about to break out at the end of the game.
That's what happens when you mess with a hog, baby. You might get that old tusk.
That guy lost his mind. He went and drug one of your players down. It was about to go down right there. But shout out to U of H as they're playing, getting some good run early on in the season. And they're going to be one of the tough outs, but they got to get better on the inside. So U of H, they're leading now 2-0 right now early on against Tennessee.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we just saw the Texans beat the Buffalo Bills to get themselves to 6-5. And Clint, the Bills have made a move to their roster, trying to get some help to their receiving core. We watched them, Clint. I'm sure receivers caught the ball. I'm trying to rack my brain to think of the moments that receivers really had. But besides Shakir, he had some moments, but outside of that, it didn't really seem like they had anything on the outside. I don't know if this is going to be a big help, but they bring in ex-Texan, half the team in the league, Brandon Cooks, to add to their receiving core. He was with the Saints. He requested a release. They accommodated him. He had 19 catches for $165, no touchdowns in 10 games. And he is going to be added to Buffalo as they try to get something on the outside as they're struggling. All their stuff goes to their slot receiver and their tight end and their tight ends, and they need something on the outside.
Well, look, what they need is Keon Coleman to show up and show out and be the player that they drafted him to be. Half the player they drafted him to be. But the reality of it is, if you look at how Buffalo plays football, it's all inside on that inside triangle. They're going to run it. They're going to throw it to the tailback. They're going to screen it. They're going to use their slot. They're going to use that end. They just need somebody outside or somebody in the slot that can take the top off, that can be some level of a downfield threat. Somebody on the outside that could be a man beater. I think Keon Coleman is really the answer. Him coming back, he's the answer to the big problem there in Buffalo. But I do believe with the combination of him potentially being back at some point and Brandon Cooks, I haven't watched a ton of Brandon Cooks, but I know he does have some tread left on the tire, and he can still help teams. Maybe not in a lead receiver role, but definitely in a situation where the Buffalo Bills' identity does not include Cooks, right? And then this is just a counterpunch. Especially with a guy like Jonathan, like Allen throwing the ball and holding the ball and running around out there. I think Cooks can go up there and be productive.
Man, when you start looking at their parts and their team, it is hard to think that they can get to a Super Bowl. And I know they got Josh, but they just have so many, at the very least, questions outside of their quarterback. right? Like even with Brandon Cooks, I understand it. I mean, for them, I understand you got to do something, and they need to activate Keon Coleman, right? I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but again, even if you activate Keon Coleman and Brandon Cooks, I mean, those aren't guys that scare you, right? Like they don't have any guys that scare you. We saw their offensive line can be had, and their defense isn't good enough to make up for. They don't scare you on the outside. They don't have a lot of weapons on the outside. They struggle, against really good offenses at times. They just have a lot of questions outside of Josh.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It's their defense that's got to concern you, because when you look at the Buffalo Bills, I mean, if it's bad weather, inclement weather, they're a problem. Right, Josh can play through that. Right, their identity can play through that. The problem is their defense then goes out there and can't stop the run.
Yeah.
Right, and so that's the real issue here. Is even playing in Buffalo and playing outdoors and doing all that, playing in the weather and that kind of thing, you can't overcome a bad defense. So I think that's the bigger problem in Buffalo. But yeah, I don't look at them and go, yeah, this team's ready to make a run.
Yeah, just got too many questions. All right, coming up, a little tape drop Tuesday. What did we see from Nick Caley? What did we see from the offensive line? And after Clint got a chance to watch the film, what really went down in the just emergency break slam on the off in the second half of that game against Buffalo? Tape drop Tuesday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
They can rocket ship to the stars.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, and relentless pressure all game long. The Texans. presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep things rolling here, baby. Remember, tomorrow it is not a thirsty Thursday, but what is it? What is it, Clint? A
moist Wednesday.
A little wet Wednesday, baby. A little wet Wednesday brought to you by Bud Light.
It's not the M word, man. It's wet.
What was our second wet Wednesday in a row? So I could argue it's getting pretty moist.
No, it's the W. It's alliteration. The wet Wednesday, man. Thirsty Thursday. Football Friday.
You're right. It is the alliteration, isn't it?
It is. Now, come on, man.
I want an onomatopoeia.
The Drive will be live out at Buffalo Wild Wings. Which location?
Park Row, baby. You know, you've been there a time or two.
Park Row, yeah. Yeah, it's a fun location.
Yeah. I mean, if you threw a dart at a map and it hit the furthest Buffalo Wild Wings from Old Dirty, it's
that's that one, huh?
That's it. We're back, baby.
That's all right.
We're back. Park Row, wet Wednesday, man.
That's all right.
I'm working on a little magic out there for the people. I'm
gonna throw a dart towards that one off Garth Road here soon.
Hey, look out now!
The furthest one for me.
Don't let that thing tail in there to the right.
Dirty babe, what up?
Don't let it tail in there to the right now.
But Park Row tomorrow. Come on out, and you know, shout out to Bud Light, shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Will not come empty-handed. Make your way on out there and have a good time, hang with the people. All right, Clint, little tape drop Tuesday dropped, and I think a big thing that I was looking at is we talked about, obviously the defense was so dominant, and I am certain that really showed itself on the tape. But I think to me the most interesting thing to go back and look at is we talked about it on Friday, like the tale of two halves. The first half, like it was like, whoa, boy, they look like they may put 30 or 40 up on this team, the way they're moving with their backup quarterback. They got 20 in the first half, and they left some money out there on the field in the first half. And then the second half, they had 36 total yards. And 3 points completely set up by their defense and Kalen Bullock. What did you see on the film when you watched the All-22 of Nick Caley and this offense between the two halves that were so vastly different?
Well, the ability to run the football and the inability to run the football. I mean, I think that's where I was going with it earlier. Like it is one thing that I knew we ran it well early in the game, but how well I did not know. It was impressive the way we ran the football against this football team, Buffalo Bills, in the first half of the game. I mean, it was really impressive. I mean, you obviously we have some issues down inside the 5-yard line, and nobody is void of blame there. I mean, there's one time down there on that first run, the first time we got down there, a tight end and a wide receiver get blown up. Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, I believe it was, get blown up into the backfield, and the offensive line did a great job. But the others got blown up. And then you get down to the next couple of times, and it's the O-line struggling here and there. And then it's a tight end again. And so we can obviously talk about some of the inside the 5-yard line stuff that's been a little bit of a problem. But I think where I want to go with it, when you talk specifically about the second half, I do believe that there was a decision to be made. There was a decision made that, hey, we just need to protect the football. And we can win this thing on the defensive side. There was a decision made. I don't know if it was at half or if it was after the first drive. Right? Because here's the deal. You come out at halftime, there's 3 penalties, you get behind the chains, and the drive stalls immediately because of the penalties, and it seems like you lack some focus coming out of the locker room. Now, you had to throw the ball there a couple of times because you got into some long down and distance situations, right? I don't know if it was halftime or if it was after that drive when they went to the sideline and said, "All right, enough. That's it. We're not going to put Davis Mills in 3rd and 20. We're not going to continue to take the risk associated with what we did in the first half. We can get out of here with a win if we just run the football." And the part that I didn't take into consideration was how well they had ran the football in the first half. Like if I'd have been on the staff and I would have seen how well we ran it, I would not have had a problem being conservative to a certain degree in the second half. Now, I still clearly don't believe in completely putting a muzzle on your offensive coordinator who was cooking his ass off in the first half. You took the apron from him. He was cooking his ass off in the first half. You took the apron from him at halftime. I don't like that call. But after I watched the film and I saw how dominant our offensive line was and how convincing it was, I could see where you'd go, hey, man, let's run this thing a little bit. Let's get back to that run game. Let's keep it on the ground. Let's chew this clock up a little bit. And now the problem is they weren't able to do that. Right, and again, it was penalties. It was lack of discipline. It was across the board, guys missing blocks, inopportune times, and so it's a little bit more understandable. Hey, why you would go into that mode? I still don't like it, but it's more understandable. Like I said, I always tell you, all I need to do is see the method to the madness. I can slightly see the method to the madness, Ron, of why they went into super conservative mode there. Still don't like it, but I could see it.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't like about it is they got themselves to a space to do it, and then it's just harder to turn back on.
Agreed. They themselves killed their momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm gonna tell you, the play where they go touchdown. It was a touchdown, kickoff return for a touchdown, field goal, interception, field goal, like that. Like we went on like a 8-minute run right there over an 8-minute period of the game where we scored 17 points or something like it was just bang, 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 and they didn't. If it wasn't for that kick return, it would have been even worse. And I obviously on the scoreboard it would have been. I'm just talking about like it seemed like we had the football, and every time we had it, we were rolling, son. I mean, we were rolling big time, and that's where being a tape drop Tuesday, like this is the part that like how well we ran it in the first half makes me somewhat accept the way that clearly DeMeco Ryans put the offense in neutral in the second half. The way that Nick Caley was cooking in the first half. And when I said it last week, he was cooking. But when I watch his film, there's even other plays where, like, the ball goes elsewhere, and it's like, damn, there's two more guys wide open over here. One of them for a touchdown, one of them for a 15-yard gain. Like, you could pick your poison. There's receivers running open everywhere. And so he was actually better than I thought he was. And so then that puts me in the spot of, like, when you know your offensive coordinator's dialed in like that, hey, man, you got to get your hands off the steering wheel, DeMeco, and let him cook. You know, you got to get your ass up out of the kitchen and let him cook. So while I can understand why they went into a more conservative role, boy, I think Davis Mills and Caley were locked in, and they were on their way to scoring 40 points, and Davis was on his way to throwing for 300 yards again, and are bumping 280, 290 somewhere in there again, and really putting some pressure on Buffalo. But needless to say, they got out of there. But the film will tell you that O-line was really good.
Yeah, you said you liked what you saw there, huh? And the new line combination, I think we'll probably see on Sunday too for the second time in a row.
Yeah, look, I think that's the big takeaway here is it was clear in this film that the offensive play caller is in a much better spot right now with more momentum than ever had before as a Texans play caller. And now you insert C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud should spread his wings on it with this one. He's been really good, man. And then the O-line combo, the 5 starters of it's Ariante Ursery at left tackle. It is I'm sorry. Yeah, Titus Howard at left guard, Jake Andrews at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, and then Trent Brown at right tackle. That is the Texans' offensive line. I will be shocked if anything changes the rest of the way outside of injury with that particular offensive line. They show a lot of promise. Now, unfortunately, you can see that Titus is playing out of position, which I think has always been the case with Titus at either guard. I think there's times when his build and his technique is just it's fit for a tackle, not a guard. So he does struggle sometimes with things you wouldn't expect him to struggle with. But that's the problem with this offensive line, and that's a problem that we can live with. That's a problem that CJ should be able to cook with. So I think they found their offensive line. When you look at the tackles, Ron, Trent Brown and Ariante Ursery, those guys have the ability to erase a defender from an entire run scheme or pass rush. I mean, that is I can't explain, especially the way the Texans have played offensive line. Like, that is just such a huge relief, man. if the quarterback drops back in the pocket, and maybe somebody does get pressure inside at one of them guard spots, if your right tackle has stalemated the edge rusher at the line of scrimmage, now I got all kind of room to just kind of drift or escape if I need to right there in my face. Same thing with your left tackle. It's just a game changer, and those guys have the ability.
Yeah, they played really, really well. The best, I'd say, especially when you think about the opponent and the importance of the game, the best we've seen from that group. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you T. Mill's best bets, as he had a good night as those NFL bets. He's been killing all season. He'll get you going tonight with a little bit of NBA. See if we can get you some money, win some money tonight. And I think there should be high expectations for the position group that should have high expectations all the time with this team. We'll discuss and explain coming up next.
Heads up, H-Town. Thirsty Thursday is on Wednesday again this week. Tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6.
should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Houston Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State, December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
Like, oh my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh my God.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Remember, hang out with The Drive. Drive will be out live on Wednesday. No Thirsty Thursday due to Thanksgiving, but a little wet Wednesday as we're putting replacement. Be at the Park Row Buffalo Wild Wings location tomorrow, so go hang out. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. You got a chance to win multiple prizes up there, so go and enjoy yourself right before Thanksgiving. Not have good drink, maybe slip into some wings, a little different food that you may run into over the next couple of days, and hang out with The Drive as we get you ready for this big weekend of action in college and with the Texans in the NFL. Coming up behind us as the show on the road continues right here on Sports Radio 610, we got Texans All Access. Tim Settle, who has a very fun sack celebration. Tim is the one that gets that sack, Clinton, then just starts jumping up and down and bouncing right there in his spot. He will join. Big as hell. He will join the fellas. He got one of those 8 sacks against the Bills. He'll join Mark Vandermeer, John Harris coming up right behind us at 6 o'clock on Texans All Access. And then at 8 o'clock tonight, Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. They got it to midnight. They got you taking care of the best damn night sports show in all of Houston. They got it 8 to midnight, so don't miss that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a matter of moments. All right, DeMeco Ryans on the Coaches Show last night was discussing the Colts offense. This is the number one offense in football. They've been very, very impressive all year long, and it is something that the Texans definitely are going to have a challenge and have to deal with. Here was DeMeco talking about the kind of the challenge and what they have to look forward with this Colts offense.
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me is that their offense is operating very efficiently. They've been very explosive. Pierce, I don't think he talks about enough. Like, he's the down-the-field targets, the deep shots. Then you have the running game with Jonathan Taylor. He's always been one of the top backs in our league just for his explosiveness, his home run playmaking ability. And I think Daniel Jones is playing the best that he's played like in his career. Shane has done a good job of paring things down, and he's doing a great job of executing. The play-action game is working for them. They stay out of third and long situations. They're really in those manageable spots where if it's close enough, they're going for it on fourth down. So, I mean, they're doing a good job offensively.
Yeah, I mean, everything he said was accurate and true, Clint, but we're starting to have conversations and numbers of historic things with this defense, putting themselves in a different space than just, a really good defense in 2020. And I just watched another top 5 defense, but a lesser defense than the Texans. I just watched the Chiefs just really shut down the Colts. 255 total yards of offense, far below where they normally hit as the number one offense in football. 10 first downs, Clint, 5 3-and-outs to close out the game. They finished the game with 5 straight 3-and-outs. Jonathan Taylor was held in check with 58 yards rushing. They had 20 points, 7 of which came with them starting at the 2-yard line on an interception by their defense. This is a team also. They played the Steelers a couple of weeks ago. Clinton had 6 turnovers and had 5 sacks, and Taylor struggled with 45 yards rushing then too. This is the number one defense. This is the best defense in football, when you turn on the tape, maybe the Rams, maybe Seattle at times, but when you turn on the tape, there isn't a team that is as aggressive and attacking as the Texans. They create turnovers, get sacks, they put you in a bad place. I have high expectations that the Texans defense will really be able to be a huge part of this game when I've watched lesser defenses be able to handle the Colts.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is the thought moving forward with the Texans. Is, every game is headlined by our defense. I mean, can our defense make typically players that are great or have looked great, can we make them look pedestrian? Can you look? And the reality of it is with the Colts is, clearly Jonathan Taylor is the headliner. And if you can stop Jonathan Taylor, then all of a sudden they're one-dimensional. You can put it into Daniel Jones' hands, and if Daniel Jones can't move because of this injury, and now all of a sudden it's all his arm and his weapons, now you've got them in a box, and they're not going to scare many folks. But the reality of it is, when you're looking at the Colts, it's about the most complete offense I think that we've seen.
That's fair.
I mean, they've got a monster at the running back position. They run it well. They've got a really good offensive line that has a lot to do with that. It's not just a back there doing it all himself. They do have a quarterback that understands how to manage a game. They do have a quarterback that understands what Shane Steichen wants to do offensively. They can do some of the quarterback plus one run stuff. They can throw the ball. They got a great deep target in Alec Pierce, or I think it's Alec instead of Alex. But nonetheless, they've got complementary pieces across the board offensively, and so I think this is the most complete complementary offense that the Texans have faced. And as you mentioned, I think Seattle is probably up there with them. If we're just talking opponents that they faced, it doesn't matter when they faced them. Obviously, the Rams are up there, but yeah, I think this is the most complementary offense and complete offense that the Texans defense has gone up against. So it's going to be fascinating to watch these guys and see if they can be as dominant against that as they can the one-trick ponies like Josh Allen.
Yeah. No, yeah. The Jonathan Taylor, that's something we'll be looking at all week. Is like it is very clear what you got to stop and and let's be honest, if there has been an Achilles heel with this defense, and I don't think it's been a huge thing, but it is they have given up rushing yards. They have done that. But I'd imagine, Clint, with it being their focus, we've watched them where that is clearly their focus. When they've played Jacksonville, that has been clearly their focus, was to stop their run game. They did a pretty good job at doing that with Travis Etienne, both matchups. So I think clearly that is the game with Jonathan Taylor. And let's be honest, I think every team is trying to do that every week. And not all of them have been successful. But not all of them are the Texans. And we've seen the Chiefs, we've seen the Steelers be successful in doing it. And I think my expectation is that the Texans are able to be successful in doing it too. That to me, and I think they deserve to have that type of expectation on them with what they have shown they are. All right, coming up, let's hit T Mill's best bets. Remember, if you are unable to remember these best bets, you're missing it anyway, you want to go back and look at them, please head to @TMillRealDeal, and he will have them posted up there to win you a little cash. He started off nice, 3 for 4 last night. The only thing that didn't get him, and they tried, was the Panthers getting it in their +8, but everything else hit for him. And he's on a roll here a little bit early in the week. What you got? What's your best bets, Tyler?
Yeah, we're going NBA tonight on a Tuesday. 4 picks for you around the NBA. Not a whole lot of action going on around the league tonight. 3 of these
games, I think.
Yeah, 3 of these 4 bets are within the same game. That matchup in LA between the Clippers and Lakers.
Here you go.
So let's get the other one out of the way first. It's an under. I got the Atlanta Hawks at the Wizards tonight, under 237 in that one. And now your 3 bets within that Clippers-Lakers game. I'm on the over in L.A. Over 229 is what I got locked in at between the Clippers and Lakers tonight. And then a player prop from each squad. The turd formerly known as James Harden, that honey bun eating son of a bitch. Favorite play of the night, probably.
I don't know if he's an eater. He's a giver.
Yeah.
He just
gives honey buns to other dudes.
By the way,
I'm just going to tell you, any guy that's ever had a weight issue of any sort, and he hands out honey buns on the down low,
he eats them.
He eats them too.
But by the way, whatever he's about to